Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first match of the Iowa High School Esports Association Spring Showdown for Mario Kart. This is going to be for Class 1. So, on Pod 1 all day today, you're going to have two wonderful hosts. I am one of them, Coach Nate Rodemeyer, also known as Roadblock from Marshalltown Community College. And who's here with me?
My name is Boba11 Taspaxa. I'm super excited to be here. A little nervous, but gonna be good.
You got it, you got it. Tess, what teams are we watching here in this first match?
I believe we're watching Esterville versus Westwood.
I believe that is correct. So you guys should be able to see this on the screen. But Esterville should be your top left switch, and Westwood should be your bottom right switch. So it looks like these guys are hanging out here until 8:45, where they've been instructed to go. Tess, what can you tell these guys about like how this works? Because they play the same 4v4 format that we do.
Yeah, so basically each team has four people, and they just race against each other. And it's pretty technical with communication, and you
Yeah. How do we know if we're watching which team is currently winning in the not in the race, but like in the overall cup?
It'll show on the screen. The score will come up.
Okay.
Yeah, so each person gets like an individual score, and then they race on teams, and then the game will automatically calculate what score each team has. So it'll be pretty easy. The two big numbers will show up, and it'll be pretty easy to tell which is bigger.
So I'm watching the two big numbers to see which one's bigger. I can do that. I can do that. Okay. And I'm gonna cheat for us and make it so that we can see their game just a little bit better. So give me a second here. I'm gonna go here. Hey, look at that. Now we can actually kind of see the game from up here on our computer. So it looks like ELC is saying good game, good game. That sort of stuff. That's awesome to see. This is going to be best of 3 cups. So they have to win 2 cups.
Wait, who's home team here?
Esterville is going to be our home team. So we'll have our home team in the top left and our away team in the bottom right. We're also going to have that match ticker in the top. I don't know if throughout the day if that will get updated in real time, but we'll let you guys know where the match progress is at. We don't have the ability to update the ticker, but we'll let you know if Esterville or Westwood is up in the set as we keep going. There's also the possibility, Tess, there's a possibility that the 2 numbers at the end are the same.
Yes.
Yeah, so we can get some ties sometime, and if or when that happens, it's super exciting. We'll kind of walk you through that process if and when it happens. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Cool thing about both of these schools is that both of them came to the Mario Kart party at MCC last night. So we actually got to see both of these schools kind of hanging out in the arena, having some fun. So that's always cool.
Yeah, it was really fun to see everybody doing everything but Mario Kart, basically.
Yeah, you know, we advertised it as like a Mario Kart party, but then we're like, hey, we have the gaming PCs and we have all these other cool things. Like, if people want to do that, that's fine. So we had some Marvel Rivals, and we had some Overwatch, and we had all sorts of other things going on here. And it wasn't just Mario Kart, but we had some Mario Kart going on.
I think there was like one TV that had Mario Kart on it.
That's right, that's right.
That's about it. So yeah, it was really fun to see everybody getting along outside of that.
Yeah, it was really cool. And you know, when they first, so the first team that showed up last night was actually Esterville, and so you guys kind of like almost had like an internal like scrimmage or match with them when they showed up. And then by the time that was done, everybody else showed up, and then we just kind of hung out for the night. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, it was really kind of have that a little bit of a one-on-one with that team.
Yeah, it means we also kind of have the inside scoop a little bit on this team. So we kind of know how they play just a little bit. But we don't reveal any secrets on the stream. That's not our job. Our job is to make it so that you guys can follow along at home and know what's going on here. And so, I mean, we are ready to go whenever they are ready to go. So, let's see. Oh, one other thing that we can do while we're waiting. We don't have to read all of this on screen because, like, that's a lot of text. But, there's a viewer's guide on the screen now for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, so that will kind of tell you a little bit about the 4v4 format and how you can tell like who's winning and stuff. So it also has key moments that are on the right side, And so these are things that you guys should watch for when you're seeing the teams compete, because it'll give you a clue as to kind of big plays that are happening. And we'll try to let you know as we see those coming up. But like, what are some of those big power items you would say, Tess, that if they come out, they're going to have a lot of value?
Well, on the screen it says shells, bombs, shocks are really huge when it comes to the team setting because, well, actually, because the game they play in like actual teams, right?
Correct.
Okay, so they have teams on, so actually shocks aren't as big as they would be for us because if you use a shock, it only hits your enemies.
Correct, right. So if they get that lightning bolt, that shock, and they use it,
Mm-hmm.
everybody else gets shocked on the other team. And the shock's bad for like two reasons, right? Because it makes you small. But then
Mm-hmm.
like why what's I mean, the I honestly think the other reason's even bigger. Like what happens when you get shocked?
It takes away all of your items.
All of them. All of them. They just
Yeah.
get zapped out of you. And so if you were in like a top position with like shells or something to protect you,
Mm-hmm.
they're gone and they're laying on the track. And then the further ahead you are, you stay small for a longer period of time. So shocks are just really, really strong in Mario Kart 8. And so if a team gets one and they use it effectively, that's going to be a game-changing item.
Yeah, even though it's just like a team, even though I said it's team and it only hits your enemies, it still can be like it's super important to be careful about when you do it. You can still use that to really great advantage if you.
Yeah, like if they get it, like most of the time they don't just want to use it right when they get it. They're like waiting towards the end of the race or right after their opponents go past item boxes so that it zaps their items right after they get them or something. So, we'll call it out if they're doing what's called spamming, right? Which means they're just using the items the second that they get them. Some players might do that, especially if they're nervous or if they're behind. But usually those are your tools and you want to hold your tools and use them at the right time.
Yeah, I think I'm a nervous spammer when I get in the back.
Yeah?
Okay, just use everything and I try to get ahead, but that's not the way you want to go.
It happens to the best of us, and like sometimes it's the right call, right? There's some races where you need it. Oh, I see Esterville hovering on 100cc. I hope they change that to 150. So, I'm gonna tap out here for just a second and see why we haven't started going yet, because both teams look like they're in there and ready. So let me just go see what's going on here, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. They were just waiting on the thumbs up for me. Whoops. That's okay. They're doing the thing. They're doing the thing of listening because like we were worried that like teams would just get ready and they would just go and then we would just be like hanging out in the room or like not paying attention to the stream. But no, it looks like we are gonna get things underway here. So they are going to make sure that they are on the right teams here, and then what happened is they had like a cup picking process or like a set cups that they have. I think even in playoffs they might have set cups. And so it works a little bit differently than what we're used to, Test, where we do like a banning phase. But it looks like we're gonna see Fruit Cup first. We're gonna start on Amsterdam. How do you feel about Amsterdam Drift?
Amsterdam, I think it's pretty good. I did a over the summer I was time trialing that. I really like it because of the tulips mostly because
The
it's
tulips.
really pretty scenery, but also as a course I think it's solid.
Yeah, the tour tracks are really hit or miss, but I think they've grown on us over time. And Amsterdam, yeah, Amsterdam's not bad.
Yeah, but it can get kind of tricky because there's sometimes when you like the paths cross, so somebody's going forward and you're way ahead of them, you can kind of cross with that.
Yeah, it kind of loops in on itself, kind of like Peach
Yeah.
Gardens does. You bet. All right, looks like right out of the gate, 3 out of the 4 players have item boxes. So Westwood only picked up 1 there. But it looks like the Esterville players that we can see have 2 green shells and a banana kind of here in these middle spots. Right player taking a hit there, but they do have double prot way in the back like that. I don't know that I'd want to keep my banana and my red shell, so we'll see if they get rid of those here.
Yeah.
Also keep in mind when we're streaming, we have both teams represented, but there's 4 players on each team, and we only get to see 2. So we'll try to let you guys know. But you can get a relative idea. We can see Esterville in 2nd and 5th, and we can see Westwood in 3rd and now 3rd and 5th. Ooh, and
Yeah,
it looks like Esterville got some red shells there.
Triple reds, and I think they used them to their...
I think so. And now they have a piranha plant there. Ooh, Esterville taking a lead here. They have a Yoshi in 1st place with a banana. They're not trailing it. They're not holding it behind them, which means that they are trying to, like, I guess not get it shocked out of them. Or no, that wouldn't matter. Maybe a blue shell? I don't know what they're doing there.
Yeah, I always like to trail. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, I guess it also depends on how close they are, right? Because, like, if you have a little bit of breathing room, which we don't have a mini-map, we can't see. Actually, I guess Westwood's got their mini-map up. So you guys can see how far ahead. Oh, there's the shock we were talking about.
I'm not sure who used it, though.
It was Westwood because it was the Esterville team that got shrunk.
All right. Triple reds again.
Triple reds again in
Westwood.
5th on our little Inkling player there. Ooh, almost getting hit by a star there from a teammate, but they narrowly dodge it. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. It does look like, oh, the shock allowed Westwood to take first, but then they took it and then they backed them.
Oh my goodness.
That was a double green shell snipe from Esther. That was a green shell forward and then a green shell back once they took it. So Esterville's going to take 1st and 8th on the screen, as well as 2nd and 7th. They completely bookended the match. Now I think, yeah, that means Esterville they're +3. They're up 3 points after race 1.
Very close.
Yeah.
And that went fast.
Yeah.
Is
Also,
Amsterdam short?
I guess so. Also, I think trying to commentate 4 people at once is there's a lot going on even for us.
Yeah, I didn't know where to look.
Yeah.
But
why don't we try something? You guys are here with us at the beginning of the day, so you're kind of seeing how we work out this model here. So in this race, why don't we focus our commentary on Westwood unless something big happens,
okay.
And then next race we'll talk about what ELC is doing, what Esterville is doing, and let's see how that works. If it doesn't work, we can throw it out the window. But it looks like we're going to Riverside Park next. Riverside Park is called a bagging track. What does a bagging track mean?
Bagging track is where it's actually more advantageous to be in the back because you get better items and it's really easy to catch up because there's a lot of shortcuts.
You nailed it. That's a really good explanation of bagging here. All right. So, again, Esterville going in with a slight 3-point lead, but that's nothing. You can recover that in one good race for sure and even zoom ahead. So, looks like Westwood is going to be starting here in the middle of the pack here. Again, we can see their Peachette and their Inkling Boy player.
See if any of them intentionally bag. Doesn't look like
on the other screen I see a little bit of bagging, but it looks like one of Westwood, the Inkling, did not get an item box, but they are going to pick up doubles here. Getting 2 mushrooms. Mushrooms on this track are incredibly good.
Yeah, see right here, there's a huge shortcut already in 1st because of that.
Yep, and they're going to get another double item box here. So now they've got a protection item in 1st place. They've got a banana. They're also choosing not to trail it. I wonder if that's no, that was an enemy right behind them.
I'm not sure. But it might not actually be that good to be 1st here.
Correct. They got that early lead, right? But with those mushrooms, when we just saw Esterville actually use one to get ahead, then they got red shelled. But now our Inkling is in 1st place with 2 bananas in tow.
Double protection is good, but only the 2nd lap, so...
Yeah, and then they got booed, so they lost 1, but their teammate is in 1st. And then on the left here, Westwood also has triple red shells here. Oh, they threw that one a little bit early, and it went around Esterville. And then he starred, and so I don't know that they got any value out of that. Unfortunately, that's the spamming we were talking about.
Yeah.
That's okay, though, because Peachette has a mushroom going into the start of lap 3. They don't take a shortcut with it, though. Interesting. So now our players on the Westwood roster are sitting in the back of the pack at 7 and 8, but this is a track where they can recover those. If I was Inkling, I'd be getting rid of that Fire Flower, right? It's not going to do them any good way back there.
Definitely holding that a bit long. Are in 8th.
That's going to help them recover a little bit of ground. They're going to hit a double item box there. This is kind of their last push at the end of the lap. They have quad mushrooms. Oh, but they got hit by, what was that?
I don't know.
I have no idea. Maybe a banana? I don't know what that was. So it looks like we see on bottom right, Westwood's going to finish 6-8. Meanwhile, in top left, we have 7-3. Esterville overall took first in that race. Let's see where the score shakes out at the end of race 2. I feel like that was a win for Esterville. Yeah.
All right, 10 points.
Yeah, 10-point lead is still recoverable in one race.
Definitely.
So if Westwood comes out and has a really strong race 3, then they can easily wipe the board and do that clean. Honestly, I had an easier time doing commentary for one team at a time. Do you think that worked for you?
Yeah, that definitely was.
All right, so you guys watching at home, we're going to be doing a commentary for the Esterville team this time. But of course, you can watch your Westwood team if that's who you're here for. DK Summit. Ooh. What should they watch for on this track? I don't know if we'll see it, but what should they be watching for?
There is a huge shortcut without any item to the right. Well, thanks.
Correct. There's like they call it the DK Summit double gap cut, which is a mouthful. But they basically jump over 2 gaps at once and cut out like, what, 5-6 seconds? It's huge if you nail them both.
Ginormous.
It's also one of the hardest shortcuts in the game. So it definitely takes some practice to do. And on lap 1, if there's a bunch of people clustered at the shortcut, they probably won't see him take it. But let's see if any of these teams take it. We'll be looking at Esterville, but if Westwood takes it, we'll call it out.
It looks like he's bagging a little bit.
Yeah, left Esterville is backing on DK Summit, which isn't, I mean, there are opportunities, but it's an interesting choice to bag on this one. Does get a star out of it right away, which is going to let him cut through the snow. Right screen there gets it with the red, sitting 5th. But they get a red of their own. Esterville sitting in the back of the pack. Here comes the cut, right?
Yep. Oh, looks like he didn't do it.
Ooh, he got one. He's going to fall in the pit. Oh, no, he got it. It was scuffed, but he got it. That's a huge time save, even if you don't get it perfect. White Yoshi does not make the second gap.
It's all right, though. I wonder if maybe they're bagging to get shock?
It could be. I wonder if that's almost like an insurance policy or a backup plan. Like, hey, we're going to try these shortcuts, but let's try to get the lightning bolt in case it doesn't work out. I didn't see if Westwood got either of the cuts, but they are sitting in the middle of the pack there, so it's possible that one of them did. Let's see here. Coming into the beginning of lap 2, both of our Esterville players have a single mushroom, although we see that cycled out for a red. And then the red gets booed. It's stolen, so now Westwood has a red shell. Ooh. Coming up on the shortcut again. That's a really interesting way to take it. And then he bounces out of bounds. Oh, no! Esterville lands on a banana trying to take the gap cut and somehow makes it anyway.
That's crazy.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, that was crazy. And he's got blue, so.
Pocket blue in 5th. All right, and he's doing a good job of holding it. This is what we talked about. They're not spamming. They're waiting. So Esterville is waiting for when they think they can get the most impact out of throwing the blue shell, which was right there. So they're going to hope that that's going to take out the top racer for Westwood. We can see that in the bottom right. They get hit there. They've dropped to 3rd now, and our Esterville players are closing the gap. Speaking of gaps, gap cut coming up one more time here. Watch the screen. Ooh, Black Yoshi choosing not to take it. White Yoshi, I think he's going to land it. Oh!
That was almost perfect. That was. I didn't see either of the Westwood players take it, though. So.
The question, though, is who got first place? Because even with the gap cuts, our White Yoshi landed in 2nd. I wonder if it was an Esterville player or if it was. It was. Esterville really cleaned up on that.
Very good race for Esterville.
Top
3, 4, 5.
Yeah, top 3, 5. So we're going to see a big point swing here, 72-45. So that's going to be a tough break for Westwood. I think it came down to a lot of those Esterville players were getting the gap cut.
Yeah, I think that definitely was a big factor. And I didn't see any Westwood, well, the 2 were watching. I didn't see them take it. And
no, again.
That definitely impacted negatively.
That's a big gut check of a track. We even talk about that at the college level. You know, I think we've spent a lot of time with it, and I think, but even our team, I think, we have some that are really consistent, some hit and miss. Like, I'm pretty hit and miss on it myself. I feel like you grinded it out for a while, right?
I did. I'm probably a little rusty on it now, but there was a time I was pretty much consistent on it, I think.
That's awesome. All right, now we're going into Yoshi's Island here. We're going to be switching our commentary over to Westwood again. So we're going to be focusing on that bottom right screen, but you look wherever you want to. These two players are going to be starting in kind of the middle of the pack, which they've kind of been holding the middle this entire set, which isn't a bad place to be. Those are consistent points for your team. Opening item boxes, it looks like the Peachette's going to snag a banana, and I think the Inkling already got and used a mushroom.
But not on a cut.
Not on the
I don't
shortcut.
think.
Yeah,
No.
unfortunately, they kind of spammed it the second they got it. I almost wonder if it was unintentional. You know, you can hit the item trigger button to get your items out early, and maybe they used the mushroom on accident here. Another shortcut opportunity that is not being taken on the bottom right there. You can cut through into the clouds. It looks like snow, but it's clouds.
Yeah, that definitely would have. But
Okay, let's see if anybody opens up the path. Hey, there it
and
is.
they did.
Yeah, so there's a cloud that floats in the sky there, and you have to hit it while you're driving, which is pretty tricky to do. And then it opens up this little bit of a shortcut that we see pretty much everybody on screen taking. Oh! Westwood getting backed by a random green. I don't know if that was friendly or not.
I don't. I'm not sure.
Peachette is going to take the shortcut we were talking about, so that's going to help them close the gap just a little bit. They've got 3 other mushrooms in the bank. There's going to be another shortcut up here that they can take, narrowly avoiding the crab, which I just learned is called the side stepper.
Oh. Not know that.
Yeah, thank you, Mario Kart World, for telling us what the crab's name is.
Now that you're in 5th.
That's not bad. That's not bad. They're going to use it right here. I think they're going to cycle for the item box here. They tried to take doubles and barely missed it. No, they got it.
Yeah.
They did get it.
Yeah.
Sometimes that
Triple
online lag.
reds. I have never seen so many triple reds in my life.
Yeah,
Honestly,
where's that
they
plus when
just-
we're playing?
Literally, they are getting so many triple reds. That's so good for them.
So Westwood's making a really good push here on race 4 to try and recover some of those lost points here. Going in the top of lap 3. No ability for the Peachette here to take any shortcuts here. The Inkling's way up in second. Gonna grab a double item box here. Ooh.
Bomb and red. That's pretty good.
Oh no! They
That's not
decided
pretty
to dip the bomb and fell off. That is unfortunate.
Still in 5th though. So in 3rd, Pichette took 3rd.
Yep, Peachette's in 3rd. We're gonna see one more set of items for the Inkling. What are they gonna pull? Ah, that blue shell's too late in the race. You know, yeah, you're always cycling for the best items, but sometimes that last item set on lap 3 you can't do much with. What was that you're pointing out, Tess? I missed it.
Oh, just they got 2nd, and that was exciting.
It is indeed exciting here. So it looks like after the end of Cup 1, Esterville's going to take a decisive lead with a total of 96 to 60 here. Now, this is best of 3, so this means that Esterville is up 1 cup. But we're going to go into Cup 2 here in just a second. That's Westwood's opportunity to strike back. You know, nothing comes into the next cup other than what the players bring with them. It's a fresh set of tracks. And, you know, if there's no big gut checks like the DK Summit, then, you know, we might be, you know, see a huge swing back here from Westwood. They're definitely a fantastic team. I think they just got caught off guard by the DK Summit shortcut.
Yeah. Definitely something to practice. So you were talking about the cups are different. How are they?
I believe so. In regular season, they did a cup schedule like we do for 1v1s.
Okay.
So there were 3 cups that they could pick in their matches. I think during the playoffs, there's a set of playoff cups they can choose between. I'm not 100% sure on that. They might be doing a pick ban process in person. But during all of regular season, they would have 3 cups that they could choose from. And that's how they kind of did things. I got some feedback. I was talking to a lot of these teams and coaches last night. Some of them actually really preferred like the random track pick from the old 2v2 format. How do you feel about that? Because you've played on that format before.
I like random. It was good. You all get to choose your own thing, and you know it kind of worked out, I guess. For some teams, you know, you'd get a lot of picks, and other team wouldn't get any picks. So that's a little unfortunate. So
Yeah.
maybe this is a little more fair, but
Or at
I
least
do like the random.
at least maybe more consistent. At least you know what the one thing that I like about this is like if you know what your week 2 cups are, then you can spend the week before practicing and getting ready for those. We do that a lot at MCC when we know what our next tracks are going to be. Because this game has what? How many tracks? Like 96?
a lot.
I think it's
for
96.
Sure.
It's like darn near 100 tracks in the game. And so, when it's random and any track can pop up, the only thing that's kind of like unfortunate about that, right, is like the random track picks. Like, I loved it when like somebody would just throw out like the baby park pick to be chaotic or something like that. And unfortunately, you don't get that unless they pick the cup that has baby park in it now. But we are going into Cup 2 straight away here. And let's see, do you have any just wild guesses of which cup, or is there a cup you want to see?
Oh, they just did fruit. Looks like they're going for flower.
Flower cup?
It wasn't in time to guess, but I probably wouldn't have guessed that.
I wouldn't have guessed that either. Is there any cup that, like, while we're casting today, that you're like, I want a team to play this cup?
Oh, hard. I really do actually. I like fruit cup.
Fruit Cup was a good one.
That was a good starting
like,
pick, I think.
Opening the state tournament with Fruit Cup, which has DK Summon in it, was a really exciting one to see. But it looks like we're going to Mario Circuit, one of many Mario Circuits. This is the Flower Cup Mario Circuit track. This isn't this whole, no, not the whole track, but a lot of this track is anti-grav. There's also a couple of really big off-road shortcut opportunities with the mushrooms here. So we'll be looking to see if the teams are taking those. We're going to focus our commentary on Esterville once again.
Going the coin route, so that's good. Coins are big for this.
What do coins do for you, Tess?
Coins give you a speed boost. If you get to 10, they give you a speed boost about, I think, 6%.
Yep, that is right.
So it can make a really big difference when it comes down to the wire.
You bet. If you're neck and neck with another person and you have 10 coins and they have 8, like you have just that little bit of advantage that can change the game. Speaking of shortcuts here, we're going to see them zoom by. Oh, they bonk a little bit. Are we going to see them take... Yep, there's going to be another shortcut right here.
A lot of grass on this one that can... Coming up.
Yeah, and this is one of the few games where, like, touching the grass is okay. Like, as long as you have something to go in the grass with, you don't just want to touch it. You got to have protection when you go into the grass. Mushrooms or stars or something. But sometimes these gamers do actually want to touch the grass. They don't want to bonk on the pole, unfortunately. Let's see here. Esterville here is second place, teammate in first. That's a really good formation for them. Oh, he got hit by the red, but teammate was able, or the blue, but teammate was able to take first. And now it looks like Esterville is in first place with the red shell and a coin? No, 2 reds. They're in first with 2 reds. Our overlay, we can't really see what's going on there.
Wow. 2 reds is crazy for first.
Yeah, we call that double protection, right? Which means that basically you can stop 2 things coming at you unless it's like a shock or a blue shell.
Mm-hmm.
And then their teammate we can see with double mushrooms. And then we also can see that Esterville's holding second place as well. It looks like second place just picked up doubles. Our Black Yoshi does get hit, drops to 4th.
But they've got 2 shrooms, so I think they're going to be... Oop.
And I think White Yoshi's got first place on lock. Coming at the end of lap 3 with double reds. Never had to use them. So Esterville's going to take first and second, 6th, and I don't know where their 4th player ended up. But that was a strong race for Esterville. 1, 2, 6, 8.
Right. Top 2 is very good. That gives you lots of points.
Yeah, because when you're... So you can see on the right there real quick, it was 10, 8, 3, 1, I think. But first place basically gives you an extra point for being the top person in your group.
Yeah, so even though they got 8th as well, it didn't really matter because they got top 2.
It's true. So I did you remember? I didn't catch it. I was too busy yapping. Did you see what the score was at the end of that first one?
22-18 maybe?
22-18? Okay, something around there. Okay.
Don't quote me.
So we're looking at about a +4 for Esterville. Again, that's a recoverable gap, especially going in Toad Harbor. Toad Harbor was one of these tracks that was like, Toad Harbor. But like, there's actually a couple cool things you can do, right? The beginning does not have double item boxes, but you can steal double items. How do you do that?
There's a ramp. There's 2 pathways, and you can go up on the ramp and then trick and then kind of move on to the other pathway.
Yeah.
It can get pretty tricky, especially because a lot of people might go left at the start, and you can just get knocked off pretty easily. But in the other laps, it gets a little easier because not everybody's not so clumped up, I think.
I didn't catch anybody on either team take it on lap 1, but again, like you said, it's really chaotic, so you don't always see it lap 1. Because you really don't want to like try to take it and then have somebody bump you into the water.
Yeah, it's definitely safer maybe just to pick one.
You bet. It looks like Westwood is starting here on our screen in 6 and 8 now with the Peach Hat having 2 Mushrooms there. They do a little bit of a bonk, but they're still saving time by taking the inside line. They're getting 2 coins there. That was huge.
We see Inkling Girl taking the wall, which I don't think is the optimal way.
Not quite as fast. It is a little bit out of the way of chaos there. They do get 4 shrooms. They use 1 in the shortcut there, so getting up to 6th place now. Here we are at the beginning of lap 2. I don't think anybody's taken that double box option that we talked about. That's okay. A lot of mushrooms coming out. Not a lot of mushrooms coming out. You know something I haven't noticed a lot of yet? Ooh, they got what's called 90. They hit a weird piece of geometry and got set in a weird direction.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any bullet bills yet this morning.
Oh, I haven't. That's
I mean, I'm sure there's been 1 or 2 that we didn't see on screen, but usually bullet bills are pretty common. Ooh, Inkling picking up 2 coins behind the tram. Those behind the tram coins are kind of scary because if you goof it up, you're gonna bonk right into the back of the tram.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I don't know.
But look at that. Both of the Westwood players are sitting at 10 coins, getting that boost we were talking about. That is awesome. And they're sitting in 2nd and 3rd place right now. I think Esterville is sitting in 1st. But if Esterville sits in 1st, but Westwood takes the rest of the top spots, that is still a huge point swing for Westwood. So there is a strategy in teams where if the first person is just running away with the race, you go, all right, you go have fun time trialing. We're going to take all the other top spots from you, and our team's still going to come out ahead. There's the bullet bill I was talking about.
There it is.
Commentator's curse right there. It unfortunately did hit our P-Chat player from Westwood. Then they immediately use a star to kind of recover those spots here as we go into the final turns of lap 3. Inkling in 2nd place with a double item box. They get quad reds!
Oh my goodness.
If they time these, they could steal first. I think first past the finish line.
I don't think that's quite enough.
Oh!
And they got passed again.
Oh, they did. They got 3rd. Esterville sniped 1st and 2nd right at the end there. Westwood takes 3, 5, 6, 8. It is going to be another positive race for Esterville. Man, those 2 on the Westwood team were racing really, really well, and they just got it picked right at the end. I didn't see what happened. Was it a mushroom cut right at the end that they took?
They took the mushroom cuts. Not really much you could do about that.
Yeah, one of the things we talk about is like racing for lap 3 or racing for the end, which is basically like, hey, I'm gonna just kind of like chill or hang out in the middle or kind of up near the front, and then I'm gonna try to get items that give me a plan so I can just zoom right at the end. And that black Yoshi player from Esterville did a really good job of doing that. They had a mushroom, they were hanging in there, and they said, I'm gonna do this right at the end and see if I can get 2nd instead of 3rd.
That definitely worked out for them.
Twisted Mansion. We have a couple of shortcut opportunities, some cool things here. Let's see, we have the bookshelf at the beginning.
Bookshelf, very fun.
Very, very fun.
Shortcut.
We have the like the grass and the statues at the end. That's a big shortcut if they can take it.
Very big, but there's a lot of obstacles, so
yeah.
Kind of have to what's the saying? Trim the needle. Something.
Like go through the eye of the needle or whatever. Is that you're talking about? Yeah.
Whatever it is. I keep trying to say that.
I'm gonna take it that you don't sew then.
Not very well, no.
It's okay, I don't either. All right, let's see. Looking at the Esterville team, they are sitting in 7-8 right now. Did they do a little bit of bagging at the start? Because they were 1-2. I'm assuming they did a little bit of bagging there.
They must have there.
Because look at that. They're sitting at quad shrooms and then triple shrooms and a... No, they're both sitting at quad shrooms. There's the shortcut we were talking about. Threading the needle. That's what it was. Threading the needle. That's exactly what you were talking about. They avoided the tree. They avoided the road obstacle. Got them up to 5th place. Oh, and then they get bombed. 2 Esterville players getting hit by a bomb. Taking the bookshelf.
Very exciting. I love the bookshelf cut. It's very tight. I like taking it.
Plus it just like zooming through the books.
Yeah, it's fun. Overall, though, I never really liked it. Between you and me.
You don't really like what?
Listening to this course.
Oh.
I like the cut, but I don't know. I like it now, maybe, but
maybe now.
I didn't used to always like it. Maybe I just don't like scary things.
That's fair. That's fair. So are you like the Luigi of our team then, in terms of like you don't like spooky stuff?
Yeah, kind of.
All right.
I'm a scaredy cat for sure. Anyway.
All right. Esterville sitting in 3 and 7. We're going to see the bookshelf shortcut from White Yoshi and Black Yoshi here. Gotta watch out. Don't want to hit your teammate there. We saw 3 Esterville players taking the bookshelf shortcut, and they actually bonked off of each other, which is a speed boost for both players. And then Black Yoshi getting bonked by a green snipe from Westwood. That's huge. That puts Black Yoshi down into 7th place. White Yoshi still maintaining 1st with a banana. Oh, and then it gets stolen by the Boo. They only have a coin. They're empty. Are they going to get sniped right here at the end? I don't know if it's going to happen. It looks like they got first on lock.
Yep.
But that's scary.
Ooh,
You do not want to be ahead with nothing. There it is. That was a beautiful end of lap shortcut there from the Black Yoshi on right screen. Esterville taking 1, 2, 4, and 5.
That's a very good race for Esterville. They are very ahead.
74-43. So, here's what that means mathematically. Mathematically, this means that Esterville is going to take Cup 2. There are only so many points available in a given race. And once that gap gets wide enough, it can be impossible for you to recover. So we are going to play out the last race. It's part of sportsmanship. It's part of the deal. You do all of the races. Somebody accidentally picked Twisted Mansion again. Oh no, and it got picked. So what we're probably going to see is a little bit of a hiccup in the race where they reset the lobby and pick Shy Guy Falls. So we'll see. They're probably going to quit out here. And then they'll go and do the last race here. So let's see what they do. We can't hear the teams talking. It looks like, yeah, they're going to quit out. So they're going to remake the lobby real quick. We just get to hang out here and watch them do it. And then they'll go into that Shy Guy Falls race. Again, yes, the match, technically we know who the winner of it is going to be, but it's still standard procedure to play it out anyway. The other thing that we should note is, even though Esterville is going to win this first match, that does not mean that Westwood is packing up and going home. This is a double elimination tournament, which means that Westwood will go down into the consolation bracket, Esterville will stay up here in the upper bracket, and so you guys will get to see your Westwood team in the next set of rounds here as well, where they can go and duke it all the way out for third place. So very, very exciting stuff. And a really good opening match for us to cast. Like these teams have been exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's been really fun.
And again, I'm really glad we got to spectate or cast 2 teams that actually were hanging out on our campus last night.
Oh yeah, that's really cool.
And I think these were 2 of the teams that were actually playing Mario Kart. Actually, no, I backed that up. No, they were playing like Overwatch and Rivals and other random stuff. They're like, I'm going to get a lot of Mario Kart in tomorrow and some Smash Brothers. Oh yeah, a lot of the Esterville players were playing Smash last night.
I think Max was helping them out a lot.
Coach Max is in the other pod with Max and Amber. I'm casting some of the Class 2, the big schools. We get the small schools. Mm-hmm. I like watching the small schools. You came from a small school.
I did come from a.
And your small school is here today, aren't they?
They are here today. And I'm not cheering for
them. No, we are objective. We are casters. We are professionals. We are doing our job. So if we get a Ridgeview game later, I promise you Tess will not be biased.
I will not.
But we are going to go ahead and watch this last race for this match between Esterville and Westwood here. The scores, the cup scores at the end, this is important to note, they got reset. Ooh, so it's going to go 0-0 and it's going to add up. So at the end here, let's say that Westwood has a really good race here and it looks like score-wise they're ahead. Mm-hmm. That score they end with gets added to the existing score. I'm not going to do that mental math. But even if Westwood pops off here, they unfortunately cannot win. But let's just hope that they have a good race anyway here. Shy Guy Falls has a lot of interesting tech. A really difficult end-of-lap shortcut here that you can actually take without a mushroom. We see the P-Jet for Westwood. Taking it with a mushroom and falling off.
Yeah, it gets really tight there. It's kind of a hard one to take, and you don't really know it until you do it. So,
yeah, and it's also one where, like, when you take the little ramp, like, I feel like a lot of times I have to brake, otherwise I smack into the wall right after the shortcut.
Yeah, I think it's just you want to trick and maybe you're not supposed to, and it's kind of tough.
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 spots in Mario Kart. Bone Dry Dunes is another one where there's like a ramp and it's like I want to trick off this, but it's easier if you don't.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of them. And you don't really know it. Like I don't think it's that common. So.
Yeah, there's only like 2 or 3 spots in the whole game. Now, if you play on 200cc, which is gross, then there's a lot of spots where you have to do that. But on 150cc, it is not that way. It looks like here we had a little bit of a bonk from our Inkling player here on the Westwood team. A blue shell coming out. I think that blue shell is targeting Esterville right now. If you look at the mini-map there on the screen, you will see when it pops off here. That Birdo up in the front. Oh, somebody must have popped the blue shell because it's not on the mini-map.
Oh yeah, maybe they got it with a horn.
Yeah, absolutely. So you guys can actually track some of those power items like the blue shell on the mini-map when it gets thrown out there. Going into lap 3 here, we see Westwood sitting in 6-8. We see Esterville sitting in 2-7. Got Star from Inkling here. Ooh,
See what they can do with it. Oh.
Esterville taking that end of lap shortcut.
Did they have a
Inkling.
shroom to do that, or did they just do it?
They might have nisked it. I wasn't
Oh
watching
my
them.
gosh.
Yeah, that's an incredibly difficult nisk to do, so that's impressive. So it looks like the end of this race, Esterville took 1-2-3-7, so they're going to just further widen that gap. Again, you're going to take the score you're about to see, 26-13, add it to whatever the existing score was. Esterville has definitely secured this match victory for themselves here. And so that means, again, they'll be staying up here in the upper bracket. Westwood is going to take a journey down to the consolation bracket where they will keep playing today and duke it out for a possible third place finish here. So, this also is one of, I should note this, not only did we see these teams last night, these are two of the teams that have had the best record in their division this season. And so having these two teams go against each other is a really intense match to start with. Seeding wise, Westwood was a little bit lower, but in terms of record, like this entire division has been just punching each other left, right, and center all season here.
Definitely. I think the Esterville said last night that they went undefeated this season, so I think they're one of the teams to watch out for, maybe.
Definitely. Speaking of teams to watch out for here, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket here for just a second. Let me go ahead and pull this up so I can see it with my old man eyes here, because that is way too small. So what you're seeing on the screen here, none of these brackets have been updated on League OS. These are all matches that are in progress. You can see the match we just did, which was Esterville Lincoln versus Westwood, still shows as a 0-0. That's because the teams will now go update that on League OS. But we just wanted to show you the Class 1 teams that are here today. And so that middle column that says round 1 are all of the matches that will be taking place. So we just finished Esterville and Westwood, and then we actually will stay on this pod, and in just a few moments, we're going to see West Fork and Sheldon come in. That'll be our next game that we do here in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, Pod 2 is currently casting Dyke New Hartford versus Ridgeview. There's your old school. And then they will do Woodward, Granger, and NFV. Uh-oh, who's NFV? Let me go take a look there. That acronym is not one that I am familiar with. NFV, North Fayette Valley, I think is who that is. If I just had to take a guess, North Fayette Valley is who that is going to be. I'm going to say that's who it is, and then when I'm wrong later in the day, I'll just have to have the egg on my face and say, oops. But yeah, so this is an incredibly strong group of racers here. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to flip over to an ad roll here. That way I can get the next stream set up behind the scenes for our West Fork and Sheldon teams, and we will be back with you guys in just a few minutes.
Yay.
YMCC? Competitive athletics. Affordable tuition. On-campus living. Online courses plus 2 campus locations. Unique programs. Career training. Small classes. Short-term hands-on training. Choose MCC.
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to go right into our next round 1 game. West Fork and Sheldon are ready to go, and that's the next teams that we are going to be seeing. I am one of your hosts. I am Coach Roadblock from MCC, and who's sitting in the chair next to me?
I am Tespaxa, also Boba 11.
That is correct. All right, so let's see what they are going to do here. Looks like they're saying some thank yous in the chat here. That's fun. You know, one of the things about Nintendo, right, is they are very protective about what you can say and do in chat because they want to be family friendly. And so, like Mario Kart and Smash, players will do the things like spamming these canned messages all the time. You know, but I think even in a game like Mario Kart, some of those messages can be a little bit toxic sometimes. Like, I don't see it here, right? Like, thank you is a good one, but I think one of them is good night.
Good night. Yeah.
And so, like, that's one that you can drop in games to be like, I'm about to put you to sleep, like, I'm done. So I don't think we'll see that today, but, you know, we've got West Fork and Sheldon in the lobby. I believe the West Fork me's are like the Diddy Kong and the Iron Man and the ones that are in red, which makes sense because their team colors are red. And then they have like the bald me in the middle, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's Coach.
Oh.
And I know that pain because you guys have made Coach Nate me's before, and I just got to say they're not flattering. I don't know who to blame for those, but
Definitely not me.
you would never
touch
do that. So anyway, yeah, these guys are gonna get started. This is round 1 of Class 1. And so West Fork and Sheldon are both sitting in the upper bracket, right? Because this is their first matches of the day here. Both of these schools have a pretty strong history with Mario Kart. I believe, and I'm a little bit rusty here, I'm pretty sure West Fork has won in the past year. Let me take a look, because it's been a couple of years, but I'm pretty sure that your West Fork team is a Mario Kart Iahsea champion. I'm going to click the history page on the Iahsea website, and I'm going to scroll back and see if I can see it. Oh no.
Can they see this?
They can see this, but nothing's loading. There we go. They were state runner-up in 2020, 2021. That's what I must have been thinking of. So they didn't win the chip, but they've taken home the hardware before. They've got second in the state before, and they are always one of those teams that is a contender for the title. They always show up here at state. So it's really good to see West Fork making the journey down here once again, or up here, or I'm not exactly sure geographically in the state where West Fork's at, but I know they had to drive quite a ways to get here today.
I think a lot of them did.
Yeah, actually, you're right, Tess. Like a ton of these smaller schools in these divisions, they're not really close by.
Yeah, extra hours away.
West Fork's a haul. I think Sheldon might be a little bit closer, but it's still pretty far away.
Yeah.
You know, we just did you said Esterville and Westwood, and then Ridgeview. Ridgeview's a long way away, 2.5 hours away. So a lot of schools that had either really early mornings, or some of them, I guess, had later nights. But like we said, we had an event at MCC last night, and 4 of the team showed up, and that's because they got hotels last night and stayed in town. So.
Yeah, I definitely would have wanted a hotel and not set up.
Yeah, I think the Westwood coach was saying that if they had left today to be here, they would have had to leave by no later than 4 o'clock in the morning. That's, yeah. And you know, I don't know. I mean, college students have trouble getting up by 11 a.m., but like asking high schoolers to get up and ready by 4, that's a squeeze.
Yeah.
I recognize some of those names. Are they running an MC? Oh wait, those are other names they can see or they're friends with. I wonder if they're running an MCC Switch. Because that was like some people we've played against. Anyway.
Maybe.
Yeah, so it looks like they're getting the lobby ready to go here. They were in there together, right? And then they left? I wonder if there was a connection error. Oh, there was a me naming error or something. Wait a minute. I just saw a West Fork me in the bottom right. We're going to keep a close eye on this and see if the team names are actually incorrect. But either way, we'll let you guys know. If I need to update it on stream, I will. I was confident that West Fork was our top left. Oh, you know what? I think they were. They joined the West Fork lobby. That's what I was looking at. They clicked their friend and joined West Fork. That's what it was. Crisis averted. Yeah, because the West Fork team rocks red and the Sheldon team rocks orange. And you can see them down there in the room in their red and their orange, respectively, in that front row. All right, now, this is the same. We're probably going to figure out very quickly if they're on a cup schedule right now. Because if we see flower or fruit cup pop out again, then that means they are, in fact, on a cup schedule right now. So we will see.
I feel like it would be harder to have a cup schedule for cups rather than like you have to choose the whole cup instead of just one map from the cup.
Ooh, we're gonna see. So we didn't get our answer because we saw Shell Cup first. So Shell Cup would have been possibly the third cup, or if they pick something different after this, then we know they're doing a pick ban phase. But it looks like we're going to Shell Cup, and we're gonna get Moo Moo Meadows first. I hate this track.
I also am not a fan, actually.
The cows, I'm gonna, as the kids say, the cows are my biggest op. Like, I just cannot stand the cows.
Yeah.
Even when I'm ready for them, I always feel like I get hit by them. When we went to the UNI tournament, I got hit by a random cow. Like, I just don't. When I was a high school coach, I always told the students, every time you clobber a cow, I'll give you a nice clean high five. And I hate the cows.
Yeah, they really just
All right, we're going to focus our opening commentary on West Fork here. We're going to keep trading our commentary each race. So top left, West Fork here. They're currently hanging out in 4th and 5th place. 4th place gets a horn, which is going to be really impactful. Although they popped it, did they hit a teammate or was that an opponent?
It must have been an opponent.
It had to have been.
It was very intentional looking.
So we kind of talked about that last night when people were on campus talking about, like, when's the right time to use the horn? Because, yeah, I can use it and bump you off the road. But, well, I guess you got another one, so it doesn't really matter.
Wow.
But sometimes you want to save those for, like, the incoming blue shell or protection when you're in first place. But West Fork here on our screen holding the middle of the pack. Luigi picks up 3 coins and cycles for a double item box, but only gets 1.
Now they're empty and that's not the best.
You never want to have no items or be empty in Mario Kart.
Yeah, very, very dangerous.
West Fork in the left side has that super horn again. They're going to hold on to it, so they decided not to cycle it at the item box.
Really not much you can do with it.
Ooh, they got hit by something we couldn't see. That was called a lag trail. And then they spammed, but they got a cow! Let's go!
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anybody with a cow, so...
Luigi on the right side does have 10 coins. That's great. The light blue Yoshi is sitting at 9. They need 1 more. They popped a star there. Ooh, they're going to try and cruise up here. Ooh, not quite. So we see them finish 3-7. We see Sheldon finish 2-8.
Wow, that's
pretty even race, all things considered. I think West Fork's going to have a slight bump. Actually, 7 points. Ooh. I mean, 7 points isn't a huge gap, but more than my mental math could handle.
Yeah, definitely still close, but next map is Mario Circuit. Mario Circuit is another one of the bagger tracks where I think anyway, it's better to start in the back. There's a lot of places to catch up. And at the end there's like there's a NISC. You don't need to have any item at all to like hop over the tires. But that can get pretty tough when there's a bunch of tires anyway.
I really like this track though, especially after we time trialed it at MCC. Some of these shortcuts are a lot of fun to do. This is also a really big bagging track like you were mentioning, but I didn't see anybody bag.
No, I don't, but...
the nice thing is both teams have the minimap on, so you guys can follow where they're at. We're going to keep our commentary on Sheldon this time. Looks like they're sitting in 3 and 5. 5 is empty. 3 has a single banana. I'm going to be getting rid of that thing soon. One of the things I like, though, is he wasn't trailing. Oh, and then he hit the box. I hope that was an opponent they hit. But, you know, in the clusters like that, you don't really want to trail or hold items behind you because then you can really easily hit your teammates. Let's see if they take the shortcut here. They tried. They're going to take this shortcut instead. That one's a good one as well. They're going to get hit by the red. Probably going to use the shroom to recover that lost speed. A lot of reds. A lot of spam going on right now. We see Sheldon sitting in 4 and 7 here. 5th place hitting a banana there right at box, but they do get a fire flower and triple greens. They're going to spam those. They do hit West Fork with the fire flower. Then it looks like Sheldon gets hit. They do take the shortcut in bottom right, going into lap 3.
I haven't seen it. Oh, they took the cut. That's good. I was about to say that I haven't seen of that, but not very many coins happening. Yeah.
Taking another shortcut there. They have a boo. What are they going to steal with the boo? They're probably going to hit it right before item box. Good. triple mushrooms. That's going to help them take one shortcut here and another one, getting all the way up to 5th place. They're going to back their greens, trying to hit West Fork. They do hit West Fork, but they also hit their teammates. Oh, backing at the finish line is kind of like a... We talk about whether it's the right or wrong thing to do. Contextually, it can be the right thing to do. But, like, whomping your teammate there is not really what you wanted. So, we're going to see the gap go 46-32 in favor of West Fork right now. Yeah, if you rear viewed, which he did, he looked back for a second, then you kind of know if you're going to hit an opponent or a teammate. And to be fair, he did smack West Fork with one of those green shells, but then the second or third one zoomed right past him and hit a teammate. So, you know, it arguably would have been better to just not throw them and just cross the finish line.
Yeah, I think it definitely would have been safer, but yeah, I guess it's kind of weigh those two things, I guess.
Yeah, right. And you know, being here at the state tournament, you know, you talked about how sometimes you feel like you're a nervous spammer. You know, there's just tendencies when we're trying to play. There's a lot of things going on at once. We're trying to recover spots, and we're trying to take shortcuts, and we're trying to avoid teammates, and we're trying to figure out when to use items. And sometimes you just kind of do that sort of stuff, and it's totally fine, totally recoverable. Now, we're on Cheap Beach. We're going to be talking about West Fork here once again in race 3.
Strong start, 2-3.
And they have mushrooms. There's a couple opportunities to use that off-road here in the water. Oh, they're going to... right side's going to use it early and get a single box. Hopefully they don't get a coin here, but that's probably what they're looking at. Yep. Left side does take the shortcut here. Now they're in first place with another mushroom. The Luigi gets hit, dropping all the way to 7th place.
Mushroom might have been a good thing for first place to hold, but oh, they got a horn.
They have a horn,
that
yep.
really works out for that.
Horn's one of the best, if not the best, items you can get in first because it can stop the dreaded blue shell.
Yeah, and if it comes down to it, it can stop the red shell.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you want to keep it for the blue, but sometimes you have to use them for the reds like that. Oh!
Ooh, that was close too.
Yeah, they almost hit it a little bit too early, and thankfully there was only one red shell. You know, if there's 3 there, that can be kind of tricky. Looks like we see West Fork in 1-7 on our screen right now. The Luigi, unfortunately, falling off into the deep ocean there, does have a mushroom. They're going to spam that to get back up to speed. First place gets a double.
Green, ooh, quad shrooms in 6.
They're going to be able to do a lot with that. Speaking of that, there's one shortcut. They got a couple more coming up. Tess, first place has... Oh, never mind. I was going to say they kept the coin and then they cycled it at box. So we'll talk about that later if it happens. Now they've got their green. They are trailing it. They have a small lead, but they have a lot of Sheldon players. If you look at the mini-map, they have first, but they don't have second, third, or fourth.
That's what we were talking about is, even though they have first, they get all of the other spots. It might not be as good like
you bet. Although Luigi gets all the way up to 3rd place now, going for the double. There's a bomb coming in. They've narrowly avoided. They have triple greens and a piranha plant. They're not going to be able to zoom ahead here. They're probably just going to hold these, or they're going to try to... Oh, they got boomerangs. Taking 4th and recover it a little bit.
4th is still...
Did the boomerang strip them of all their greens too? Did it blow them all up?
I think it got 2 of them, maybe.
Dang.
They only had 1.
That was a better race for Sheldon because they took... Didn't they take first?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so there we go.
64-63.
Yep.
A little more even.
You bet. Yeah, Sheldon recovering a lot of points on Cheap. That was good. That was good for the Sheldon team. All right, let's see. Track 3 in Shell Cup is going to be... Or, sorry, track 4. Oh, no! Oh, no! Are we both in agreement that this is, like, objectively one of, like, the worst tracks, if not the worst in the game?
Yeah, I have never, ever in my whole entire life heard anybody say like this course.
I liked this track when I was a kid and it first appeared in Mario Kart 64. I will say that, right? Mario Kart 8 Deluxe... Ugh. And there's some reasons for that, right? One, no shortcuts, basically at all. A lot of cars that can just get in your way or eat your items. So even if you have a red shell, if you throw it, there's a pretty good chance a car's gonna block it and eat it. There are a lot of coin routes. We'll see if anybody goes left right out of the gate for coins. No, not that we saw. Okay. We see Sheldon here taking the tight inside turn here, going around the bus. Neither one of them hits it. That draft was scary, though.
Yeah, this is one of those. This is where it is kind of scary to get a boost and take it.
Yeah, because the speed boost is nice, right? But then, like, if it's kind of changes your momentum or your traction a little bit, and you can easily hit cars and things like that. Sheldon going to be grabbing double item boxes here, and holding a green in first place, taking a very nice tight line there.
And this is one of those courses where once you get in first, it's kind of hard.
It is, and there's a lot of item box opportunities here, so as long as they keep cycling their items, they do get the lucky banana in first. They didn't have anything. They could have gotten a coin, but they do get a banana, so that's good.
There are 10 coins, so they are
yeah, and if you look at the mini-map, look at the lead that Peach player has. They're probably, what, 2-3 seconds ahead of the next racer, which is also a Sheldon teammate. So they are in a very good spot here. We see the other player in 7th place right now, empty. They're about to pick up 2 items. They get a boo. What are they going to steal? Why couldn't they go through the... Can't the boo go through the cars?
I guess not.
I could have sworn the boo could go through the cars, and they clearly bombed. First place did get a super horn. 5th place has triple reds. They're timing those out. They are going to hit Westwood. Yeah, they did hit them. Look at the lead that Peach has going into lap 3. This is crazy. 10 coins, super horn, basically a quarter of the track behind the next person in the race.
Yeah, I really don't want to jinx it, but they let me get.
I do think a blue shell's coming, though. Okay, but you know what? They're not sweating it, right? As long as the boo doesn't steal it right here, then...
Yep.
Boom!
Yep.
First place for Sheldon right there.
And second horn right at the end.
That's crazy here.
That was crazy. That was very clean.
We see Sheldon in 5 and 4 here. West Fork in 3 and 2. Oh, and they get hit right at the end, taking 6. Is this enough for Sheldon to recover some points? I think it is. That's going to be a win for Sheldon.
3, 4, 6. That's very close, actually, I think.
63-54 is going to turn into 78. Oh, it's tied! Oh my God. It's going to all depend on race 4. That's awesome.
No, that was race 4.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my God.
Oh no, we have to talk about what happens if they tie. I got to bring up the rule book.
That's so exciting. I don't know what.
Uh-oh. It's been a hot minute since this has happened. Let me see what happens in the event of a tie.
Wow, this is crazy.
Let's see. I'm quickly scrambling through the rule books. I'm throwing my papers everywhere. What does this mean? First round of the day, we end with a 78-78. Where is it? Map selection. Each game is made up of 4 rounds. Match restrictions. No. Let's see. There should be a section here about ties. Ties that occur during regular season. We just have a tiebreaker. No, that's not what I wanted.
Wow. Gonna have to make up rules.
If Team 1 and Team 2 tie in the first cup, then Team 1 and Team 2 should continue to the second cup. If Team 1 wins both the Bell Cup and the okay, so basically what happens is this is kind of like 1-1. So they don't go into a different cup. If the next 2 cups have a clear winner, let's say that West Fork wins the next 2 cups in a row, they'll just win.
Okay.
But if they go 1-1, so like if West Fork wins 1 and Sheldon wins 1, then that'll be a tied set of 2-2, which means that we'll go into a tiebreaker cup of some kind. And it looks like what the decision is that their tiebreaker is that they go back to the one they tied on and they repeat it. So if they tie at the end of this, we'll see Shell Cup again.
Okay.
So that's how they do it. Oh, they're already. Oh my gosh, they're already in it. They do know what they're doing. We didn't know what we're doing. They know what they're doing. So we're in the middle of Cup 2 now. We're on Cloud Top Cruise. That means we're in what? No. That's okay. We'll see it in a second. We won't make ourselves look like idiots. It's not like we just play this game all the time at the college level. But we coming up the end of lap 1. Oh no! Sheldon gets bumped off at the end here. We see West Fork holding 2 and 6. We're focusing on West Fork this time because we just finished with Sheldon's race on Toad Turnpike where they caught it up. You know, we talked about how much we hated that track.
Yeah.
I think Sheldon's probably liking that track right now.
Yeah, I think so.
West Fork in 2 with a red. I didn't catch who's in first just yet. It might be a teammate. It looks like it is a teammate. No, sorry, no.
Looks like it's
It is Sheldon. Sheldon's got first place. So we see West Fork throw the red shell out. Now they have a green and another red. We see Sheldon off in the distance taking the leaf cut. West Fork taking it as well. We see their 8th place player with a crazy 8. They just spam the heck out of it. That's a really good item to actually spam most of the time. Oh, they used a bullet to save them, but then they're stuck on the side of the track. Oh, no. The silly way that the bullet bill interacts, a lot of times I've tried to take shortcuts, or like when I look like I'm going to fall, I'll panic spam the bullet, and it does exactly that. Going into the tail end of lap 3, West Fork is currently in the lead. They finally pick up protection at last box. They're guaranteed at least one. They're going to hold the coins, that way a boo can't steal it, or can't steal their banana, and they're just going to cruise through to the finish. They may bookend this race. No, West Fork getting a star, taking 7th here. On the bottom right, we see Sheldon taking 3rd and 6th. Our Luigi friend here kind of spamming that golden horn, or the golden dash. Oh, they get shocked right at the end and blued.
Off.
Okay, all right. Let's talk for a second about what getting Mario Karted means, because that Luigi got Mario Karted all the way in back.
Yeah, they must be coming right now.
That's okay. They can check it out. And overall,
Oh,
West Fork wins
close.
that by 1 point. So even though they had like the most unfortunate race ever, their team's still ahead by 1. But they tried to save themselves with a bullet bill and it got stuck. Then they got shocked at the end, and then they were the only player who hadn't finished on the West Fork team, so the Sheldon Blue Shell targeted them.
And it blew them off the course.
And it blew them off the course.
And then they got passed. That
Okay.
is unfortunate.
We're going, oh, I think we're in Lightning Cup, aren't we? Because we're in Bone Dry now.
Lightning is TikTok, isn't it?
Oh, wait.
Lightning starts with TikTok.
You're right. You right. Like we said, there's 96 tracks in this game. All right. This is the other track we talked about in the first match, where there's actually a shortcut here where it's easier to take if you don't trick. You still can, but we'll point it out as the players take it. We're going to be looking at Sheldon this time.
Hey, they don't have shrooms. But neither of them took that one.
And the other one took the little ramp cut here. This is the shortcut, this ramp right here. They tricked off of it, and they made it, but see, they bonked on the wall there. That one's easier to take if you do not trick. Or if you do trick, you gotta break when you land.
I had so much trouble with breakers.
Yeah, it's just, it feels really counterintuitive because there's not a lot of spots in 150 where you need to use it. First place for Sheldon with 10 coins and a protection item. Ooh, there's just a cluster of people that got bob-ombed there. Ooh, narrowly dodging dry bones.
Well, right to the left of the orange Iahsea is a really big cut. That's why this is
Yeah, a little bit of a bagging track. They had that shortcut right at the end of the lap there that they could have taken had they had a mushroom there. We see Sheldon backing West Fork and hitting them, so that was a big backed green. Good job using the rear view. I'm seeing more high schoolers than ever use the rear view, which is awesome, because it used to be never.
Yeah, I never used mine. But it's super important.
Let's see what this boo's going to steal here when they get to the next item set. They're going to pop it. Triple reds right before shortcut, and they get a horn. That's big. All right, Sheldon's going to take shortcut here. They're going to have a mushroom for this shortcut or the ramp. They use it at box. That's an interesting choice. That works. That works. They're going to have a horn for their teammates here. And they got a second boo. Meanwhile, they have first place as well, holding the green. Everybody's bonking, man. They either got a not trick or break drift. All right, horn in 7's not what you want, so they're going to get rid of it. They didn't hit a teammate, so that's nice. They're going to boo. What are they going to steal this time? They steal triple. Oh, no, they have 6 mushrooms.
Oh my gosh.
They got triple shrooms, and they stole triple shrooms.
And like I said, that can be super helpful at the end here.
We're going to see a little bit of spam here, but they have 5, so why wouldn't they? So they're going to zoom up here a little bit. They're going to look to take this shortcut. Sheldon does secure first. This gets them all the way to 3rd.
Third, that last cut is huge.
Beautiful race there by Sheldon.
That was crazy. That was really good. That was
So
a good play.
that's going to be the first time in the entire set this morning that we've seen Sheldon take the lead, I think. By 2.
Okay. Interesting.
So very, very good race
Very
there.
close. These are very close.
Man, this is exciting. I do have to wonder if we're going to go back to Shell Cup here. So it looks like here... Oh, Special Cup. That's what it is. All right. And then we got Bowser's Castle next. And then we have Rainbow Road after that. One of like 4.
Looks like Luigi just switched his art.
Yeah, which they can do, right? You can switch cart builds in between races. The high school league has an interesting rule where you have to keep the character, but you can switch their cart. And I wonder if it's just to help teams identify, like, hey, that person was Luigi, and so, you know, if you change your character all the time, that would be confusing. But they're allowed to change their carts, and it looks like he changed to Mr. Scooty. I love Mr. Scooty.
Mr. Scooty's good because it's small.
Yeah, I used to be a Bitty Buggy like fan. I would ride or die Bitty Buggy, and then somebody was like, "Hey, like, Scooty's the exact same stats and half the size." I'm like, "Oh, okay, I guess." Smaller hitbox, right? So you can dodge items a little bit better here, or you're less likely to get spammed by like fire flower shots or things like that. So West Fork here sitting in 3rd and 6th. Ooh, we saw a ricocheted green shell hitting one of the West Fork players there. Green shells are the worst. I know that Nintendo has said that there's no magnets on those suckers. They don't target people, but I don't know. I don't know if I buy it.
They definitely always find a way.
They do. For every one green shell that, you know, does what you want it to do, you have 3 that just absolutely do not. Unless your name is Roby. Going into lap 2 here, we do see Luigi get hit by the laser here. West Fork spamming Fire Flower. I think they did tap the Sheldon player. They're going to hit by a red. Actually, they wiped out on a banana, I think, and so the red did not hit them. That was better for them because it was less of a wipeout than the red shell would have been. West Fork kind of struggling to maintain the momentum that they had in Game 1, sitting in 5 and 8 on the screen right now. Choosing to use all of the mushrooms and try to cycle for box here. They end up getting 1 instead of 2. They get a boo. They're going to steal. They need a mushroom here. They get a red shell. That's not bad. Luigi should be taking shortcut here with his mushrooms. Zooming up here, going to use that star saying, I don't want to get hit by lasers again. Ooh, meanwhile, left screen, Yoshi gets hit by some Fire Flower spam coming in, sitting in 4 and 5 at the top of lap 3. Another red shell, almost the exact same spot.
I'm not sure what kind of track this is.
I think this one is mostly a runner. You have that little cut at the end that you can bag with, but I think this one is mostly a running track. There's a bullet bill from West Fork here trying to recover some spots. They're still taking 8 and they fall off. Unfortunate. We see a blue shell come out. That's the third time we've seen a blue shell come out right at the end of a race this morning. So, unfortunately, it looks like West Fork... Oh, they do recover 1 spot. So West Fork's going to finish this one 6-8. Where did their teammates land?
2 and 5.
That's going to be another 1 race for Sheldon here. They should go up a little bit more positive even. So there was a gap of 2. Now it's a gap of 9, which is interesting because I think last race, going into race 4, it was the same score but reversed, and then we ended 78-78.
No,
What if they tie 2 in a row?
I have no idea.
Because they could.
If they...
I guess if they tie, then maybe it's whoever wins Cup 3. I don't know, we'll have to see. That would be absolutely insane.
Maybe they should just on together.
We're gonna consolidate and we ride to the end together.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works, but that would be cool. So we were talking about how many Rainbow Roads there are. How do you feel about this one specifically compared to the other ones?
This actually is my favorite one. This is kind of a throwback to me. This is the one I used to race all of the time in high school. I think my top rainbow.
Okay, I think this is probably my second favorite one. I almost crashed out for a second when you said this is a throwback track. So I'm like, this is the most recent Rainbow Road we've had, and it's your throwback track, and I felt like a really old man for a second, but that's okay. Because, you know, when you say throwback, I'm thinking N64 Rainbow Road, or maybe even Wii, I guess.
No, this is me.
That's impressive. Playing at the collegiate level when this is your first one. All right, here. See, I love that shortcut. It's very easy to do, but it's one of the most visually satisfying shortcuts in all of Mario Kart. It's one of, I feel like baby's first shortcut. A lot of players, when they're first starting to get competitive, they take that bumper, they zoom off the side, and they're like, I'm feeling really good about that here. And we saw Sheldon take that sitting in first here.
Yeah, that might be why I like it so much. That's like my first thing I ever did.
There you go.
1-4 is very good though. Embellishing.
Yeah, I mean, if Sheldon can maintain this lead, they're gonna win Cup 2 here, because we see 1 and 4 on screen. We see Peach with just a narrow lead. Their teammate is also in second place, checking the minimap, so it looks like they have 1, 2, 3 right now, which is very, very strong. The unfortunate thing is he has to be really careful, or Peach has to be careful about that. They chose, I think that was intentional, because what I was gonna say is if they dropped the bomb, they had a huge risk of hitting their teammates.
And
that was one of their teammates that hit by the blue shell.
But it was okay though. So now they're still at the top.
Oh, did they hit a teammate with the bomb? I don't think so. That was some scary stuff. We get another one.
Wow, bombs and pushes. 10 points, that's a good lead.
Yeah, this has been a chaotic Rainbow Road here. We see Sheldon sitting in first place on the left side with another bomb bomb here. They're going to back it at the item set. They do hit Westwood with the bomb bomb. That's huge. Gonna be taking that cool shortcut again, bumping off right here. Woo! There it is.
Another red. Nope.
They red shell dodged by taking the shortcut.
Oh,
This one is gonna hit. Oh, no, wait, no, those are friendly reds. That's what's going on. They hit with the blue right at the end. Are they gonna lose first place right at the end? They do, but they lose it to a teammate.
Oh.
1, 2, 4.
That's so good for Sheldon.
Where did third fall? Did they take top 4? They took
No.
1, 2, 4, 7. That is going to be a clean cup win for Sheldon this time. No ties here. So what this means going into cup 3, if Sheldon wins the cup, they win the match. If West Fork wins the cup, we go back and replay Shell Cup and see who the winner is going to be.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I think it just, the high school league is all about streamlining the process so that, those things don't stall a match for 10, 15, 20 minutes. So instead of picking a random cup or having it be, some other factor, they just go back to whatever their first one happened to be, which makes sense. Like if you tied on the first one and it was that close, then play it again and see who can take it.
So if it is on a cup schedule, how many cups are given?
In regular season, they're given 3.
They've done one. That's not.
Because they've done, because they've done Shell Cup and Special Cup. They've done 2.
But the other two.
Yeah, the other team
did flower and fruit.
Fruit. So
That's
they
4
must be
different
going
ones.
at state here 3 ban process. I will go and talk to the teams once we are done with round 1 and find out for sure. That way when we come back on stream later, we can let our viewers at home know how they're choosing their cups.
Yes, I'm very interested.
And this is opening round test. Like and if we look at the seeding for these teams here, West Fork's the 3 seed, Sheldon's the 6 seed, and this has been an incredibly close set of games so far.
Yeah, it's very entertaining when it's close like this. It's much more. It's much better. Much better than when it's
When it's one-sided, yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes our jobs a lot more exciting here. It looks like they're going Paris Promenade, which is, oh man, which cup is that? Golden? No. Man, I just need to stop. I keep trapping us with that question. But
Yeah.
you like Paris Promenade, don't you?
I really do actually. It's very nice. It's one of the better tour tracks.
It's got an option kind of early on in lap 1 and lap 2 where you can go left, which is faster, and give up the item boxes underneath the Eiffel Tower. There's a couple cool off-road shortcuts that you can take. So this is one of those tour tracks that I think actually is quite well done.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really fun to play.
And who wouldn't want to go to Paris? Yeah. All right, we're going to be focusing on West Fork this time because we focused on Sheldon last time here. West Fork looking to win this cup so they can go back and replay Shell. You see them sitting in 3-4. 3 has a red. Their teammate is up in second. Ooh, they accidentally friendly fire. That red shell wasn't even targeting their teammate, but he zoomed ahead. That's why communication is so important.
Triple bananas in 7. Triple bananas they can be good and they can be bad. If you're around a bunch of teammates, they can hit all your teammates, and there's really nothing you can do about it sometimes. So they're bad in that sense, but you can use them in a lot of ways, so they can be good too. Absolutely
here. All right, going into lap 2 here, we're going to see West Fork. I think, did everybody go under the Eiffel Tower? I think they did.
I think so, but go left. I like the left back. I always used to go under the
I think it really depends on how comfortable you are with the track. Because again, you're giving up items, but it is objectively quicker.
Yeah.
Ooh, blue shell coming in. Is this friendly? No. Oh, wait a minute. Who did it target? Did it target Sheldon? Because it didn't go after this player. They didn't mushroom dodge it, did they?
No.
Interesting. Wish we could like replay that back and see what was going on there. But they were like cool guys don't look at explosions. It was like popping off right behind them and he kept going here. So we see West Fork sitting in 2 and 8. The second place spamming the reds. That means that Sheldon has the first place racer, which you're going to see in bottom right, getting hit by 1. Only 1 and then 2 because he had 4 red shells. Still maintaining their first place lead down there, but they get another red! That's 5 red shells in a row. They zoom past with the horn, but they bonk. And then they spam their horn. Oh my goodness. Chaos right at the end. How's this going to shake out? We see Westwood getting 4-5. Sheldon getting 2-7. Sheldon also takes 1-2. That's a really good race for Sheldon. And that was West Fork's race. They had 5 red shells in a row. That's usually a death sentence for the other team.
Yeah, I definitely think the red shells were not used to their best.
Yeah, I think they ended up hitting 3 out of the 5, which is pretty good.
That is good.
But then the shell coming in and all sorts of other chaos, it was wild. Oh no, we're going into another one of the worst tracks in all of Mario Kart. Toad, it just ain't hitting. Like, I mean, Toad Factory's coming in the next game, and that's a good track, but we got Toad's Turnpike and Toad Circuit? Toad Circuit.
I really don't know why you hate this one. I don't get the hate.
I think it's because there's the meme is that yellow Toad is terrible, and this is a yellow Toad track.
I don't see what's wrong with Toad either.
Look, I used to main Toad, okay? Like, I love Toad. This track is just me.
Okay, I guess.
Alright, so we're going to be looking at Sheldon this time. Sitting in 1 right out of the gate, empty. No coins, choosing tight lines instead.
And this is kind of good. So
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
They used it for the cut.
And no coins either. They're both pretty low.
Ooh, Sheldon taking a really good end-of-lap shortcut. They're zooming all the way up to second place. West Fork ahead of them. West Fork, I think, is empty. You just picked up boxes there. We see Sheldon take first place. They get the coin. Oh, and they use it. Oh, no. They got to get doubles here.
That's good.
That was a gamble, but it worked out. Why do they not want to spam that coin the second they get it?
Well, if you have a coin in hand, if you get a single box, then you're guaranteed to get something that's another coin.
Right, because Mario Kart's or Nintendo's cruel, but they won't give you 2 coins in a row unless online is being really laggy.
And then they just got
And then they used it right away again. So again, as long as they get the doubles here, they're fine. But if somebody snipes them out from them, then they're going to be left in a bad spot. They are going to get the doubles. They almost bonk on the wall. West Fork is now ahead of them with a boomerang. That is terrifying. Oh, they're going to try to snake a tight line. Are they going to steal first? Not quite.
That was
Sheldon taking 2-4.
Sheldon. That's good for Sheldon again.
West Fork takes 1-3-5-7. I actually think they won all their matchups. 1-3. Yeah, wow, that was a huge win for West Fork. Look at that.
Okay. Closing the gap there.
And that was race 2, right?
Mm-hmm. That was very. They're so even. I don't know.
I know. Like, I can't
So
believe their
tense.
first cup ended in a tie. Choco Mountain next. Oh yeah, this is Golden Dash because we got Coconut Mall at the end. We have a teammate that loves Coconut Mall.
Yes, probably.
How do you feel about Choco Mountain?
It's a little bit forgettable, honestly.
That's fair.
It's kind of.
Yeah, this one's also like, is it a runner? Is it a bagger? There's a shortcut at the end you can take, but other than that, and it's not even a big one. I call this more of a running track, so whoever takes an early lead on this is probably going to keep it. Or there's a little shortcut inside the mountain. All right, we're gonna be looking at West Fork this time here. All right, well, West Fork looking to take this double item box here. Both teammates are gonna get it. Perfect timing.
8.
And they get a snipe with the green shell here, so left side is sitting there with a single mushroom, which they'll probably use on the cut here at the end. No! Their teammate backed them with a banana! They trapped box! You gotta communicate that!
Yeah, very important. Nothing more frustrating than getting hit by your teammate. You just kind of want to sit down.
It's true, it's true. But the important thing is while they're doing matches like this, especially at state, they have to be able to just bottle it away,
Yeah.
and then they can yell at them on the car ride home.
Yeah, you definitely have to.
All right, we see right side going through and taking the shortcut. Gonna try to get double boxes, but I think that was a Sheldon player that took that. That was not a teammate that stole the box. I was. I thought they did it again. Ooh, narrow dodge on the boulder dropping down.
I didn't ever think that those boulders were that hard to avoid until they
Yeah, yeah. Like, I feel like a lot of the time they do a good job of making it look like you're about to get hit and you dodge it. But then every once in a while, and the thing that will hit you randomly, no matter what you try to do, not as bad on this track, but on Wario Gold Mine, these stupid bats.
Yeah, the bats.
All right, both these players sitting empty here. Sheldon's going to take double. They tried to bonk for the double again. You got to talk. You got to split who's going where. You both can't have the double item box. I'm sorry. Oh, beautiful green.
Gosh, that was amazing and off the course.
They threw that one forward, though. Oh, that was so scary. Like we talked about, every green shell that gives you one takes one away, and that was really close. And they spammed. They're going to hit before the finish line. They're going to lose their spot. They do. They dropped from 4 to 5.
Definitely wasn't worth trying to go for that red thing.
Westwood gets 1, 3, 5, 7 again.
They're all evenly distributed again. This is so.
That's another
close.
winning matchup for Westwood.
Oh, now they take the lead. Okay.
It's gonna go down to the last race.
Oh my god.
They could tie again.
If they tie again, I would actually lose my mind.
I want to see it. All right, Coconut Mall, the meme track. If they tie on the meme track.
Oh my god. I would.
So again, just for reference, they tied Cup 1, and then Sheldon had a pretty big win in Cup 2.
Yes.
If West Fork, who's ahead by 3, wins Cup 3, they officially tie the set. They have to go reback and play Cup 1. If Sheldon pulls this one out and wins, it's just done.
Wow.
Exciting, exciting stuff.
Imagine they Westford wins and then they go back and then they tie on the same cup.
And we're here till lunchtime with just
Yeah.
round 1. We always talk about how Mario Kart's fast compared to all the other games. They're about to make us regret saying that. All right, looking at Sheldon down here now, only one of our 2 players gets a box here. They do get a red in first. That is huge. Sitting in 1-4. Ooh, really bad 90.
This is one of those courses I feel like I just get all that. Just
All of it
it's
at the same
horrible.
time.
Yeah, it's just horrible.
We're going to see if either one of these players takes the glider cut. Left side does not. Right side also not taking cut. First place gets bonked, dropping all the way to 5th place. West Fork hitting one of the Sheldon players with a boomerang. Ooh, good rail skip going over the downside of the escalator, going through the shop. Beautiful play there from Orange Yoshi.
Ooh.
West Fork hitting him with that boomerang again, though.
Westbrook has won 3.
Sheldon has 2-7. 6th place has a boomerang. See if they can get a lineup here with it. Unfortunately, that's a Sheldon teammate in front of them. They choose to back the boomerang to get access to that. Good job dodging out of the way of the blue. Nothing. They couldn't get out of the way of that one. Your teammate had a horn, though. And then they...
I don't think...
Was that a... I thought that was a teammate. Maybe that was a West Fork player. Going into lap 3, Sheldon does have a horn out on left screen, but they're sitting in 6th. That's not really where you want to have the horn out. So they're probably going to get rid of that real quick. Meanwhile, right side shrooming up here in 4th place. They're going to take double boxes here. They get stolen by West Fork.
6-3, okay.
Meanwhile, West Fork's sitting in 1-4 right now. West Fork's up 3, and they're sitting in 1st place. We might be seeing the tie happen, where they have to go back and replay Shell Cup here. teammate with the
That was their
boomerang. They
teammate.
spam. You can't spam.
Perfect.
So we see
7-8.
Sheldon finish 7-8. 2-3,
Wow.
7-8. West Fork absolutely wins this race. West Fork
Yeah.
wins Cup 3, which means I think we have to go back and play Shell Cup. West Fork
Oh
wins. They're
my
up 8.
That is so cool.
Absolutely crazy. They are going back to Shell Cup here, and we got a little bit of intel about how the cup selection process works. So they're actually going back. They have the sheet in front of them that has the cups from regular season, and the teams are actually taking turns banning out entire weeks of cups until only 1 week is left, and then that's the week that the team races on there. And then home can choose to give up one of their bans in order to have the first selection there of cup once they get it out. So we're on Moo Moo Meadows once again. And we're going to be looking at West Fork this time. Both players getting boxes here. Another thing that makes this track difficult is there's only 2 item boxes in the entire track. The one at the beginning and the one we just saw.
And I didn't even realize that until I watched the YouTube.
That's right.
I don't really notice it.
West Fork sitting in 2 and 5 on our screen right now. Sheldon sitting in 6-8. So on our screen, West Fork's got a little bit of a lead. All right. Oh, they were sitting in first, but then they get corned on the way out. Sheldon's sitting now in first place, empty. They pick up the double there. West Fork doesn't get the box here. Left side has a boomerang and a mushroom. Looking to line up this shot here on ramp. They do hit the Sheldon player.
I've been seeing so many shrooms just randomly used.
Crazy boomerang snipe there from West Fork there. Almost getting up there in first place. Looks like Sheldon has a single banana. They back up here, allowing West Fork to take first place. I think they're trying to avoid a cow here. So left side, West Fork is in first with a single pot and 10 coins. That's really good. Right side, empty in 8, but they just picked up 4 mushrooms. Not going to be able to do a ton with that on Moo Moo Meadows. And now we see like that, West Fork is back in 4th place.
Wow. I didn't even see that.
No, I was too busy watching right side, and then boom,
Yeah.
just like that. So they finished
7,
ooh.
1-4 for Sheldon.
Sheldon's going to win that one, taking 1, 2, 5, and then bookending it with 8.
1-4.
Oh, yeah. So 24-15. So Sheldon's going to be up 9 points after race 1. That's a pretty considerable gap. Obviously, that can close in the span of 1 race. But now we are going to be going into race 2, which is going to be on Mario Circuit.
And this one has a lot of shortcuts, but like I said, I'm still in a few that just run straight away.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, at least 3 giant shortcut opportunities where you literally just need 1 mushroom, and technically the last one you don't even need mushroom. But those tires make that one kind of tricky.
I don't think I saw anybody take that last time.
No, we saw a couple people take it. I think I saw one take it with the shroom, but I didn't see anybody attempt to do Niskit, which means no item shortcut. Or shroomless if you prefer. Alright, taking a look at Sheldon this time here. I don't see any bagging happening on the minimap. Everybody's front running this track. This is a big bagger. Ooh, left side does back one of the West Fork players with a banana here. They're going to try to take double and end up getting nothing. Right side does have a shroom. Are they going to take the end of lap shortcut here? There they go. They're going to go for it. They got to watch out. West Fork's right next to them with banana. no protection for that red shell here. See, left side sitting in 6th place, no items. Looking to pick up 1 here off the ramp. Gets a mushroom, very good. 8 gets triple mushrooms, that's very good. Use 1 here.
That actually could be right.
You can. See if they're going to take another one here. There they go. And they should be going right into boxes. Oh, they get another box taken. That's okay. Save this mushroom for the shortcut. There they go. Beautiful item management there. They're going to try to get this box on right side here. What are they going to pull? Can they get a mushroom? Shortcut here? Yeah, there they go. They're using the cuts this time. You see, Sheldon sitting 7 and 8 on our screen. Westwood sitting 3, 4.
But with those, they both have triple shrooms, so.
Watch that bottom right screen. They're both going to have huge opportunities to zoom up. 7, 8 all of a sudden is 2, 3.
They're back to banana,
Which is a choice.
didn't hurt them. It is a choice.
Sheldon takes 2, 3, 4, 8 after they started lap 3 in 7, 8. That's exactly why they call this a bagging track. Both of those players had triple mushrooms. They used them beautifully, and now there's a 10-point gap instead of a 9-point gap.
Yep.
Cheap Cheap Beach again.
This one is another one of the courses that I just feel is like incredible.
Yeah, don't say that too loud. One of our former players, Dallas, will come at you at that. This was the one he time trialed for hours and hours and hours and hours. He absolutely loves this track for whatever reason.
Oh, I love Dallas, but you're wrong.
Haha. All right, starting lap 3 here. We're going to focus our commentary on the West Fork team. A lot of bonking early on here. This first item set's going to be brutal here. West Fork gets 1 box. So does Sheldon here on our screen. So West Fork getting a single mushroom. Where do you think they're going to use it? Right here in the water? Yep. There you go. You called it. Sitting in 3 with triple bananas. They have to make sure they're committing to trying to hit Sheldon, which they do. Then they back the other 2 in the water, going for doubles. First place with doubles means they're guaranteed protection. They get a coin and a green shell. Sitting at 7 at the end of lap 1, not bad here. Meanwhile, right side, tries to spam a mushroom to get past and gets hit by, I think, a boomerang. Oh!
I don't even know where that came from. That was crazy.
It was from off screen there, getting Bob-omb, sitting all the way in 8th place here. See if they get a mushroom here. A star will work. First place gets their protection stolen, but right before the doubles, now they have a Bob-omb in first place. We see right side spamming the golden dash here, trying to pick these doubles up. They get a star. They're going to use it immediately to take cut right here. Their teammates in front of them, so they got to be a little bit careful. They take a banana off the track while in star. They're going to shroom up. They're right next to their teammate who's in an active piranha plant. They got to watch out. It won't eat them, but they can get in the way. First place decides to drop the bob on there, try to hit Sheldon. I don't know if it connected. Now they're in first with a horn.
That's really good. The shrimp. I don't know if it got hit by it, but it did.
I think they got shelled by a banana.
Oh, okay.
First place chooses to get the horn out there. First place should be on lock unless some craziness happens right here at the end. Double item box for right side. Oh, that was close. They mistimed the horn, but they got first anyway. Is this going to recover 7th? No. They're going to bookend the race. Yeah. So West Fork takes 1, 3, 4, and 8. I think Sheldon still overall wins that race.
Okay.
No, they don't. The gap is only 5 now.
This is so close.
Oh, if they tie again.
Oh
what happens
my
if they
gosh.
tie again on this one? Do they just keep doing it, or do they go to the next one? Like, we'll see. We're just along for the ride at this point. Toad's Turnpike was very good for Sheldon the first time.
Yeah.
And they have a gap of 5. They're plus 5. So we'll see if Toad's Turnpike is a repeat. Again, I'll die on the hill that this is one of the worst tracks in the game, but if they like that one, then
Yeah, I don't know. Is it that they like it, or is it just that like they got out in ahead and
Right.
that's what it's good for?
And if it pans out for them twice, they'll like it after today.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We're going to focus our commentary on Sheldon since we just did Westwood. Sheldon going left for coins.
Did they do that last year?
No. No, we commented that nobody took coins at the first jump last night.
I think we said for coins.
Yeah, Sheldon, left side sitting at 9 coins already, looking to pick up a 10th here before lap 1 is done. They're going to get doubles here. There's their 10th coin. Trailing a green, taking a really tight turn here. The bonk's okay. Ooh, that was a really good rear view. The boomerang didn't connect, but they looked back and then tried to throw it at Westwood. Imagine them. Ooh, there it is. A great boomerang snipe there by Sheldon, and I think they tried to do a double back when they went across. I don't know if the second one connected. First place is going to get double item boxes here, so probably 1 coin and a shell. Right side needs to get that coin count up. They're only sitting at 5 here. The Golden Dash isn't going to do a whole lot on Toad's Turnpike.
Still looking.
Yeah, very clean. And they've got that big gap. This is the same track they had a big gap on in the first cup. Blue shell coming in. Is that going for Sheldon? I think it is. Yep, here it comes. Look at the mini map. It's coming up. They have no way to protect it. See if they hit a car. They might hit a car. No, there's no car to be hit. One of the strategies on this track is you can hit a car, right? And it kind of is less of a stun than the blue shell.
Really hard of it. But that is smaller.
With the double boxes, they should be fine here. They're going to get protection. They should be able to hold on to first place unless another blue shell comes out. Meanwhile, right side sitting in 5th place, looking to shroom up. They get one, but maybe not. Did they get second? Oh, no! Woo!
Oh, right at the line. Wow. 1, 4, 3, 7.
Sheldon wins that one. They win Toad's Turnpike two cups in a row. So, double check the math. 83-73. After that crazy set, Sheldon gets to move on.
Wow, and they really had to work for it.
Do you think we're going to see a match as exciting as that one the rest of the day? Like, if that's our opening one.
that was. I hope so.
Yeah, I hope we're in for a day of games like that.
All as close as this.
So, before we go ahead and take a short break and get ready for round 2 here, why don't we go ahead and take a look at where our bracket is standing for Class 1 here. It looks like there are a little bit of updates here, and so if we take a look here, it looks like they did have that Esterville won, which we casted just a little bit ago, and then it looks like Dyke New Hartford won as well. And then in the match we just did, which isn't updated yet, Sheldon wins, so Sheldon will move forward. West Fork is going to drop down. It looks like our first consolation bracket matches will be between Westwood, who we casted, and then Ridgeview. And then it will be West Fork and whoever ends up losing the other set here. So I'm not exactly sure which match we get next.
Okay.
I believe it's going to be Esterville, Dyke New Hartford, I think. But we are going to, in just a second, go on a quick break here. They will update the stream title, so you guys that are watching at home, go to the Iahsea page and click live, and you'll be able to see all of the pods. And so if you're looking to follow a specific school like West Fork, you'll be able to see wherever they pop up next year. Also, keep in mind, every round has 2 teams that are swapping in. So if you don't see West Fork or Sheldon pop up right away, that's okay. They're probably going to be the second team in the round again since they just got done playing here. Now, before we go ahead and go to a break here, Tess, we got to pay the bills. So we're going to go ahead and show a couple of ads here. I want to thank some of the people that helped make this event happen. Obviously, I'm going to start by being a little bit selfish and thanking you guys because basically the entire Mario Kart team here or I guess over half the Mario Kart team is in the casting booth right now. We wanted to get people that would be able to do service to the game and talk about what was going on. And so that's been a joy for us to do. Are you having fun so far?
I'm having a lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, and also for you guys at home, this is one of Tess' first ever cast. So we put her into the hot seat right away with the state championship. So shout outs to Tess for doing a great job here right at the start here. Of course, we have all of our college sponsors that are down there in the room. We've got 6 or 7 colleges that are down here this late in the season. So we've got, of course, us. We've got Buena Vista. We've got Co. We've got Briarcliff. We've got all sorts of different universities and colleges that are down there in the college room. Of course, our beautiful overlays are provided by League OS. You know, we've got the Marshalltown Chamber of Commerce, a lot of local area businesses that are helping out. Minuteman has this wonderful pop-up merch store. Like, I'm totally not shilling for it right now and wearing their stuff. For Mario Kart Day specifically, they have like Super Mario World font in Iahsea. They have blue shells you can put on the back of your shirt or on a mouse pad or wherever you want to put it. So some really cool stuff there. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and mute our mics, kick it over to a video ad, and then we will catch up with you guys here in just a little bit. Don't go too far.
Give me a Monday saying they had an in-person Smash Brothers tournament that day. And they did their, my guys did their walk, jog around the building as a team, the breathing exercises and the meditations, and they got further with their matches than they've ever gotten. And there was noticeably less tilt on the day, and 3 out of the 5 made it further in the bracket than they have all season.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Iowa High School Esports Association Spring State Showdown here for Class 1 of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I'm going to be one of your hosts for this next match, Coach Roadblock, also known as Nate Roadmeyer from MCC. And casting with me, we've got...
Boba11, also known as Tess Paxa.
Awesome, and the next match that we are going to be casting for you guys is going to be between Ridgeview and... let me grab it.
Westwood.
Thank you, Ridgeview and Westwood. Now, our first cast of the day was Esterville Westwood, so we've seen the Westwood team already before, and then the Ridgeview team we have not seen on stream before, but we've worked with the Ridgeview team a little bit out at MCC with some of our clinics that we offer, and then you are a graduate from Ridgeview High School.
Yes, I am, Ridgeview alumni.
That's right. Now, we have promised no bias. We're going to keep our commentary as objective as possible. And while these teams are finishing their warm-up phase, we got on mic early so that you guys could see this viewer guide on the screen and see kind of what this is all about. So we'll take turns kind of rattling off some of this stuff so you guys know what to look for in this next Mario Kart match. So I'll take the first one here. What is Mario Kart 4v4? It is a racing game, obviously, and the team's goal is to secure top spots in each race and score more points than the opposing team at the end of a 4-race cup.
How do I know who's winning? There's cup scores, so at the end of each race, the game will tally the scores, and the higher points equals your winning. So you see your team with more points, that's good. Placements, points are based on where you finish, and higher placement is better. So pretty simple.
So basically,
scoring.
Whole day go fast, cargo bird.
Yes.
So, in terms of how it works, the teams are teams of 4. So Ridgeview and Westwood will both be fielding 4 players. Those 4 players have to stay in for the entire cup, and then they can switch after the first game is over if they'd like to. The cup length is 4 races, so they'll do 4 races, and we see who wins at the end of those 4. And then a match length, it is the first team to win 2 cups. And a tied cup could result in going into overtime. Tess, what are some good signs for your Mario Kart team? How do you know that they're doing well?
Well, if your team is way ahead in points at the end of a race, that's good. Our team takes most of the top placements, 1st through 4th in a race. That's definitely good. And our team wins a cup over the opposing team, and a cup is the whole 4 races. So all of those are good signs for the team you're cheering for.
You bet. Another thing I don't have listed on the sheet, you may hear Tess and I talk about it. You may hear us talk about winning your matchup. I won't explain that now, but if it happens during the set, we can kind of explain what that means. But if your players are winning their matchups, that means your team's getting more points. The last thing that we can talk about here on this screen are some of the key moments to watch for when you are looking at any individual Mario Kart race. And the first thing we got to talk about, Tess, are the power items. So this is going to be things like shells, red or green, bob-ombs, lightning bolts, which are referred to as shocks, blue shells, different things like that. So what are some of the power items when you're playing that you're really looking for? Like what's a big one for you?
Definitely red shells. Those target the enemy in front of you, so those are definitely useful if you use them right. If you're in lower spots, I guess definitely a shock or like a bullet is really helpful, or a star. Shrooms are good too, but a star and mushrooms are really useful to take shortcuts.
Speaking of that, one of the things you can look for is shortcuts, which is basically when somebody goes off the track, off of the intended pathway and zooms ahead. And so this could be them going in the grass, this could be them taking a ramp, this could be them going through an obstacle. But there are a lot of different ways that you can take a shortcut in Mario Kart. Some that are intended by the game, some that you may see players develop or use that they never intended for, but you can do it anyway. But those are oftentimes where you're going to see them zoom up in spots. For a lot of those, they'll use a mushroom to get through those, but there are some ones where they can go through without a mushroom, which is pretty impressive, and we'll call that out when we see it. And then the last key moment is, of course, those ending positions. So at the end of the race, when everybody's crossed the finish line, the screen will pop up scores for the red and the blue teams, and you will kind of see where they are at in terms of their points at the end of the race. And then after that, it will tally the total cup score for where it's at in the set. So those are all pretty much the basics of what you want to watch so that you can see how well your team is doing. We're going to call out the action along the way throughout the races. the strategy we tried last time, and I think this worked really well, you are going to be able to see both teams on your screen, and they will be labeled. And then we will basically trade our commentary off, where the first race we'll talk about the home team, the second race we'll talk about the away team, and we'll flip back and forth. Of course, if you're here to watch a specific school, watch their feed in whatever corner it is. But trying to track all 4 of these players that we can see at any given time is a lot. And so we try to do it that way so it's not completely chaotic. The other thing to note is that you are going to see 2 players from each team. You'll see 2 of the Ridgeview players and 2 of the Westwood players. However, each team has 4 players. We just don't have the capability of recording every single person, but we are making sure that both teams in the match are represented on the live stream so you can follow either team. It does look like off screen the teams are getting into the lobby here. And so we should be seeing these races kick off any second now. The last thing that we can talk about, Tess, kind of getting into things, is how they determine which tracks they're picking. So throughout the regular season, every week they had 3 cups that they could pick. At playoffs, they basically are given that list, and each team is going to take turns banning out weeks from the regular season, and they'll be left with 1 week left, which will have 3 cups in it, and then they'll race on those 3 cups in this match. So we've already seen a lot of variety. Let's see, our first cup we ever saw was Fruit Cup. We saw Shell Cup twice because we had a tie in one of our games earlier, which was wild. We saw Flower Cup. We saw Special Cup, and there's one other cup we saw. I don't remember what it was.
Golden Dash.
Golden Dash, that's right, because we started on Paris Promenade on that one. So we will see what they start off with. They're probably going to be going through that ban process right now. And then we will be ready to start the commentary as soon as they are all in and ready to go. Tess, has it been an exciting day so far?
It's been very exciting.
What has been your favorite moment that we've got to cast so far? Like, is there a standout?
Definitely the tie. The games between Sheldon and Westwood, they were so close.
They were,
So
and
tense.
it was their first cup that was a tie.
Yes, that was so exciting. That was great.
And they did end up tying the whole set, which meant that they had to go back and replay that first cup. So yeah, I think we so far have casted the only tie yet that's happened in the tournament. So that's pretty special. But I think we will probably be seeing some more of those as the day keeps continuing here. So it looks like both teams are finally starting to filter into the lobby here. And as soon as they are all there and start the match, we will flip over to the gameplay here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to flip over to it now. Because one of the things that's fun about Mario Kart, it's the Miis. And so we can take a look and see. I don't know if either one of these teams have any cool Miis that they're rocking here, but let's go ahead and just take a look. So we've got Ridgeview, who's on the top screen there. We have Westwood, who's on the bottom screen. I'm not, like, recognizing any characters, are you?
Not really, no.
No, but we do have some goofy-looking dudes and stuff in there. So we've got, I don't even know what some of those are. And then we got our generic Miis as well. So
I'm very interested in the reindeer person thing.
Yeah, that's interesting. It
Don't
looks like they
know.
have horns and like a big old nose and
Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to be.
I don't know. I feel like they're staring out right at us. Look how many of the Miis are just looking out at the screen like, hey, are we ready to do this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do see 8 players in there. So
They choose their mounts, I suppose.
that's right. That's right. So again, it is best of 3 cups. So it is the first team to win 2 of them. One of the other interesting things they can do during the pick and ban phase is the higher seeded team, the home team, so Ridgeview in this case, they can choose to give up one of their bans to the other team. And in return, if they do that, they get to pick the first cup that they race on. So it's kind of a strategic decision here at playoffs. Do we ban out an extra cup or an extra week that we do not want to play? Or do we try to get an early lead by getting the first cup pick? What do you think you would do? Would you rather have the first cup pick or ban out 3 cups you just don't want to have show up?
I think I'd rather choose cup.
Yeah?
What happens? How do they choose if they don't give up their ban? It's the away team that chooses? Or?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. You know, I think I agree. I think I'd rather have the power to choose the first cup, right? Especially if you perform well on it. It's kind of a power play to be like, we picked this one and we won. So.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Let's see. Does it look like both of the coaches are talking down there? Oh, I just saw a thumbs up. I think they're about ready to go. All right, they are going ahead and setting up the lobby right now. It's going to be a team game, normal items, no computer racers, 4 races. Cup prediction. What do you think?
Oh,
First one that comes to your head.
okay, I'm only thinking of the ones we've done so far. I'm gonna do Triforce.
Triforce. Ooh, that'd be a good one. I love Triforce Cup. I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to get back to basics. We're going to get Mushroom.
Ooh.
Fruit Cup again.
Okay.
Oh, no. This means we're at the same set of tracks we had the first time. So Fruit Cup
Okay.
and whatever the other two were.
Fruit Cup, they chose Flower, and then...
And we didn't see the third one, did we?
didn't see the third one.
So we're going to see Fruit, maybe Flower, and then maybe whatever that third one is, which means we're going to be starting on Amsterdam drifting in. Tess likes this one because of the tulips.
I do like the tulips. They're my favorite.
All right,
but yeah, it's a good track.
we're going to start our commentary with Ridgeview as the home team, and then we'll bounce back and forth between races here. Ridgeview rocking double black Yoshi on Mr. Scooty, Westwood running Inkling Boy once again, and Peach on the Yoshi bike. All right, it looks like Ridgeview, both players get an item box here. 8th place is going to pull a mush. 7th place also pulling a mushroom. Any easy shortcuts coming up they can use those on, or they got to wait for a bit?
I think maybe they'd have to wait for a bit.
All right, we'll see if they cycle them out at the next item box. And they both have to. Oh, there's actually a small one there, but they really couldn't take it.
Yeah, very tight.
Yeah, that pack is all clustered right now, which is pretty chaotic. They're both going to cycle here for item boxes.
Yeah.
Ridgeview picking up one here. Getting another mushroom there. Lots and lots of mushrooms coming out from the Ridgeview team here.
There's a small one here.
Yep, the little one there. They could have got that corner there.
I don't know if it's worth
8th place. What are you stealing? Ooh, steals a banana. That's stealing protection from one of the Westwood players. That coin count's looking a little bit low for Ridgeview. You need to pick up some of those coins here as they're in the back of the pack here. 4th place does have a red shell here, and they do have a teammate right in front of them. They're going to zoom ahead of the teammate. They're now in 2nd place. Their teammate took the shot for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was close.
That was like Secret Service agent jumping in front of the bullet. All right. So Ridgeview now in 1st place with a red shell and a mushroom. Very good spot to be in. They're going to trail this red shell.
Nice.
Staying in 1st. There was a 2nd one, but they're going to have a mush to recover. There it is. 5th place going to drop those triple bananas before item boxes here.
One for single item.
Ooh, they get a sound horn, and they do, I think they might have friendly fired there. Ooh, a lot of chaos going on here on the right side of the screen. Left side, not a lot going on here, just some pretty standard driving. Sitting in those bottom 2 spots right now here for Ridgeview on our screen. Don't know where the other 2 are at just yet here. And the lap 3 here, going to try to recover some spots. Oh, the backed green.
One? Is that for them?
Ridgeview takes the middle spots, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's going to be a pretty clean win here for Westwood. 25-14. They are up 11. Tough break for Ridgeview right out of the gate here. See how the next race goes for them. Second track DK Summit? No, it's Riverside. That's right.
Yeah.
This is actually good for Ridgeview, right? Because
Yeah.
they're on a bagging track and they're in most of the back spots. So just in case somebody's watching and I said bagging and they don't know what that means, you want to explain that again? Because you did a very nice job last time.
Yeah, a bagger track is where it's actually really good for you to be in the back because you get better items and it's easier to catch up because there's a lot of shortcuts. So on Riverside, there's a lot of shortcuts that make it really easy to use and get ahead if you get the right items in the back.
Indeed, indeed. All right, here we go. We're going to focus our commentary on Westwood this time. Right here, adjusting some sound levels so you guys can hear us just a little bit better on your stream here. All right, looks like coming out of the first half here, we're going to see Westwood take a shortcut there. Inkling is. Going to probably go for doubles here. Yep, gets them. Seventh place, they get quad shrooms. Very good on this bagging track here. They're going to see those being used. They're spamming them at the back, which is an interesting play here. Meanwhile, right side Yoshi Bike in third place picks up triple bananas and immediately hits one of the opponents here. All right, we are seeing Westwood this time kind of hanging out in the middle of the pack here, shrooming up once again here, going all the way to second place. First place hits a banana! Immediately dropping to fourth place.
I don't know, how likely is it to get a mushroom in fourth?
It's not a bad choice, not a bad option here. You're probably going to see several of those, maybe not triples, but they do have some options here. We see Yoshi Bike trying to zoom up here. That drift, man, that drift caused him to bonk right on the bridge there. Westwood looking to sneak up some spots here. They take that mushroom shortcut once again all the way up in second. They have an opponent in first place. They're going to get doubles. Are they going to be able to take them out? They do get a red. It does hit. Ridgeview did not have any protection in first place. Unfortunate. Chaotic race right here at the end of Riverside. Third, fifth. Ridgeview on screen gets 4-8. Westwood takes 1, 3, 5, 6. Ridgeview takes those middle spots in second here. So I think we're going to see a slight gap increase for Westwood. 48 to 30.
18 ahead.
All right, we are at do or die time in Cup 1 for Ridgeview. They can still recover and win Cup 1, but they have to have 2 clean races. If they have another rough race here on DK Summit, they will be mathematically out of Cup 1. So if you are a Ridgeview fan, now's the time to give them your love here so they can try to recover some of these lost points. And DK Summit is a track to do it on. Got a giant shortcut to watch out for in the middle here. We talked about how difficult the shortcut is, and then we've seen several teams pull it off today.
I think Esterbo was on it with that. Shroom and triple bananas.
Okay, Ridgeview doing a very good job of taking the half pipe shortcut there, trailing somebody in the air. I don't know if that was a teammate or an opponent. I think it was an opponent, so that's good for them. Okay, we'll see if anybody takes the shortcut. It's coming up right here. It is a very chaotic shortcut to take on lap 1 with everybody bumped up. Ridgeview's not going for it. Westwood had somebody take the first cut, but not the second one, and they fell off here. So Ridgeview's going to be sitting in first with triple bananas. Very good positioning for them here. And they have another protection item, although Westwood did just steal first from them. Ooh, they trailed a teammate there with the triple bananas. That is unfortunate. Immediately going from second all the way to 7th place. Westwood rocking first and second place right now. Blue shell coming in. I don't know which team this is for. Let's take a look on the minimap and see where that blue shell goes. I think it went after Ridgeview. Shock right at the shortcut. That makes it impossible for the teams to take, or for Ridgeview to take the shortcut because they're getting blasted right as they would set up for it.
I'm not sure they were going to take it though.
I don't think they were.
Yeah.
They'll be able to use that to zoom ahead without fear of getting hit. They do got to watch out for teammates. Looks like right side Ridgeview is trying to sneak up on this piranha plant here, going through the cannon. Ridgeview getting a crazy 8 in 4th place. And if you look at the mini-map down in the bottom here, it looks like we have a pretty big gap here with first place on Westwood's team here. Westwood at the shortcut right now. Ridgeview coming up on it now. Blue shell coming out. Who's that blue shell going for? I think it got popped. It is off of the mini-map. I don't think it did its job here. Westwood secures first place. And third. Ridgeview taking 4-5. Second was also Ridgeview.
2, 4, 7.
I don't know if that's going to close the gap the way they want it to. No. They are down 21 points. They could still win if they take all 4 top spots, but it is a very tall order on Yoshi's Island. Yeah, I think if they take all top spots, they will win by a margin of like 2 or 3 points. I didn't see a lot of shortcuts there. I saw the Inkling try to take it once, but I think that was about it, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, what are some of the shortcut opportunities we have here on Yoshi's Island?
I think there's a small one at the beginning. And then there's a big at the end. There's a little cloud, and then a big bridge shows up, and that's a shortcut for everybody.
Yeah, and one of the players has to hit it, right? And then it opens it up for the entire lobby to try and take it. So one of the things they got to communicate is whether the shortcut's open or not. Whether they opened it or whether somebody else did. Dodging the crabs here. Right side Westwood maintaining that first place lead. Left side getting doubles in 7th, doing a little bit of bagging here. They're going to pop a boot immediately. What do you think they're going to steal? Green shells.
Green shell. Cloud, oh, they're not even like trying.
Cloud's not open yet. Yeah. Oh, they get a really quick swap to the green shell to protect themselves. Shortcut finally opening up here. 7th place is going to be able to take it here. Ridgeview also on the shortcut. Westwood has a small lead here in first, but they go off-road, and they're going to get hit by a red shell. They're going to lose it here to Ridgeview. Ridgeview has 2 players that just zoomed ahead in 1-2 here. Actually, 1, 2, 3. Now we see Westwood snaking up here in 2nd and 3rd right now, so quickly exchanging spots. And our first place Westwood player is now in 8th.
Yes, but the other players in first now. They kind of swapped, I think.
They did. Using that buddy system there. Westwood getting a red shell in 2nd, getting bombed on the glider. That's going to be a huge time loss. I think Ridgeview dropped the bomb to stop the shell, and it caught them in the explosion.
I don't think the shortcut got open that time.
It did not get open that time. I think that's the first time we've seen it not get opened here. That was a really good play by Ridgeview, giving them some of those top spots, but they are still sitting in 7-8 as well. If they want to win this out, they're going to have to finish in those top 4 spots. All right, going here on the final half of lap 3. Looks like we can see Westwood hanging out in the middle spots here on camera. Is the shortcut going to get opened up this time? Oh, no!
Ooh,
Both
fell
Westwood
off
players.
again.
Both of them fell off.
Oh my gosh.
That's a huge opportunity for Ridgeview here as Westwood drops to 7 and 8 in the race. We see Ridgeview locking in 3rd on camera, as well as 8th. If they take the other top 3, which they did, I think they're going to barely lose. Let's see how this shakes out. 73-83, a gap of 10. They did a valiant job trying to recover and close that gap there. Going from some rough races to finishing top 3 was very, very good for them. Not quite enough to win Cup 1, but they're definitely still in this set here. So we'll go ahead and see what happens with our next cup. We know one option is flower. We don't know what the other option is, so we'll see what gets picked here. Any advice you would give either team right now in terms of adjustments they need to make to their strategies or anything on that end? Any item management or shortcuts or spam or anything like that?
I do think there are a lot of item management mishaps that could be fixed. Both teams. And shortcuts, I think there's been a lot all day of like just spamming shrooms at the wrong minute when you could use it later. So yeah, I think there's a lot of using items when you could hold it for something better.
Yeah, we talked about this at the start of our first match, and you had kind of mentioned it as a player, but like, a lot of times when we get nervous or when we're in a tough moment while we play, we tend to do the item spamming, right?
Definitely.
So I know you said you've fallen prey to that before. We've talked about that a lot as an MCC team before. It's just, like we said, these players are doing a lot right now. They're trying to communicate. They're trying to take top spots. They're trying to manage their items. They're trying to keep coins up. And so it's very easy to get flustered when you get hit and then start spamming your items to try and get back into the race.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot going on. A lot of pressure on these two teams right now.
Yep, but both of these teams have had excellent seasons. Obviously, making it to the state tournament is no small feat. Mario Kart had, I think it was 76 teams total that competed across both divisions this spring. And each group was about 36 or so, I think, right around there. Actually, I think it might have been 36 and 36 for a total of 72, I think is how many teams it was. So, I mean, but making it to the top 8 of that cut is really impressive.
Yeah, that's...
We should also call out, I don't have any stat lines for the Westwood team, but there is an interesting stat for the Ridgeview team. They are historically, what?
Back-to-back state champs.
Yeah.
Actually, the year before that, they were 5th.
Yep, and that was their first year ever. So they took 5th their first year down at the Recplex, and then they got 1st and then 1st. And you were part of those first place wins.
Yes, I was.
Yep.
And the 5th, I think.
Probably that would have been your sophomore year in high school.
Yep.
So, very, very cool stuff. Westwood was one of the teams. Actually, both of these teams came out to campus last night. They hung out with us for a bit, played a little bit of Mario Kart, a little bit of Smash, a little bit of Marvel Rivals, and got to see our space. It looks like we're going with Sunshine Airport, which is a part of Star.
I think so, yeah.
So that means the third cup in question was Star. So, if Ridgeview wins this one and ties up the set, that means they'll have to play Flower Cup next.
Was this Ridgeview's choice or Westwood?
I don't know, because it depends on who gave up, whether Ridgeview gave up their pick or not at the start of the set. So I don't know. I don't know who chose this one. Sunshine Airport is pretty much a front-running track. Yeah, there's a shortcut at the end you can take through the baggage claim, but other than that, you're pretty much running this one. Yep.
Yeah. Who are we watching?
We are watching Ridgeview this time because we did Westwood at the end of the last set here. So we got the pack pretty clustered right now.
No items for him.
Yeah, no items for Ridgeview right now. Westwood has a couple shrooms, but nothing crazy here as we come around the last bend in lap 1. Ridgeview's lining up a Fire Flower, and they hit it! Both players going through the baggage claim area there. Oh, we gotta watch that spam. They almost hit a teammate. That was risky. It worked out, but man, that was a close one there.
Right here to the right, it's cut a little bit.
Yep. And we see that shortcut there. Very, very good. There's a shortcut right there that's basically useless. It saves no time, and you can risk going in the water, so you almost never see somebody take it. Left side Ridgeview has 10 coins. That's awesome. Right side sitting at 4. Left side also has a boomerang, and we just saw them line up a shot on the end of last lap. That's a teammate, so I'm not going to be throwing it at them. See if maybe they rear view, see if they can throw it backwards. Nope, they're going to go through the baggage claim shortcut, though. All right, going into lap 3 here, we see Ridgeview holding middle spots here in 4 and 5. Westwood holding 1 and 8, bookending the race right now. Blue shell coming in. It looks like it is going for Westwood. No, it was going for Ridgeview. It was a Westwood blue shell that went for the second place racer from Ridgeview here. So Ridgeview currently holding 3 and 5. I think they did maintain their second place here. Again, if first place is Westwood, that's fine for Ridgeview as long as they take the rest of these top spots here. 5th place went way wide there. I'm not sure what happened and ended up getting picked up by Lackey 2 here. Then we had a bump at the end for Ridgeview, finishing 4th and 8th on screen. Unfortunate. But Ridgeview does take the other 3 spots, like we talked about.
That's pretty good.
So overall, I think this is going to be actually, it might be a win for Ridgeview. Yep.
Okay, by 1.
Ridgeview is up 1 in the set. So I think they never were ahead last time, yeah? So this is the first time in the set that they're up, so that's good for Ridgeview.
Definitely.
All right, Dolphin Shoals. How do you feel about this one?
Again, forgettable, honestly.
Ooh.
I don't really...
What about the eel test? What about the eel?
The eel is good for looks.
What? The eel's great for motion tricking. Come on, you gotta go nuts shaking that controller when you get on the back of the eel.
Yeah, you do.
And this track has that sweet, sweet saxophone.
I don't know. I never ever hear like other people.
Where you just like zone in and
I'm
just kind
so
of tune out the
zoned in.
music.
I never hear it.
Interesting. You're just totally locked in.
Yeah.
All right, we're looking at Westwood this time here. Inkling gets bumped off right away, goes into the off-road, drops to 8th right away. Funky Kong hits with an early red shell, goes up into 4th place here. Right side is faster, which we see Ridgeview on the right side taking, as well as Funky Kong taking. Now we're at that wonderful eel part. We should see a lot of tricks on the back of the eel. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. Funky Kong gets 4 tricks on the back of the eel here. Zooming up into 1st place with the mushroom. You think they're going to hold this for cut? Or are they going to spam it?
Ooh.
Oh, they're saving it.
Good. But then they use the coin.
Then they use the
Which
coin
may
with a
not
single
benefit.
box. Yeah, you're right.
They end up getting a red cell.
Man, I'm seeing a lot of risky, unprotected boxes that are leading to red shells. He gets a red shell, goes 1st place, goes right side again. Let's count these eel tricks again. See, we had 4 last time. I'm feeling 5. 1, 2, 2.
No, it's
Only 2 that time. They do get protection at the box. Guaranteed they get a bomb.
Bombs can be used for a lot.
They do
Like
drop
that?
it there for protection. Yep.
Yep.
And I don't think they caught anybody in the blast. That was purely for protection purposes. Meanwhile, left side Westwood hanging out in 8th place. They're bookending the race once again. Meanwhile, Ridgeview holding on to those middle spots there. Again, they keep clawing those middle spots out. That's one possible way to win. We can see on the map Funky Kong does have a sizable lead, but if the rest of his team is in the back, it will not matter. Okay, let's see. Inkling is going to get 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. I think the max you can get is 6, but anything 3 or better is very, very good. Oh no, we're going to bonk there. Blue Shell coming in at the end. Are they going to lose 1st place?
Ooh.
They had enough of a lead. Oh! A last-minute snipe. They dropped to 3rd place. Ridgeview finishes 1, 2. They get 1, 2, 4, 8. I think that's going to be a pretty significant swing for Ridgeview here. 44-34. They lost by 10 before, and they're up by 10 right now. This is looking like a much better cup for Ridgeview than our last one was there on Fruit Cup here. Electrodrome coming in next. Anything we want to share with the viewers at home about Electrodrome?
Electrodrome. I'm not sure. Is it a bagger? Bagger drafter?
Technically, I think it's a Shroomer, because that shortcut at the end. I think the most notable thing is that it has 2 paths, right? So how does
Definitely.
that work out? Why would you choose to take one path over the other?
Okay, the pink path. There's 2 paths, the pink and the green.
Yep.
The pink
Is on the right.
is on the right, and it's faster. But since it's faster, everybody's going to be there, so it's going to be way more chaotic. So sometimes to avoid getting hit more, it's better to take green just to avoid getting hit.
Absolutely it is. All right, first item box here for Ridgeview. They're going to come out with a red shell early. That's huge. 1st place with the red, 4th place with the shroom. Westwood only picks up 1 box there from the players that we can see. Ridgeview going pink path. They're going for speed here.
Since they're further up, it might not matter as much for them. It's, I guess, maybe more in the back.
Although Ridgeview right side does fall off and drops to 8th place, but 1st place has a very small lead. Westwood right behind them on the glider here. Also, Ridgeview not going to be able to take the shortcut. Neither will Westwood, as they have a horn in 3rd place here. Managed to barely hold on to 1st. Westwood did have somebody go through the shortcut and bonk into Ridgeview there, but they were able to maintain that lead. They're going to have the red. That was crazy because that did not track. It did not have enough time to snipe them. It just hit them like a green shell would. And then they get bonked, the greedy play. Now, are we going to see them go pink again? We are. I think I would have gone green in that situation.
Yeah, and well, it also more likely that you'll get an item since there's so many people, there's only 4 items to get.
Exactly. Speaking of
Green
items,
would have made it.
they're in second place with the mushroom, which is a very good spot to be in, and their teammate is in first place. Are we going to see left side take shortcut? I think so, yeah? Let's see.
Oh,
No.
kind of? No?
No, they just zoomed past the piranha plant there. Now they're in first with another red shell having some excellent protection on the line. Sitting at 7 coins. See if they can get that coin count up. Right side is sitting at 0.
That's not very good.
No, you don't want that, right? We haven't said this in this match. Why do the coins matter?
They give you a speed boost. Once you get to 10, you get, I guess, a speed boost.
Which is significant if you are duking it out for first place here. Very smart play from Ridgeview. They're first place with double protection, so they're just going to keep them. They don't need to cycle or swap out their items at the box anymore. First place doesn't have a huge gap, but they do have enough. Now, Westwood is in 2 and 3 right now, but first should be on lock with this second protection and no blue shell in sight, unless we see a crazy last-second shock. So Ridgeview secures 1, Westwood secures 2 and 6, and Ridgeview gets 7. So Ridgeview takes 1, 3, 4, and 7. That's another winning matchup for Ridgeview. The gap was 10. Let's see where it's at now. 17.
That's about the lead that
I think it was 21 the last time. So a slightly lower lead, but Ridgeview has a little bit of breathing room, right? As long as they take middle spots, they are going to win Mount Wario. Now, Mount Wario is a great example of a hard runner track. What does that mean?
It means if you get in first, pretty much stay in first. There's not very many shortcuts for the people in the back to take, like there are on the baggers.
Yep, and the optimal strategy for Ridgeview, who finished 1, right? They had somebody finish first that race, is that they want to try and steal all of these coins on the ice at the beginning from the other team. So watch to see if they do that, because that would be a big way to gain that early speed boost here. Okay, we're going to be doing our commentary of Westwood this time, but let's look at the beginning to see who snags these coins. That's going to be crucial. It looks like Westwood's Funky Kong picked up 3 coins there, then immediately loses them with an early red shell.
Right back to 0.
Now, Funky Kong is going to pick up 2 more on the turn here. 4th place sitting at 0 coins. Again, they need those coins early because this is such a heavy front runner. We're going to see a shortcut from Inkling there. Pretty cool shortcut. I love that one. I'm not a fan of this part. I never do well trying to go off here into the water. I feel like I always bonk on the rock.
Yeah, the rocks are in all of the places that you need to drive on all the time, so.
And when you go off there from like when you fall and it turns, I feel like you always land in an awkward spot.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's kind of hard to do.
All right, we see Westwood holding middle spots in the pack. Funky Kong has 1 mushroom now, which he may use for the shortcut right after the ramp. What do you think?
Oh, probably.
Gotta watch out, though. Ridgeview's got that horn in 3rd place. Do they know that he's there? He is gonna mushroom up. We do see a blue shell coming out. I think it's going for Ridgeview. I never saw it. Oh, Ridgeview's 3rd place had the horn. They blocked it.
Yes.
Oh, tragic. What happened there?
I think he tried to put it on his butt, but it didn't work out. Do it forward.
Yeah, well, that panic spam that we're talking about here. So we see Westwood sitting 5-7 going into lap 3 on Mount Wario. Again, this is a hard running track. We do see Funky Kong cutting up into 5th place, then getting hit immediately by a fireball. Sitting 6-7 here. Meanwhile, Ridgeview sitting in 1 and 3. As long as they maintain those spots, Ridgeview's going to win this cup here. Westwood spamming the Crazy 8. Doesn't get a lot of value out of it. Stars through their own bomb that they threw. That's kind of cool. Funky Kong going to look to mushroom up at the end. 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd.
Ooh.
They managed to take 2nd. Now the question is, did Ridgeview take 1st? If they took
so.
1st,
Yep.
that's probably enough for Ridgeview to win here. Because they had a gap of 17.
Yep.
Okay.
20-point lead.
20-point lead for
Alright.
Ridgeview.
Ridgeview takes 2nd, so they're 1-1.
What a swing, because Ridgeview had a really rough first cup, and they managed to recover it on race 4, and then now we see a 20-point swing, which is about what it was last time, in favor of Ridgeview. That means we're going into game 3. I love it when they go to game 3, and we should be seeing Flower, because we know that that's the other cup that's in this set. So Let's see. First track on Flower Cup is Mario Circuit.
Yes.
A lot of shortcut opportunities there. Before we talk about that, let's see. Anybody changing item builds? Westwood's
Oops,
rocking the
okay.
same.
Oh no.
Yeah, no. Westwood kept Inkling Boy, Ink Striker, and then Peach. No, wait, they went Peach. Yeah, right. Didn't they just go Peach?
Yeah.
Because before they were Funky
Scout,
Kong.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ridgeview just smashed through that. I'm pretty sure they just run Yoshi all the time. Yeah. I wonder who they learned that from.
Wonder.
Yeah, we had clinics with a couple of Iowa high schools over this last season. You got to participate in a couple of those. Ridgeview came in on a Saturday. We went to ADM early on in the season. You and Roby came with me that day, I believe.
Yeah.
And we worked with Gilbert a little bit. We did some scrimmages online against Nevada and Okoboji. And then last night we got to play a little bit with Esterville. So we've seen quite a few of the teams. We're actually gotten to play either with or against them for fun. And it's been a great way to connect with those schools and help them build up in their seasons. Do you enjoy being part of the clinics? Do you like being able to share your experience and knowledge?
Yeah, they're fun. It's kind of nerve-wracking having people like, I don't know, look up to you. I don't know if they look up to me, but it's nerve-wracking when everybody's looking at you.
I'm sure there are some high schoolers that look up to you, especially your old Ridgeview classmates here. So we're looking to go into, Flower Cup. We knew that was going to be what they had to go with. It's the last one on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Tess, what can you tell us about Mario Circuit?
I think rumor drafter. So there are a few shortcuts on this that are very helpful.
Yeah, you have to have a mushroom to take them. You basically cut the corner as close as you can, and you go around the piranha plant pipes.
Yeah, which is helpful because obviously the piranhas are trying to.
Yeah, I don't want them to chomp you. All right. Ridgeview this time, because we just did Westwood.
Wide for coins, that's good. One of them.
Yep. Ooh, Ridgeview's got to stay ahead because there's a villager right behind them with triple bananas. Westwood taking an early lead. It looks like they are empty in first place. Use their mushroom to get up there. They're going to get hit by this red in midair. Ridgeview taking first place, narrowly dodging a green.
They're emptying first. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, they quickly dropped because they were empty in first there. And I think Westwood took the shortcut. Went into lap 2. Ridgeview sitting at 3-4. Oh! Goomba. Goomba.
They haven't had an item for like 3 item sets now.
No, they've been just racing here, which is not great when you have mushroom shortcut opportunities. And sitting 4-5, they could be getting shrooms if they hit boxes here.
We
Let's
really
see.
have to make sure they do. Yeah.
They get a double. And they get quad shrooms. There it is. So watch right side here.
Yep.
Oh, they bonk off the pie.
Oh.
Right idea. A little bit of a wonky angle that messed up the execution.
Okay, triple shrooms again. So. Oh.
That's the second time we've seen somebody get hit by a Goomba. Good hop at the end there to kind of mitigate slowing down at the end of the shortcut. They were still in the grass there. See somebody get clobbered by a stray green there. Are they going to be able to get their items out in time? The block, they do! Have a little bit of a wonky angle. I think they were holding their drift while they were focusing on not getting hit here. So it looks like Ridgeview looking to lock in 4th place here right at the end of the lap.
And
Ooh, and 5th right at the end.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Westwood takes 1-7.
And
Ridgeview
2.
takes 3, 4, 5, 8. And Westwood takes 1-2, so this is a win for Westwood. +7 after race 1. Let's see. Track 2 in Flower Cup is going to be Toad Harbor. We talked earlier about how there is 2 single items that are right next to each other, so you can jump off the boat and go onto the track and get 2 items. We didn't see anybody do it last time. Westwood was one of those teams that was on here. That's another thing to keep in mind. We didn't mention this. I don't know if Ridgeview's raced any of these. Westwood's already raced these tracks today.
That's true. Westwood might have a little bit of an here.
Yeah, they're at
Having
least warmed
practiced
up.
them.
Yeah. See if that advantage will carry them through the rest of the set. They did have a strong first race here, and we're going to be looking at that Westwood team down in the bottom right corner here. Looks like they bonk a Ridgeview player off the boat there, getting the item box and getting a single coin in first. They're currently rocking 1-2.
Now this is good because the person second can kind of protect the first.
Yeah, you're right. So first place is totally empty, especially after that Boo steals their lone coin, and so third place has a red shell where they can just kind of play protection for them. They actually have 2 protection items. There they go. They throw 1 at Ridgeview there to recover second place. Block a red with a green. Going to lap 2. Often go for the safe single box rather than trying to cut for 2.
And now they have a horn in second, so if there's a blue shell going for first place, second place can actually horn the blue, even though it's not going for them, if they horn in the middle, like blue is.
Yeah, they just kind of got to time it. The unfortunate thing is they kind of have to watch the mini-map and kind of rear view a little bit and just try to be ready for it. You can miss the timing on the horn if it's not going for you. It's really easy if you're in first because it'll spin above you and then you can pop it. But if it's zooming past you, you really have to make sure that you are paying attention. Going to lap 3, Westwood is maintaining 1 and 2. Inkling going for the single box. Same thing with Peach there on the right. First place also has a banana for protection, so they're sitting in a really good spot in those 1-2 positions. Meanwhile, Ridgeview sitting in 5-8 on screen right now. Both players also have 10 coins. Ooh, Inkling taking the left path there. You don't see that very often at all. It's much slower, but it is a little bit safer there, and they had the space to give. Westwood locking down 1-2.
That is very good. 1-3,
1-3-6. That's a really good race for Westwood. And they were already up 7. This is going to give them a total of up 22. Ridgeview is still in it. But they have to have 2 good races in a row here. And their next attempt is going to be on Twisted Mansion. What was that phrase we were looking for earlier? Threading the needle?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a couple spots on that end of lap shortcut. You go through the grass, but you have to dodge a tree. You have to dodge a couple statues. And there's like these little barriers where the road goes, and you have to go between those as well. So very big shortcut, but it's kind of hard to take. Not because it's hard to do the shortcut, because you don't want to bonk anything. Alright, looking at Ridgeview this time. You think anybody's going to take early? I just lap 1 bookcase is hard. They have to get a mushroom right here at the beginning.
Probably not in first, but fourth did.
Fourth gets it. So look left side, see if they take bookcase here. They're looking to do it.
Oh.
Oh! They bonked into the Inkling. That sucks.
Yeah, that did not go. Oh, according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do much about that. They couldn't have predicted they would literally get body blocked by an opponent.
Yeah.
They didn't do that on purpose. They just were in the way.
But again, it's not impossible to catch up with the final. Quad shrooms definitely will help.
Oh no, and they bonked again. They got hit again trying to use their shrooms. Opting not to take those cuts because their lineup was bad, although I think 7th place took one of them.
Another shroom. Try again for the...
No body block that time. Both players taking the mushroom shortcut through the bookcase.
Quad shrooms again. Wow.
Yeah, this is a decent track to get those quad shrooms on here. Watch right side. See if they keep these or spam them before box. It looks like they are going to keep both of them, and so we should be seeing them. They use one in glider, which is an interesting choice. We should be seeing them. Oh no, they used him before cut, and then they got. Okay, that was a weird interaction. They were about to hit a banana,
Yeah.
and then they got caught by the blue shell going past instead.
I think maybe the blue shell hitting them was shorter than.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those were, they almost get body bumped by their own teammate there. We see two Ridgeview players go through the bookshelf.
Ooh.
Oh, and then they bonk. Unfortunate.
Oh.
Those were backed fire flowers from teammate. And then a banana. They're just panicking at this point.
And when you get into 8th, it gets a little scary. Don't worry.
Ridgeview's gonna lock up 5th place. They got stolen from the shortcut and 8th place. Meanwhile, Westwood takes 4-2.
I don't know why they didn't use the star there though.
Yeah, that
They
was
just
interesting.
kept the green.
Westwood takes 1 and 2 in that race, I believe, which I think mathematically 35. They just sealed the deal because I think the maximum plus you can go is 27 or so.
Oh.
So now we had this happen with actually to Westwood earlier today on this exact same track, actually, where even though it's not mathematically possible for Ridgeview to recover at this point, you still play out the set, right? It's good sportsmanship. It's part of the match, you know, and see if they can just go out with a bang. See if they can have a good final race, even if they can't win the cup. I do wonder if Westwood getting these cups twice in a row gave them a little bit of an advantage today. I mean, obviously we still saw them go down a cup, but they're looking a lot cleaner on Shy Guy Falls. Actually, no, this is the one. This is the same one they were. Or no, actually, sorry, I'm all over the place right now. They're looking much better on Shy Guy Falls than last time because in the first set of matches, it was Westwood who could not mathematically win when they got to this track.
Yeah.
So speaking of Westwood, we're focusing our commentary on them for this last race in the cup. They're sitting 1-8 right now. Again, what's called bookending the race, taking the top and bottom spot. Taking the shroom shortcut there.
Nice. That's pretty clean.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about how that's not good.
It is difficult. It is difficult. It's one of those ones where after you shroom 3, you need to kind of slow down. Westwood's 3rd place, stealing something from a boo. I don't know what they got. Maybe they got a mushroom. Then they get a red shell, immediately spam the red shell and hit an opponent. Then they're going to fall in the gap. Huge time loss. I mean, it extra feels bad when you get hit over a gap, right?
Definitely. It sucks to get yourself falling down like that. Nothing.
Yeah, except for watch Lackey 2 take forever. So we saw a shock come out. That's 2 shocks in a row for Westwood because they shocked Ridgeview once already, and then they had another one.
Wow.
That is
so
crazy. We haven't
lucky.
seen a shock in the whole set yet.
No, I don't think so.
We're getting 2 shocks on the same team back to back is a huge advantage for Westwood here. Going into lap 3 here, we do see Westwood in 1. There's a blue shell coming out. Where is it going? It is going forward. I think it is going for our Inkling here. No protection at all. Gonna definitely get eaten by this blue shell. But they had a gap to spare. They have teammates that are right behind them due to those 2 shocks. Meanwhile, both Ridgeview players on screen are in bills at the same time right now. We're gonna see them. They handled that cut very well. Slow down at the end. Doing a little bit of rear view, and there's 1st place and 2nd for Westwood. So they're going to have a very strong finish. Again, getting shocked once, sometimes you can recover. Getting shocked twice is almost impossible. And you see for the first time a team take the top 4 spots. So that's going to be a pretty strong win. We see triple digits on the board for Westwood there. And that was really close after after set 2. So that was a really crazy turnaround right there at the end. So let's take a look at the bracket and let you guys know what this means for both of our teams here. So let me go ahead and flip over to the Class 1 bracket here, and then let me zoom in here just a little bit. What this means, unfortunately, is what, Tess? Who is going home now?
Ridgeview.
Yeah, your old high school, unfortunately, is gonna be going home here. Do you have any words of wisdom or final things you'd like to say to your old high school? They had a pretty good performance today, even if they didn't finish where they wanted to.
No, I think they have nothing to be sad about. I think they did really, really well, and I'm super proud of all of them. And I think they really skyrocketed. They're all like pretty young, and I'm still proud of them.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because other than like one or two upperclassmen, that entire team is
Mhm.
like freshmen, sophomores.
Yeah.
So the fact that they got to state as basically kind of a soft reset of the Ridgeview team, or actually more of a hard reset because you're here now.
Yeah.
And some of your classmates are also playing at colleges, which is very cool. So they kind of had a hard reset year, did a very good job making it to state, winning their sub-state round, and then making it all the way down here at the Orpheum. And again, with a really young team, that's cool to see because if they stick with it, and they absolutely should, they're going to
Mhm.
be terrifying as juniors and as seniors.
Yeah.
So
And I'm sure. Well, I hope next year.
yeah, they're one of those schools that we call a perennial contender, which means that they always show up at the state tournament for Mario Kart. This is 4 years in a row that Ridgeview has appeared at the state tournament for Mario Kart. So again, I know it's not quite where you guys wanted to end up, but congratulations, you guys had a wonderful season, and again, we're looking forward to what you guys do in the future. Flipping our commentary, Westwood had an early loss this morning to Esterville after like I said, a reverse of what we just saw here.
Mhm.
They won the first one, lost the second one pretty handily, and then had a dominant performance here in Cup 3. Again, that's the first time we've seen on stream a triple digit lead.
Yeah, it was big. They really took it in the last two, I think.
And those double shock was doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Again, they got 1, 2, 3, 4 because they got a shock, and then right after Ridgeview recovered and some of them got items, they got shocked again. Normally, what happens with shock is once one person's holding one, another one can't spawn in, which must have meant that they picked them up around the same item set, which is really really crazy. So this means that Westwood is going to move forward in the bracket, and so they will end up playing the loser of match 8 on screen, which is Sheldon versus Woodward Granger. I don't know where that set is at right now, but whoever loses between Sheldon and Woodward Granger will go down to see Westwood in their next round. If we take a look at the rest of the bracket here right now, our next matches on deck, I believe, are Esterville Lincoln versus Dyke New Hartford, both winners, the 1 and the 4 seed, as well as Sheldon and Woodward Granger. And we got to cast the Sheldon match earlier today, where they won against West Fork after going into a tie.
That was so intense. Hope there's like 7 more ties today.
Yep. And I
So exciting.
think we're going to have like a very, very, very short break because I think our next cast test is supposed to be at 12:30.
Oh, okay.
And I think we'll be casting that Esterville game. But I'm going to go ahead and mute the mic. I'm going to confirm with our team here which match we have next. Don't go anywhere because you're going to have a lot more Mario Kart action coming up here in just a second. We're going to leave this bracket here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Iowa High School Esports Association Spring State Showdown for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Class 1. I'm going to be one of your hosts for this match, Coach Nate Rodemeyer, also known as Roadblock from MCC, and in the driver's seat with me, I've got...
Tess Paxa, also known as Boba11.
Awesome, and we are here for our our fourth cast of the day, and this is going to be a winner's bracket match between Esterville Lincoln Central, who we saw in our first cast today, as well as Dyke New Hartford, who we have not gotten to see yet today. So this is going to be crazy. We've got the midgets, and I'm not kidding, we got the midgets versus the Wolverines, okay? I just learned that last week, actually, that Esterville's mascot was that. So,
I remember Ryan breaking that news to us.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. We in the car, we were talking about it, I think. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and go to the full screen there. They're ready to start the race. I love that. They're ready to go. Now, for our viewers at home, they just finished doing a pick and a ban phase where they each get to ban 3, and then ELC, as the higher seeded team, can either choose to ban a 4th one or choose the first cup and give the ban to DNH. So we will see. Now, we've gotten a lot of the same tracks. I'm really hoping we don't see Fruit Cup come out right away. Cherry.
Okay.
All right, we're in some different tracks now.
Interesting.
And we start with, in my opinion, I don't know how you feel about this, one of the worst tour tracks in the game, which is LA Laps.
It's definitely not my favorite. It's one of those, it's just kind of there.
It's just kind of there.
It's just kind of
There's
there.
like the boardwalk shortcut at the beginning. There's another shortcut in the middle, but it's kind of a boring track. And by the time you get to lap 3, where you get to the oil derricks going up and down, it's like, it's pretty much done. Yeah. So, all right. Anyway, we're going to focus our commentary on ELC first. See them rocking the Yoshi meta. Meanwhile, the Dyke New Hartford team, we have 2 daisies. And one of them on the Comet bike? Wild. Anyway, ELC. They both have mushrooms, right? So what does that mean?
They can take a cut. There's a cut coming up, I think.
You're right. Right after this turn. Let's see if they take it.
Big bridge thing. Yep.
There's one. There's 2.
Very good. That was so tight. That was...
Nearly misses the crab.
Okay. That was... Did he have 2 shrooms to start?
He must have picked up a second one somewhere because he had to use one for the shortcut.
All right.
Second place has double prot. What's that mean for them?
That's very good. He can use that to protect first place.
Absolutely here. And he also has one protection of his own, and I think, isn't there a mushroom cut coming up right here?
I think so, but maybe he'll just... No.
Nope. Oh, yeah, he didn't take it. Interesting.
Yeah. That might be good for if there's a blue shell. You can use a shroom to dodge a blue shell.
I want to see a blue shell dodge because we haven't seen it happen yet today. We've seen a couple horns break them, but we haven't seen anybody on our streams do a mushroom dodge.
I would love to see that. And I feel like that's what they're saving it for.
I feel like they're ready for it, right? They don't have much of a lead, but I think their teammate is in second place. So we have, we can see them on screen. They're 1 and 2 right now. There's blocking 1.
Okay.
Again, like I said, once you get, bomb.
They miss.
Once you get to this point in the track, it's really hard to make a comeback here other than the gliding boxes up there.
Yeah.
ELC doesn't have a huge lead. This pack is very tight, but they're going to block it. Spam! Oh, they did it!
Gosh, that was so close.
And they took the cut.
Wow.
And
my god!
What was that? Did one of them hit the wall and one of them they blocked with the boomerang?
No, they blocked both with the boomerang.
That's crazy!
It was crazy. He got there so fast. That was some great playing by this person.
Esterville just... Oh, well, I guess they took 1, 2, 4, 8. So the race isn't that one-sided, but the 1-2 just dominated race 1.
Yeah. That was really cool to watch, actually.
Yeah, that was hype gameplay.
He got there so quick to the boomerang.
That was probably the most technical play we've seen so far today. That was very, very good decision making.
Definitely. We haven't seen very.
Oh, we get to go to Sunset Wilds. Luis would be happy.
I actually really like this course.
Yeah? Lots of shortcuts.
Just fun. Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, you were gonna say it's lots of fun. Why do you think it's lots of fun?
It's just fun because of the little. There's that oil fill thing, and then you can like go on the little thing.
Oh yeah, like the little strip. I love doing that shortcut.
The course overall, maybe it's not that great, but like just that cut makes it kind of interesting for me to practice. It's just one of those things where I just get like kind of zoned in, and I just want to do it really well.
Yeah, and this is definitely a bagging track. There's like 2, 3, 4 spots where you can use mushroom shortcuts. The shortcut you just talked about, which you don't need a mushroom for. There's one off-road shortcut you can take with a mushroom and hit a ramp. Now you do have to watch out for these Shy Guy miners that are kind of like dancing out here. I don't know why they're so big. Shy Guys aren't supposed to be that big. But just like the cows in Moo Moo Meadows or the penguins in Snowland, those Shy Guys can get in your way.
Yeah, I don't know what's appealing about just popping random things in the middle of the road, but
DNH bagged a little bit.
which I think is smart.
They're bagging a lot of it.
Yeah.
This is a different game than what we've seen so far with that technical play and the bagging right out of the gate. Getting an early mushroom. Here's that cut you were talking about. They use a mushroom for it. Their lineup was kind of bad.
Oh, and then they missed doubles. That's just...
Yeah, you don't want to be empty on a bagging track.
All the Shy Guys. You always think that you're going around them, and then they just step right in front.
Oh!
Ooh, that was a good back.
Beautiful banana snipe. I don't know if that was intentional or not. I think it was because they weren't near a box. There would have been no other reason for them to drop that other than trying to hit. Now, 8th place is going to have a star and 3 shrooms. Not taking the end of lap shortcut. They're going to choose to save the star here and spam 2 of the mushrooms.
Definitely maybe could have used those.
You're going to use one here?
Okay. Yeah. Star.
Oh, and then they hit one of the ELC players with the star. Okay, here's one of the off-road shortcuts. A lot of chaos going on right now. They're going to shroom around here, take it a little bit tighter, going all the way up to 2nd place, getting doubles. Barely misses the off-road there.
Ooh. I almost thought that was going to... Ooh.
Might come back. Oh my gosh! What?
That is so satisfying when that happens. That was crazy.
I thought it despawned already.
Me too. Oh my gosh. I would actually be so mad
if I was ELC, I'd be crashing out right now.
Gosh, I would be super happy if I was the other person.
That's right. That's right. And speaking of being super happy for DNH, 1st place with the sound horn that's protected by a coin on lap 3.
Like the best example of maybe bagging we've seen all day, because that really worked out. They started in 8th bagging and now they ended in 1st.
They did. We talked about how this was a bagging track. I don't know that we explained to our viewers at home what bagging is, and you've been doing a good job with that, so take it away.
Bagging track is where it's sometimes better to start in the back or to be in the back because you get better items, and there's a lot of shortcuts that you can use those items to catch up on. Oh, it's a tie. Gosh.
We've seen another tie in set. Yeah?
This is so exciting.
Yeah, and again, that left side player from DNH, that was like a really good example. Like if I was going to show a video on like why you should bag sometimes, like that's a perfect example.
That was really, really well thought out from that player.
Kuba Cape, not as extensive of a bagger here, but we're going to see, there's a couple opportunities. I'm looking for somebody to take water cut at the end where they do the thing where they land in the water and then use the drift boost to go through it.
Yeah, that one's really fun to do too.
Right, so we're going to be watching ELC this time, see if any of their players take it, or the DNH players. We'll call out that shortcut at the end of the lap. A couple other shortcut opportunities, we'll call them out if they come up. I don't know that we'll see them.
I'm not sure, this isn't like a bag.
Shroom or Grafter, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
There are some pretty big ones. One here to the left by the...
Yep. Really good turn. That's a really hard turn to make. A lot of times you either have to brake drift, go up on the ramp. So really good turn there from ELC. 2nd place with a red.
Ooh, get hit. Shy Guy looks empty, but they're saving the red. And then they missed item.
Yep, meanwhile ELC goes up and gets 1 on pipe. Here's the shortcut we're talking about. So watch White Yoshi. He drifts, saves it, boom, right through the water.
And otherwise, if you like trick off that, then you just go way off to the left and it saves or it loses a bunch of time.
Yeah, and if you hit the water and don't boost, the water goes against you like the escalators on Coconut Wall and it slows you down. So both players nailed that, which is a pretty strong sign for them. I didn't watch DNH. I'll see next time if they take it as well. ELC sitting in 1st with protection guaranteed. The protection is a bomb going into pipe. I don't love that. That's a very narrow. They looked behind, saw it was a teammate.
Yeah, this narrow pathway is so useful for, well, useful and opposite of useful.
Yeah, I mean, it's so narrow that like if somebody drops something in there, you can't get around it.
Yeah, it's sometimes really like you just get caught and there's nothing you can do because it's so. Oh, and
DNH did try to take the shortcut, and whatever happened, they zoomed off into the water. Meanwhile, Esterville is holding on to that bomb in first place. They have a sizable lead now, looking at the mini map here. So they're really only worried about a shock.
shock.
Let's see if that shock is enough for DNH to catch up in this race. Either way, one of these teams should break away from the tie. Blue Shell coming in. That's going to hit Esterville as well.
Oop. Okay. Did he have a big enough lead?
I think
Seems
he
like
does.
Ooh.
They are going to maintain first place.
And there still like wasn't even anybody behind him.
Mm-mm.
That is a very strong lead.
That's impressive because they got shocked too.
Shocked and blued is crazy too. Oh, that's
1,
very
3, 5, 7. That means everybody won their matchup, right? First place for ELC won, third place won, fifth place won, seventh place won. So that's going to give ELC a slight victory of 5 points. So if you do what's called winning every matchup, then you go +5. Wow. Yeah, that's really intense.
Another very tight match.
And we also, this is one of the few sets that starts and ends on a tour track. We next get Vancouver. How do you feel about Vancouver, Tess?
Vancouver, I really like the bridge at the beginning, and other than that, I don't really know what happens in it.
The bridge at the beginning is really chaotic too, because it's another narrow pathway option, and I think you get an item box right before you go in there, so it can be really crazy. There is a really cool shortcut you can do in the middle of this race where you cut through the grass.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that one comes out. I think we'll see both teams try to take it. They need a mushroom to do it. And we're watching DNH this time.
Is that inside drift too? Because there's been so many of those today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of bikes today. I'm not a bike fan. But you know what? You do you.
Here's the bridge part I was talking about. I think maybe I just like it aesthetically. I feel like I do kind of get caught up here a lot, thinking back.
Look, I have learned a little bit about Mario Kart aesthetics from Tess over here. So I used to be an Azure roller guy, and then Tess was like, "Yeah, but the reds go well with Yoshi Cell," and now I just run red rollers. It's just how it goes.
It's the sandwich method. It's just that's how you do. Quad streams is pretty good. Here's a small little cut you can do here. And then the other that you were talking about, I think it
should be right here. Yeah, so watch fifth place. So they're going to turn around the corner. They're going to keep their shrooms. I hope they keep one. They should.
Okay.
They're going to turn here.
Yep.
Blue shell's coming in. That could mess them up.
Did.
Oh, they didn't dodge. They're going to keep it for the shortcut, so watch.
Fine.
Oh, they didn't do it. Shortcut's right there. They went right by it.
Okay, wow.
I'm sad.
I've never done that shortcut.
It's tricky. You like basically zoom out and it feels like you should drift tight, but you don't, because if you drift tight, you go in the water. So you got to go straight through and land on the dirt.
Oh.
Watch out for the Shy Guys on the ice rink. Oh, somebody got clobbered by one. Oh, commentator's curse. DNH sitting in 4 and 8 right now on screen. They are a little bit behind here going into lap 3.
Right screen has a pocket blue shell. That could be helpful. Sure.
They throw it out. They do hit ELC with it on its way. I don't see any protection on ELC in that first spot. Boom. Blown up.
Triple greens. They just sometimes create more problems than anything else.
They do. Although we saw that Sunset Wilds green. That one was crazy.
Exactly like that. Like they're just so unpredictable sometimes that they just aren't worth the risk.
So we see DNH going to finish probably 4-8 here. I don't think they're going to recover to 7th. How did the other two on their team do? Their other two took 3-5. DNH is going to be down significantly here. Oh, not as bad as I thought, actually. Okay, because it was a gap of 5. Now it's a gap of 12. Counting's hard. Oh, but that was the last one. Yeah. I forgot that was race 4. So that means ELC is going to win Cup 1 by 12 points. So again, this is new for us. We hadn't seen that track set come up yet. So I have no idea what we could see next. So
Yeah. If I had to take a guess, I would guess wrong probably.
I'm gonna guess that one of the tracks we could see here, or one of the cups, is gonna be lightning. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I'd like to see that today.
I would not like to see lightning. I hate lightning. Although lightning has Grumble Volcano. Roby likes that one.
I hate that one.
It also has TikTok, and that was one of the ones that you grinded at the beginning of the year.
I think that's why I like it. It's just because it's easy to, not easy, but what am I trying to say?
Yeah, that's all good.
I got distracted.
Let's see here. I'm sure they're gonna roll into Cup 2 right away here. So, let's see. Those are some interesting ELC Miis. I don't know what that is. Like some little happy guy with rosy cheeks.
Anyway, I think what I was saying about TikTok clock is it's just like there's so many technical things. Like there's so many moving parts. It's one of those where it's just fun to know, I guess.
Well, of course there's a lot of moving parts. It's a clock.
Well, exactly.
But you're right. It's one of the most technical tracks in all of the game, up there with like Wario Stadium and stuff like that. And so, we call that a sweaty track. That's one that somebody grinds out because, doing the shortcuts on the clock hands is incredibly difficult because you have to also match up with what's called the universal timing. So those clock hands are always moving all the time. And if you are not fast enough, it can be impossible to take the shortcuts. Now, in a time trial, you can do it guaranteed because nobody can hit you. But when you're racing, you have a bunch of chaos and items, and so it's very hard to do those.
Definitely. When I was in time trials, it was definitely here, and then when I do it in a group setting, I never do it.
Right.
Never take the risk. Ever.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that we talk about, which is what's a time trial strat and what's a competition viable strategy. And a lot of the TikTok clock stuff you're not going to see in competition, like you just said. There's a couple of other tracks that are that way. So I think one of the things that's important, right? I do, and I don't know how you feel. I think time trials is a really good way to learn tracks.
Definitely.
But you want to watch it because if you're trying to grind out world record, you might be doing some stuff that you would never do in competition, right?
Yeah. If you do, I don't know, a certain thing that is good in a time trial and not good in.
Here's a really good example. We saw Shy Guy Falls twice, right?
Yeah.
There's that shortcut you can do at the end without a mushroom, but it's crazy difficult. It is consistent if you can master it.
Right.
But unless you take hours and hours and hours to master that, which is probably not worth the time investment as a team, then you're probably not going to do that one in the race.
Definitely.
Ooh, we're going to get moving here. I predicted lightning. We'll see. I don't even know if lightning is an option, but
I'm going to guess Triforce again.
I want to see Triforce so bad. It's such a good cup. I thought they were going to pick Cherry again. Oh!
No!
There's only 24 options and I got the right one. That's crazy. I need to go pick up a scratch ticket after lunch.
Okay, see, this is so exciting though, because there's so.
I can't believe we talked about this track and now it's up. All right, we'll see if anybody does one of those crazy cuts. We have to pop off. I don't think we're gonna see it just of what we talked about, but man,
there is a fairly easy one at the beginning that a lot of people take. So.
Yeah, so we'll watch White Yoshi here on ELC and see if they take it. Yep.
Ooh, and a shroom in second.
Very good. They bonked a little bit off the pendulums. The pendulums are really tricky there. Oh no!
I didn't see that coming.
Neither did I. That was unexpected.
Another thing here is I don't think it's optimal to take the gliders.
No, glider is slower, but a lot of players will take glider because they feel like the shifting gears is slower. But if you take the straightest path you can and you trick off every gear, it's way faster.
Yeah.
A lot of players will take this gear. The gear's actually slower because, you know why?
I don't.
You pop up in the air. You have way too much air time.
That makes sense.
Yep.
There's a lot of
things like that. Air time's during the bed. Another very tiny shortcut where they trick off the clock hand as it goes by. Right. ELC sitting in 2-3 right now. 1-3. Meanwhile, DNH sitting 4-8 here. Ooh, fireballs. Those were enemy fireballs, so at least it wasn't some friendly fire. That's good. That's good.
And then their bomb gets stolen by the boo.
But first place has a bomb.
Ooh.
And they had to drop it.
Now they're empty. Ooh, nothing to
those
block
are triples.
that. Oh.
Gee, okay, that's the one time where the gear's okay because it set them up.
Out. And then I think the gears like switch, don't they? Because
Yeah.
sometimes I.
Yep, they'll change which kind of like the escalators on Coconut. They'll change if they're going forward or backward each lap. Really good slowdown there because he was going to go straight for the pendulum. And the pendulum sometimes will stop you and make you fall, but it'll do what we call 90ing, where it'll turn you all the way and then send you off.
And then somehow you're just floating in the air.
Yeah, those pendulums, man. Right, gonna get 3, and they're gonna steal 5 at the end. They're gonna drop and steal 5.
Oh, they did! Oh my gosh.
Woo!
That might have been a coin situation. Do you think?
I think it was.
They only had 5. I didn't see how many they had.
And then DNH did take 1 overall, so DNH is once again up by 1.
Close game. Oh my gosh, they're keeping it so close. It's crazy.
Going into track 2 this time on Lightning Cup is going to be Piranha Plant Slide. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of this track.
I'm not either, honestly. Lightning Cup as a whole cup is bad, but I like TikTok.
Yeah. Piranha Plant just it's got like a really weird glider. That glider at the end, like the best advice I could ever give a player is just take your finger off the joystick, because I feel like if you touch it at all, you dip and bonk straight into the brick wall.
Yeah. It's messed up.
Yeah, there's also just not like a lot of opportunities. I guess there's a shortcut right at the end. You can shroom through the wooden bushes or whatever, but that's about it.
Yeah, that one's pretty helpful though, I guess.
I talked to a former student of mine at the UNI tournament, and he said this is one of his top 5 tracks in the game. And I was like, that is a take, my friend.
Yeah, that's bad take.
Calling out Daniel here. All right. What are the chances he watches this stream? Probably 0. All right, we're looking at DNH here. Ooh!
Thought they were gonna fall.
Yeah, not quite.
Elbow stream for both of them.
Think they're gonna save it for the wooden?
Probably. This looks like it.
Going over the Piranha Plant. That's a little bit slower.
I've
Airtime.
never seen that.
This is the bonk we were talking about.
He didn't save his mushroom.
He might be able to take off his teammate. Oh no, he's in first. Oh, that green almost came back to haunt them. Ooh, gets a random green going into lap 2 here. Drops all the way to 4th place here. Misses the item box. Their teammate stole it from them. And then the Piranha Plant ate them. Hello, Mario Kart. Oh, they do get the boomerang snipe, though.
Now they have a horn in 4th and pocket triple greens.
How do you feel about the horn in 4? Would you keep it or would you dump it?
I would probably get rid of it.
Now, you wouldn't want to get rid of it with your teammate right next to you, so they got to make sure they have some space. But 4 for horn, unless you have somebody with a first you're trying to protect, which they don't right now, I would definitely get rid of it. Well, is there a chance they use it to take cut? Will it blow up the wood? No, they're going to try it. Oh, but it gets the Goomba out of the way. That's clutch. Oh, that would have been the 3rd Goomba hit we've seen today.
Now 1 more green. Maybe they were just holding the horn to avoid the greens.
Oh, that was a teammate!
Teammate.
The amount of friendly fire I've seen today.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to lose sleep over it tonight.
Yeah, it's so rough to watch, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, like, we do it too, but, like, we spend a lot of time being like, guys, we have to talk, we can't hit. So you guys have learned to fan out pretty well, and I think, like, you know, we've seen a lot of really elevated play. A lot of these teams are really good at the mechanics. They're good at the shortcuts, and they're decent at, like, sniping, but they're still, like, friendly fire constantly.
Yeah, I mean, there's times it's just so hard to avoid, but, like, constantly, not good.
DNH finishes 5-7 on screen, and then 4-8. ELC takes 1-2-3-7. ELC is going to go ahead. Because it was a difference of 1. 46-32.
Yikes. But that's only the 2nd map, so.
Correct. Down 14 is easily recoverable. You know, we saw them tie after race 2 in the first set on Sunset Wilds. Going into race 3 is going to be Grumble Volcano. Grumble, I think, is a shroomer. I think it's a shroomer.
You're right, yeah.
There's also, do you think we're going to see the crazy lap 3 only shortcut?
I hope not.
Oh, I hope we do.
I hate it.
I hope we have a team that's like, you know what, I'm going for it. So we will call it out we'll call it out when it's a possibility. It's only lap 3 because this track crumbles as it goes on. And so lap 3, there's a shortcut that opens up that they might be able to take. We're going to be focusing on ELC with our commentary this time.
I do think what I don't know. I was just gonna say I do think this track is cool that it's kind of this is one of the ones that's like based off of what it actually is. I guess.
What do you
That
mean by
makes
that?
sense.
Like it's a volcano and it
so
plays like a
everything's
volcano and it's all
breaking.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. It's
I don't know if there's-
thematic.
Yeah,
That's
I
your
don't
word.
know if sure. It's
You know,
it's thematic, and I don't know if there's many like that. Yes.
yeah, I mean, I guess 2 races ago, TikTok I think is also pretty thematic, but you're right. This one just
true.
on point with the theme here. We do see ELC in first, 8 coins, no items. They are completely wide open. I do believe they have a teammate in second.
And fourth. Oh, fifth. And they don't have any coins. That's unfortunate.
10 coins for left screen? Oh, they didn't get either one of them. They could pop this, but they're going to wait till they get to item set. Really good drifting there. There's the coin.
Doubles are trapped. See if that comes back to bite anybody.
Yeah, hopefully they called that out for their teammates.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they're going to keep coin 1. That way if a boo steals an item like that, oh, it happened.
Yes.
Now they still have their
Perfect.
banana. That was perfect timing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then they go off-road. All right, 7 has a bill. They got to watch it, though. Teammate right behind him, but that is an opponent right there. They're going to hit him. Here they go.
Cross here? Okay.
They didn't hit him with it, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they don't hit a friendly on the way up here, they might be able to peg second place here on the way up. Ooh! So close.
That's another reason, like, rear view is so important. Maybe
Mhm.
that player was, like, trying to... off.
DNH sitting with second and a horn there, so, you know, they need a good race here. We'll see if they end up with it.
Triple reds but it's not their teammate in first. Ooh, first is kind of done.
ELC gets hit
They
once.
mistimed the second one.
Yeah, timing those is tricky, right? The iframes, you really got to give those a lot of lead time, and when you're racing under pressure and you want to go fast, you almost always spam at least one of those too early.
Yep. Oh, but they ended up taking first anyway.
Did allow them to steal it. So DNH is going to end 1. ELC is going to end 2-5. And then DNH is going to hopefully keep 7. Okay. That gives them DNH gets 1, 4, 7, 8. I think they are going to go slightly down here. Yeah, they're down
Okay.
17. They can still recover it, but they basically have to take 1, 2, 3, and then some other random spot. And if it's too low, they will lose. But it's possible. Oh boy! But here's the thing: why is this going to be hard for DNH?
Because they're in lower spots, and Rainbow Road is a runner.
It's like the hardest front runner in the entire game. There's literally no shortcuts you can take.
Yeah.
It's just straight winding paths. The best you can really do is trick off of the track when it waves.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So you really want your front runners to steal coins right away and then just go. And we've seen White Yoshi left screen here do a lot of that. So let's see. We're going to focus our commentary on DNH. See if they can pull this back here. They did lose Cup 1, so they want to stay in the winner's bracket. They have to have a really good N64 Rainbow Road here.
Oh, what did he get hit by?
I didn't see what it was, but they're sitting 2-7 right now. They do have a mushroom, but again, there's not any great spots to use it, so you might as well just blow it before the next item set. Or they draft it up.
Draft up.
They could save it to recover if they get hit, but they're so far back. Meanwhile, second place gets hit with the red, drops all the way to 8th place. That is brutal. Meanwhile, ELC sitting at 1 and 3 on screen right now.
1 and 2 now.
That is not what
Yikes.
DNH wants right now. They do
Jeff.
not want ELC sitting in top spots.
It's something good.
To get 4 shrooms on a track like this, shrooms are not your best friend. They're good in a lot of spots, but when you need like a shock or a bullet bill, not going to happen with the shrooms.
Yeah. Triple reds might be good.
Triple reds would be very, very good. The nice thing about this track is there's nowhere for those reds to go except for into your opponents. DNH is getting clobbered out here by item after item after item, getting their triple shrooms stolen by somebody in the back of the pack.
Taking doubles, maybe something good. Quad shrooms again. This is the last.
ELC secures
stretch.
1. They pop into second. They're going to get second.
Yep.
That alone made it so that it is impossible for DNH to win right here. ELC takes 1, 2, 3, 5. So they're going to end this set Not quite, but close to triple digits. So that means that ELC is going to win this set 2-0 over Dyke New Hartford here, and they're going to move on in the winner's bracket. This means that your Wolverines are going to drop down into the consolation bracket. So before we go on what I think is a well-deserved lunch break for us, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket that we have for Class 1 right now. And then while you guys are with us, we'll go ahead and give you a quick update on what Class 2 is looking like as well. So with Class 1 here, looking at the Mario Kart bracket, let's take a look here. We are sitting at Esterville Lincoln, which we just had, versus Dyke New Hartford. So Esterville's going to stay there. That means Esterville is going to play for the chip. They won 2 in a row. They're just hanging out until like 5:30, 6 o'clock today. DNH, they have to duke it out. They're going to drop down into the loser's bracket, and they are going to... Where do they drop down at? Second of... I don't see it.
First.
It should be second of match 7. So they should be taking a trip down here, either going against Westwood or West Fork, probably here. Meanwhile, Sheldon and Woodward Granger is going on right now as well. And then we have Westwood and West Fork waiting in the wings down in the consolation bracket there for Class 1. If we go ahead and take a look at Class 2, these are our larger size schools over there in the auditorium. I haven't really been following their scene yet today because we've been in the casting booth all day. It looks like next round or current round is Gilbert versus Waterloo East High. I'm sure that is a crazy match to watch. And then we saw Williamsburg toppled Ames High School, which was one of the favorites to win the tournament, 2-1. So that means that Williamsburg is going to be moving on, and they're going to be playing for the Mario Kart State Championship here later this afternoon. We'll see if they end up playing against Gilbert, who won last year in their division, or if it's going to be Waterloo East. Meanwhile, your next consolation bracket matches, you will be seeing Ames High going against ADM, and then you will be seeing Nevada playing against whoever loses the Gilbert East High matchup there. So really interesting stuff in the brackets there. You know, we see the number 1 and the number 1 seed still in, potentially, depending on how the map goes. But the number 2 seed got knocked out by the number 3 seed. So very interesting stuff there going on in the auditorium. But with that said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. So, or actually a little bit of a longer break. We're going to go ahead and flip over to a video ad here, and then we'll let the ad slides play, and then we will join you guys. I think we're back on at 2:30, I think is when we're back on cast. So thank you guys for joining us, and we'll see you here in just a little bit.
Using this program, I had 1 top 500 player, 2 Grandmaster players, and 2 Masters players, one of them just getting out of Diamonds. So that was my rank. In addition, the average GPA of my students at the time was about a 3. So they had about a 3. I think it was actually 297, if I remember correctly. By the end of the semester, all of them were going to the gym 3 days a week. All of them were going to bed before midnight and waking up before 9 a.m. All of them, that semester, our GPA average across the team was a 3.3. And in addition to that, most of them reported better play, and it showed that in both their ranks and in the team, as we made the playoffs, which is top 32 for Overwatch that year, and finished like 27th, I believe, in that semester as like a high Masters team. That's really, really good. Give me a Monday saying they had an in-person Smash Brothers tournament that day. And they did my guys did their walk, jog around the building as a team, the breathing exercises and the meditations, and they got further with their matches than they've ever gotten. And there was noticeably less tilt on the day, and 3 out of the 5 made it further in the bracket than they have all season.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Iowa High School Esports Association Spring State Showdown for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. We are here for the continuation of the Class 1 consolation bracket. I am one of your shoutcasters for this match, Nate Rodemeyer, also known as Coach Roadblock from MCC.
And I am Tess Paxa, also known as Boba 11.
All right, so the match that you guys are here for is going to be between Woodward, Granger, and Westwood. So we have two different wood schools in the mix this time. They're going through the banning process right now. And so while they're getting things ready to go, let's just talk a little bit about what you guys are seeing on the screen. Tess, I don't think we need to go through all of this, but why don't we point out a couple of things that people watching at home or at school or at work should know about Mario Kart 4v4. So I'll start by talking about this one, and then you can jump on from there. So this is a 4v4 mode. Teams are playing a best of 3 series, so it is the first team to win 2 cups will win the match, and each individual cup is 4 races long. So it is the first team to win 2 4-race sets.
Okay, and then if you're cheering for a specific team, how do you know who's winning? It's pretty easy. There's going to be some numbers that show up, and if your team has the higher number, they're winning. So at the end of each race, the game will tally the scores and then look at which number's higher, and if your team has the higher number, they're winning, I guess. And then what are other good signs for your team? If individual placements, if players have high individual placements, then that's also good for your team. And if your team wins a cup over the opposing team, that's good. That's a set of 4 races, and that's how they're choosing what to race today. So.
It is. While they're getting in the lobby, which they're doing right now, let's take a quick look at the Class 1 bracket. Tess and I on Pod 1, we've had Westwood. This will be the 3rd time that we've casted Westwood today, and so we've kind of followed their journey throughout the morning. However, this is the first time that you and I have seen Woodward Granger on stream. Ryan and Roby have had them throughout the rest of the morning. And so looking at the bracket here, Woodward Granger actually just came out of an upset, right? They ended up having an upset in the last round. Because Woodward Granger is the
second
the
seed.
Yeah,
and
and
Sheldon was the 6th seed, and Sheldon 6th seed beat them.
They did. So the 2nd seed in the tournament got knocked down here into the consolation bracket by the Sheldon team, who we got to cast earlier today. And then that means that whoever wins this game that you are about to watch will be going to play for 3rd place right once this cast is over, right? So this match has a lot of stakes on the line. Westwood and Woodward Granger are both looking to win this one because that will give them the chance to play for the 3rd place trophy. If we look at Westwood's journey this morning, so they started up in the upper bracket, and they were going against, where are they at? Oh, they were going against Esterville Lincoln Central. That's who we had this morning. ELC knocked them down into the consolation bracket, and there they beat Tessa's Old School Ridgeview, and then they are now here. So it looks like both teams are filtering into the lobby. Oh, maybe not. I got a little bit excited. But as we go into this, Woodward Granger is going to be the top team on your screen because they are the higher seed, so they are the home team. And then Westwood will be on the bottom. And then the strategy that Tess and I have been using for our commentary, just to make it a little bit more digestible, is that we are going to flip back and forth as to which team we are primarily focusing on. So in race 1, we will be doing commentary primarily for Woodward Granger, and then race 2, Westwood, back and forth. Now, if either team has a big moment, we'll pop off for it regardless of who we're watching. But that way you guys can follow along with us a little bit better, just because 8 people in a Mario Kart race is chaotic, and when we can see 4 of them and we're trying to talk about 4 of them at once, I don't know if we really talk about 4 people at the same time.
Yeah, no, we tried it, and it was pretty hard. We couldn't really focus, so I think this is much better to just focus on 2 at a time.
I agree, and this is now the 3rd time we're seeing those goofy Westwood me's in the lobby, like the little horned goat man looking thing. I think the blonde guy, I don't watch any anime, but I think he's, oh gosh, I think he's from My Hero Academia. I think it's the big muscle guy. I don't know what his name is. I'm gonna get roasted by the high schoolers in the comments, but I think that's who that looks like to me. Is it Deku? I don't remember. Anyway, maybe I got that. Maybe I didn't. They also just finished going through a cup banning process, right? So do you want to explain a little bit about how we pick the tracks that we play today?
Yeah. So in regular season, they had a cup schedule, and so now today they're taking turns banning weeks. So all of the cups from that week are banned after a team bans it, and then the home team has the choice to ban a fourth week, or they can pick which cup from the chosen week they play.
You nailed it. And they're starting now, and it looks like Turnip is the cup we're on.
Which is a new one for us today.
We have not seen Turnip. Turnip is an interesting choice. We're starting on New York Minute, which is a tour track. We were just talking over lunchtime how you just came back on a trip from New York.
Oh my gosh, I totally did. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What a surprise.
Ooh, I love that Woodward Granger is rocking Waluigi on the Wiggler and a Shy Guy in the Bitty Buggy.
It's something, all right.
It is something.
I don't know what to say about it.
You know, funny enough, I think it's probably just because, but that left side Woodward player is playing on what's called the old meta. So before Mario Kart got its last set of balance patches, the best race or the best build in the game, and it wasn't even a contest, was Waluigi on the Wiggler, and everybody used that.
I do remember seeing that all the time. That rings a bell.
It was a little bit stale. Now you see a lot of people on Yoshi or Birdo, but at least you have color options here. Or these guys are like, now I'm going to rock Shy Guy. So going into lap 2 here, we see that Woodward Granger gets bombed on the finish line, sitting in 7-8, sitting in the bottom 2 spots of the race right now. Meanwhile, Westwood sitting in 3-5 on your screen there.
You see Shy Guy with, both of them with a bunch of shrooms, so that's good. There are a few spots you can shroom up, but I don't think there's many.
Yeah, not as many as we see in a lot of tracks. The tour tracks usually don't have a ton of mushroom spots here, and New York Minute doesn't really have a lot at all. The big one is the parking garage at the end. No, I'm thinking of a different track. Never mind. It's not even this one. So, we saw a green shell snipe there. The Waluigi getting nailed. I think that might have been friendly fire.
I think he got another one too. I think he got Inkling though, didn't he?
I think so, yeah. Right, Shy Guy up in third. He does have a mushroom cut. Oh, he doesn't take it!
Oh.
They must not know New York Minute very well.
Interesting.
Interesting. Now, we did see Westwood play earlier today, and we haven't seen them play this. I don't know if Woodward played this in an earlier set or not. We did see a boomerang snipe there. Woodward looking to take 4 and 7, sneaking up for 7 right there.
And I think they got third too.
Woodward got 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 7th. So I think overall that's a win for Woodward. It's gonna be close. 16 to 23.
Okay. So 7-point difference. Definitely, as we've seen, that's definitely comebackable. So.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of sets that after race 2 they're pretty much tied. And speaking of that, we're going into Mario Circuit 3, one of the most fun bagging tracks in the game. And so even though Westwood's a little bit behind, if they choose to use the bagging strategy, this is a really good track for that. So I've asked you this all day. What's bagging?
Bagging is a bagging track is where it's better to be in the back because people in the back get better items, and since there's a lot of shortcuts on this track, it's better to be in the back so that you can shortcut and catch up.
That's right. All right, we're going to be focusing our commentary down on the bottom half of your screen with Westwood now. Looking at Inkling Boy on the left, and Peach, you blew up on the starting line, but that might have been on purpose.
That might have been a strategy.
It is.
It seems like it. Definitely.
Let's see how it pans out. They get 3 mushrooms right away. They're going to use 1 on this shortcut. They're going to use another 1 on this shortcut. And that's going to put them up in the mid pack now. They only get a single item, not the double there. There was an opponent blocking doubles. That's a hard turn to take on a bike.
Yeah. Yeah, they both have pretty good items right now.
Yeah, Westwood sitting, quad shrooms, sitting 7-8 though. We're going to see them zoom up here. They're going to blow a second one. They could have just hopped at the end there. Ooh. Okay, coming at the end of lap 1, they're sitting in 5-7 compared to Woodward Granger's 2-5 that we can see on screen. Keep in mind, there are other racers for both teams we can't see.
But they both seem to be in pretty good spots, I think. It's only the second lap, and they're set up for good items.
Yeah, I mean, normally I'd be worried about sitting 5-7, but you're right. With this being such a hardcore bagging track, they could get better items here. That the double was trapped. We do see third place with a star and triple reds. They're doing a nice job of timing the reds out so they can try to hit multiple times in a row. There was one hit. I think they only get the one.
Maybe a little bit too close.
But they're up to third. This should get them into second. They're going to save them. No, they didn't save the mushroom. Interesting. And they only got a single box.
Single.
Meanwhile, right side spamming the golden dash, going through all the off-road. They just narrowly dodged that green shell twice in a row.
So close. Not much to do with a green and a boomerang.
No, they're going to be looking to set up a snipe on Westwood. Or, sorry, no, that's a teammate. They're not going to snipe that person. I would hope not. Oh, but they got hit by something. Is somebody back on the line?
Must have. Second is pretty good. And fifth.
Yeah, so again, we saw that Inkling player on the left starting in like 7-8 at the beginning of the race, and they ended up recovering to second. So overall, I think that was a pretty strong race for Westwood. Yeah, so now we're at a spread of 4 instead of, was it 7 before?
Yeah. So, closed the gap a little bit. Next map is...
It's going to be Calamari Desert. How do you feel about this one? I'm personally not a fan.
I don't think I am either. No, it's... Oh, somebody
picked New York Minute. Oh, no. That's the second time Westwood's done that today.
Come on, man.
Uh-oh.
Alright. No way.
Well, there was a 25% chance, and they got it. So what's going to happen here is they're going to close out the lobby. They can't repeat the same track. Somebody accidentally picked the same track again. That's okay. So we're going to see them close out the lobby. The score right now is 41-37. So I'm going to write that down so that we can try to do some mental math with the viewers at home. So it's 41-37. And I think it's still in favor of Woodward. So 41 for Woodward Granger, 37 for Westwood.
Still pretty tight going into Calamari.
Absolutely it is. Okay, so gap before there. They're going to reset to Calamari. We were talking about why we don't really care for Calamari as a track. Why are you not a fan of this one?
Let's see. The train kind of gets in your way, for sure. It's a little bit boring, you know? It's a desert. And, you know, once you've seen one picture of a desert, you've pretty much seen all
them
of
all.
the deserts. So,
well,
yeah.
you know, the Calamari, to give it credit, Calamari's got like more of like that red dirt sand look, and then like dry desert's like the pure yellow sand, so it's a little bit different.
That's fair.
You know,
That's fair.
Calamari has more of the canyons and the plateaus, and dry's got like the pyramids and the statues and stuff. But I see what you're saying. You know, one thing I do like about Calamari is there are a couple of places with significant short mushroom cuts. But my biggest problem with this track is right as you're kind of going onto the last lap, you have to go in the tunnel with the train, and it forces you into like a really narrow pathway on either the left or the right. And if there's an opponent in front of you when you go in there, they don't even have to look. They can just back, and they're guaranteed pretty much to hit you. So it's really dangerous to go in there, and we'll call it out when the teams are forced to make that decision.
Really tight in there. It's kind of to do that sometimes. Kind of reminds me of Toad's Turnpike.
Yeah, because they're
so
weaving.
Close with the vehicle.
All right, so we are going to go to Calamari again. The score is actually, even though the race is currently looking at 0-0, Woodward is at 41 points, and Westwood is at 37. So this is not first race, everybody at home. This is third race. We had to do the lobby reset.
I saw them going for some coins. That's always good.
Yep, coins give you that speed boost. Once you kind of get 10 of them there, you have about a 6% or so speed boost.
Right, here's a
Waluigi
cut.
getting backed by a green right away.
Pretty big cut there.
Looking to see if Waluigi takes the next cut that they have going up here. They've still got the mushroom in tow. They're going to cycle it box? No, because they can't take the double because Westwood took it from them. So we're probably going to see them go to the right here and go through the dirt. There it is.
Ooh.
Now, are they going to be able to line up a boomerang snipe here? They do have an opponent who is right next to them here. But they do have a teammate who's also right next to them. They have triple shrooms. Are they going to pop one and go shortcut? Oh, they're just going to nisk the shortcut. Interesting. keeping the boomerang. They're looking for the perfect shot. That's a teammate right in front of them, so they're not going to throw it. They got hit by something. Was that friendly fire, or was that Westwood from behind?
Oh, I didn't see.
All right, here's the train part we were talking about that I'm not a fan of, right? Look at that. Oh, it kind of worked out for him and then against him. He's getting Mario Kart. That's like 3 or 4 hits in a row. Does hit Westwood with the boomerang, and then the third shot sends it out there. I don't think it gets a second hit. Meanwhile, Shy Guy's got 1 mushroom sitting here in third. They will have 1 more shortcut they can take right here at the end of lap 3.
Perfect shock dodge.
What does that mean for Westwood? Or, sorry, it was Waluigi that dodged it. What does that mean for them? Let's see. It means... Ooh. I mean, it didn't really...
No, it didn't really do much.
No.
But still satisfying
Yeah.
to look at.
So that's the first time we've seen a shock dodge today. So a shock is powerful because it zaps all of the items out of the opposing team and shrinks them. And the further ahead they are, the longer they stay small. But we saw Waluigi, whether it was intentional or not, pop a star right before the lightning. And so that means that he dodged it. He was invincible when the lightning hit and it didn't happen. Oh, man, I didn't look at the scores.
Me neither.
Uh-oh. We will have to do the math for you guys as soon as Waluigi Pinball ends. I did not see who went up on that because I was too busy getting excited over the shock.
Yeah, shocks are very powerful, and it's always very satisfying when you hit one at the right moment.
I'm going to take a screenshot of their scores when the track loads and we'll do some math for you guys while we start the race. What can you tell us about Waluigi Pinball? I personally also do not care for this track much.
Waluigi Pinball is pretty chaotic. There's a lot going on. Obviously, it's pinball. It's a pretty much. I think it's a hard front runner.
It is.
If I'm correct. So it basically it's if you're in the front, it's basically just you against the course because there's a ton of obstacles in your way. You're about to see one right up here. The pinball falls down and you kind of have to avoid it, and it can get pretty tricky once you're under tight.
Here's the crazy thing. After doing the mental math, so the scores on right now on screen look like 18 for Woodward and 21 for Westwood. If you add that with their existing scores of 41 and 37 respectively, 41 plus 18 is 59. 37 plus 21 is 58.
Okay.
So Woodward Granger is at 59 and Westwood is at 58. This will come down to the result of Waluigi Pinball for Cup 1. Ooh, the pinball. That's why I hate this track.
Right there. It's just can get so hard to avoid those.
Now, that being said, Westwood didn't really lose position off that. They're still holding a pretty strong 1-2 right now, and as a front-running track, that's good for them. Meanwhile, Woodward Granger sitting in 5-6, kind of in the middle of the pack.
And we see them all with, like, no items.
And few coins, too. So we really need to get those coin counts up. First and second. First has double protection, and second has a red to help protect first place. But they get hit with another pinball. That's 2 for the same player. They hit Woodward over the gap. I don't think they fell into it, but that's still a big hit.
Alright, the red, they're gonna hold it. Oh, a blue's...
Blue's coming in for... oh, it was against Woodward Granger. Gonna cause an even bigger lead here for this Westwood team going into the lap 3 on Waluigi Pinball.
He's got dropped down to third now.
But that is a teammate in second, so Westwood actually holds 1, 2, and 3 right now. And it looks like their last player may be all the way in 8th. But if they maintain 1, 2, 3, Westwood is going to win Cup 1. Meanwhile, Woodward Granger here looking to make their way back up from the middle of the pack here. First place still has double protection in tow, so the only thing they're really worried about is a shock, which we saw, or a blue shell. Third place does have another red now that they can use to help protect second and first place, although they have a bad turn there. First does get hit by a pinball. Are they going to lose it? Is Westwood going to lose their lead right at the end? Nope, they're maintaining first right now. I think they also have second on lock, and that should alone be enough to do it.
See, that's the thing about Waluigi Pinball is you just get ahead and kind of... Once you're really ahead, it just makes room for mistakes, I guess. That's kind of what that was.
$43-35 here. So I think that was that 43 for Woodward Granger.
I think so.
I think so. So if that's the case, then I believe Woodward Granger just pulled that out. Let me see. So what did I said? 43-35.
Yes.
43 to 35. So that would be 84 points for Woodward Granger, and that would be 72 points for Westwood. Yeah. Although didn't Westwood have a really strong race at the end?
Had 1 too. So maybe Westwood had 43 instead of Woodward.
I'm gonna. Uh-oh. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go off screen for a second and just confirm that the scores are right. That way we can report to you guys where the set is currently at for Woodward Granger and Westwood. I'm pretty sure that was a slight victory there for the Woodward Granger team. But I will be back in just a second to let you know. Tess, I'm going to leave you in the driver's seat as we get ready to go into Cup 2. Just that way I can make sure we have the right scores or can tell you guys who's ahead.
All right, then. Basically just going to wait till he gets back with a score and while they all get situated in the room for the second cup. Again, we're not really sure what the cup schedule is, so we're kind of guessing at what all of the cups are going to be.
All right, so you were correct, Tess. The 45 or the 43-35 was flipped.
Okay.
So that means that the end of game 1 was Westwood dropping 80 points and Woodward Granger dropping 76. So Westwood won that by 4, which tracks because Westwood, like you said, they had 1-2 at the end.
Yeah.
Yep. So it is currently Westwood 1 to Woodward Granger 0. But very, very close.
Very close.
I have no idea what the other cups are because we haven't seen Turnip yet today.
Oh, Lightning. Yeah.
Lightning's in this set.
So
when we had the 2-0 earlier,
yes.
Turnip was the other one we could have seen.
Oh, it was Lightning, Turnip. Third.
I don't remember. It was the first cup from the last match because then I guess Lightning is the second one. I remember. Oh my gosh, the Inkling went in the B Dasher? And then Mario's in that's not standard card, is it?
That's the same thing as
Oh, it's
that.
B Dasher. They're both in B Dasher. That's crazy.
Interesting play here.
Indeed it is. When we're back on TikTok, we were talking earlier about how TikTok is arguably the most or top 3 most technical tracks in all of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. There's just a lot of shortcuts that require very precise timing that are very hard to pull off in the middle of a competitive set just because people hitting you with items or bumping you offsets your ability to take some of these big shortcuts. Glider path also, like we said, is slower. And why is glider bad?
I'm not sure if it's bad, but it's just, it's bad and slow, and it's slower because of airtime.
Yeah, maybe that's a better way to phrase it. Yeah, it is slower.
In the air.
Just like the wheels at the end, we talked about this last time too. You generally, even if it's going forward, if it propels you forward, the problem is those cogs at the end shoot you way up in the air, and the air time is slower because you're going up instead of going forward. Oh!
Ooh.
They got wiped out, but that was actually okay because it stopped them from getting nailed by the pendulum.
And then on the bottom of the gears, you have to kind of get every trick for it to really be faster, or else it is kind of slow. And then maybe the glider would probably be safer. He almost
glider is
sniped
safer.
himself.
Yeah, he did almost snipe himself. He had one green hit one of his own greens. They both took the air time. Again, don't love that because it's just a little bit slower because you're popping up into the air here. It does look like first place for Woodward Granger. Second place now. Ooh, they had 10. They've dropped to 7 coins now. And now Westwood taking the lead here in first place on the Peach Yoshi bike combo here. Going into the last part of 3. Oh no, Mario falls off the track and then gets backed by a teammate? It didn't hit them because their green blocked it, but they almost got backed by an item. Woodward Granger sitting at 2-8, getting spun out with no items left. They might be able to steal first if they can draft up, but I think they're going to be stuck in second here. Taking second place and looking at 7th.
Shakes out.
It's going to be pretty tight. So 1, 3, 6, 8 for Westwood. 2019. We've seen 2019 like 4 times today.
It's so cool. Like all of these teams, I feel are so close in still in.
And they're
everything.
Both duking it out because they both want to go play in that third place match so badly.
Definitely.
Going into Piranha Plant Slide next, since the placements are kind of all over the place, no team really has an advantage going into this track. You know, our biggest piece of advice from earlier was when you go on the glider, just let go of the joystick because there's a really wonky thing where if you move it at all, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to dip and smack into the brick wall. Other than that, this is a pretty straightforward course other than the shortcut you can take at the very end with a mushroom or a star.
Not much, but it's something.
It is something indeed. And you know, being in the middle packs here, mushrooms are very common, so we'll see what we get here. Our commentary this time, of course, is going to be focused on Westwood down in the bottom.
Pretty important to get one of those first coins, and Inkling Girl didn't. Is that a girl or a boy?
That's Inkling Boy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Inkling Boy.
But he's been saying girl this whole time.
That's okay.
Okay. But yeah, didn't see.
Ooh,
there's
starting
some more
off.
Coins, but still aren't.
Westwood off to a strong start on lap 1, holding 1 and 2. 1 is completely empty. 2 has a single banana to protect themselves or the first place teammate here. They picked up coin lines there, but Inkling actually took coins that Peach was going for. They could have talked about that and split. That's what I'm talking about. That's why you let go of the joystick. That's unfortunate. They drop the bomb, kind of panic, drop the bomb as soon as they land. Don't really get a lot of value out of it. Oh, they barely missed the Goomba.
Close. But now we got Peach in first with a red shell.
Are they going to get Prot second? No, they get a coin second. That's okay. Oh, man, the Goomba calls are close.
I almost have to say it's a little bit of luck.
Just a little bit here. So Westwood sitting in first and fourth place right now. Fourth place does have a green shell for protection, but they get sideswiped by a horn, I believe that was. And they're all of a sudden dropped all the way to 8. If you guys look at the mini-map, this pack is incredibly close in this race. Nobody with a big gap anywhere. Don't touch the joystick, my friend. Leave it alone. Okay, there you go. Now they should take shortcut.
Yep. There. Now they're 1 and 3. Oh, 1 and 2. Back up 2.
Ooh, narrowly dodges the fireball there. Then gets hit by the follow-up. And a couple more coming their way. They do manage to dodge those. Sitting in first and fourth now. First place dropping to second. Do you think they're going to use the bomb to try to snipe here? If I was in first place and they had a bomb, I'd be scared. Ooh!
Did. Oh my gosh. That was good.
And they're going to get double protection here. Oh, but then they get hit!
Oh, and they didn't get anything to help.
Inkling could snake up and steal this at the end with the mushroom cut. They're going to hold on to third and also take fourth.
Alright. 1, 2, 5, 6.
1, 2, 5, 6 for Woodward.
Granger.
Yep. So that was a win for Woodward, I believe. Yep.
10-point difference.
So 44 for Woodward, 34 for Westwood. Sorry, what were you going to say? So many
I
what?
was just going to say so many, like, 10-point differences, too. Like, all the scores have been similar. It's so tight.
Yeah, the number of times we've seen 19, 20, and the number of times we've seen a 10-point gap have been crazy here. Grumble Volcano is up next. We talked about this one. The word that you used earlier was that this is thematic, and I like that, right?
Yes.
You know, you're talking about how it's a volcano that then starts erupting, so then the map starts falling apart. So
Yeah, I think that's maybe one of the only ones that really does that.
yeah, and you know, we did not see it in the last time we were on this track, but there is a special lap 3 only shortcut you can do right at the very end. We'll see if either team does it. Our commentary is going to be up with Woodward Granger this time.
Again, points at the beginning are so important.
We see Woodward picking up 1 on the left and 2 on the right here. Both players picking up a single coin box here. Waluigi in first with only a coin. Mario accidentally hits the off-road there. Are they going to get the double box? They get it. They need to drift there. They're going to bonk. Ooh, the first place item got stolen by the Boo there. I think they just got a coin, though.
Never ever want to be on team first, but they got doubles now, so that's good. Oh, and they got a pocket horn, so...
That is a huge item pull in first there, right? You have a huge, like nearly a 70% chance of pulling a coin. Instead, they get a single green and the horn. And why is the horn such an impactful item, Tess?
That is, you can use that to destroy the blue shell that comes for you.
You sure can. The only thing they're really worried about at this point then would be a shock, which can happen. Mario getting a snipe there with an immediate red shell throw. Then it gets answered back.
Back down to 8 with 0 coins. First place has 10 though.
Huge gap there for the Waluigi in first place. Probably about a 1.5 2-second lead with a teammate in second place. And they get a shock for their own team. So Westwood has just lost all of their items unless anybody happened to be in a bullet bill or a star or a Boo. And then Westwood clipping there. You saw it on the top screen. They clipped on the turn there. So you're going to have, going into lap 3, you're going to have 1-6 for Woodward Granger right now. 1 retaining their horn.
Oh, and it got booed.
A Boo on the other team stole it away from them. Now they have just a banana for protection. They do have a coin in first slot, so if a Boo steals something, it'll steal the coin instead of the banana. We'll be looking to see if anybody takes the shortcut. I don't think Waluigi will because it's risky and he's in first, but we shall see.
And don't you need a mushroom for it?
You do need a mushroom for it. That is a good point here. So we might be able to see Inkling take it. No, they used their mushroom, but they have 3 now. Let's see if they take it. They do not. The fire was kind of in the way, made that difficult to do. And then there's a shock for Westwood, but I think it came too late.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 5 for Woodward. That's going to drive a wedge into the middle of this match. They were already ahead by 10 points. Now they're ahead by nearly 30. They're up 27. Again, I think the only way for Westwood to win this cup is to have a perfect race, meaning to take top 4. And even then, it may be impossible.
Well, if they do lose, that's okay, because this is only Cup 2 and they won the first one, so
Yep.
if they lose, it'll be 1-1.
Yep, we've had a lot of we've had like I think every cast but one I think has been game 3 for us, and then we even had the first one that had a tie and had 4 cups. All right, now we talked about this one before. This is a track that's very good if you're in front running positions, which the Woodward Granger team is when 1 2 3 5 or something like that.
Yep.
So they basically have all of the top spots right now. So they're gonna look to just zoom ahead, grabbing coins. There are no shortcut or comeback opportunities on this track. So if you can maintain or get an early lead, you're probably gonna maintain it unless something crazy happens.
Westwood, but each got in 3rd, so that's pretty good. 6th, oh. Yeah.
Right into the chain chomp, just
Really-
bouncing around on the track.
Really have to watch out for those.
Inkling Boy does get into second and then almost snipes Woodward.
Second, but they're empty.
Oh, and they trap the box. They narrowly avoid it, then get 90 by the railing on the track. Are they gonna hit the chain
Oh.
chomp? Almost.
Then they spam their green. Ooh.
So many
crazy
chain
dodges
chomps.
happening.
Peach drafting up into third place, managed to recover a couple of spots on this track, which is hard to do. They're in third with a horn and a green shell.
His green shell hit. Oh my gosh.
That is wild. So they were in 2-3, but now dropping down to 2-5. 2-6. Oh no. That could be it for Inkling Boy. Gonna definitely be taking a lower spot here as we round the bend here. They're gonna have a blue shell, but unfortunately, this is why the golden dash can be a curse. They have to spam through all of the golden dash charges before they can throw the blue, and I don't think it's going to come out in time for them to do anything, as this is the final bend, and Woodward Granger has already secured first and third place.
But they managed to get back up in 5th, so that's so good. 5th and 7th.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, because...
top for the Woodward again.
Yeah, they took top 3 again, so they have a huge lead coming out of Cup 2, ending with almost triple digits, 97-59, which means, like you said, set is tied 1-1. That means whatever cup we forgot about from our last match is going to be the next one that they play. So I really can't remember which one it was.
It was Cherry. Was it Cherry?
Oh, it was Cherry. I'm pretty sure it was Cherry.
Yes, Cherry. So, starting with LA Labs again.
Oh, gross. I do not like the LA Labs pick. Again, I've warmed up to a lot of the tour tracks since the DLC dropped, but LA Labs is not one of them.
I don't hate it. No. I think what I said last time was that it's a little forgettable.
It is a little bit forgettable.
But it's still fun to play.
I'm wondering if Woodward's going to switch off of... Yeah, they're going from the B Dasher to the Biddy Buggy. It looks like Inkling's gonna go with... What are they thinking? Standard Kart, perhaps? Bone Rattler? I hope not.
What are your thoughts on, like, just switching in between?
You know how I feel about this. It's your coach. I am not a fan of it, right? They switched to the Varmint bike, of all things, which this player has not been racing on an inward drift. I'm pretty sure Varmint is an inward drift bike. I could be wrong. But yeah, no, I really stick to the idea of, like, you play your build and you stick with it. The only time I would ever recommend changing would be, like, if you're about to go into a track that's fully underwater, so like a Piranha Plant Cove maybe, maybe Water Park, something like Squeaky Clean, then maybe switching to the Streetle because it has the highest water speed. But other than that, whether you're a Scooty player or a Teddy Buggy player, whichever one's your flavor, just stick with it, you know? There's just a lot of slight handling differences and things that change, and just like Smash, where if you're down, sometimes you think like, oh, if I change characters or change builds, that's the thing. Usually that's not the ticket to you recovering a loss. It's just you doubling down on what you know, and instead of changing the character because you're like, maybe that was the problem, you really got to reflect on how did you perform and what did you do in those last couple of races and working on minimizing those mistakes. Do you agree?
I definitely agree. I don't really... I wouldn't recommend changing in the middle of the high school thing.
No, but you know,
but...
I do see it happen quite frequently, and I don't know, it's just a goofy little quirk, right? And I mean, all of us Mario Kart players, we're quirky, and I think that makes sense. So, yeah, we'll see how the Varmint bike pans out for our Inkling friend here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this.
Let's see, if Cherry is indeed the last one, which it should be, Cherry is going to open up with...
Los Angeles Live.
Oh, yeah, we talked about it already. That's right. And then it also ends with Vancouver, so this is the one where we get the double tour tracks. That is correct. LA Laps is a shroomer track. There's a shortcut at the beginning that you can take if you have a mushroom, so be watching both teams to see if somebody gets like that 2, 3, 4, 5 spot and gets a mushroom right out of the gate, and hopefully they hold it and they go under the boardwalk and then avoid the crabs as they come out on the other side.
This is one of those, I think it's best to start kind of in the middle spots because that's where you could get a shroom and then you can shroom up right into first place and then try and hold that as well.
Definitely. I would agree with that very, very much because after you get past that shortcut, there's one other grass shortcut about halfway through the track. But other than that, it's pretty much just running the track and trying to make it to the end here. So I'm curious to know, you know, like we know that we're going to game 3. There's only one cup left. So I don't know if the teams are just down there strategizing. It's not like they're trying to pick which tracks to play. They only have one choice. So we should be getting started here any second. Again, remember that your set is tied 1-1. Westwood 1, the first set after the lobby reset, and then Woodward Granger just had a really strong Cup 2. And so we're going to go into Cup 3 on Cherry.
So hypothetically, if they tie now,
If they tie now, what do we do?
yeah, would we just
I don't
play
know.
it again?
Let's just I'm going full chaos mode on day 3 of state. Like, I want to see it happen. The rules state that if it's Cup 1 or Cup 2, then they would just go back and play the same cup. If they tie on Cup 3, maybe they just replay Cup 3. I don't know. All right, so starting LA lap, second track will be Sunset Wilds. Last track is Vancouver, and I don't remember what track 3 is. Oh, all right. We're going to start with our commentary up on the Woodward Granger side now that we're in the beginning of a new set here, Cup 3. This one is it, folks. This cup will determine which of these two teams gets to go play for third. Waluigi burning out on the starting line, this isn't really a track where you want to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that probably wasn't on purpose, but...
No, now he does get a mushroom and chooses to use it there. That's not a bad shortcut, actually, because now he's right in the middle of the pack. He should get another mushroom. Oh, unless the other team steals the item box from him. Woodward Granger not able to take that. We do see in the bottom right, Westwood tried to take it and bonked on the boardwalk, which is unfortunate for them. Third place does have 2 reds. That Waluigi, man, just get Mario Karted out there.
Two reds is good.
Yeah, it's very good, right? Because you can either hold them defensively if your team's up ahead, or you can look for opportunities to snipe. It looks like second place is also a Woodward Granger student, and first place as well. And so them sitting in third with double protection is actually very good for Woodward Granger.
Right, to the left is, yep, he's gonna take the cut.
Very, very good.
I think there's another short one like that coming up a little later.
Ooh, we do see the Peach player from Westwood getting smacked there, as well as the Inkling. Ooh, Waluigi bonking in the middle of the alleyway.
That's a pretty tight little turn there. So
Who steals their item? And then I'm pretty sure the player they just drafted is holding a fire flower, so they have to be really careful. Going around the oil derricks here, taking the ramp. They can choose to take a glider ramp here to get an extra item box. Instead, they're going to get trailed by the triple greens.
And they hit their teammate.
It was a friendly fire incident. They're going to go ahead and go for the double item box, or sorry, the single item box up here through the glider. There's one. There's another one. Stars triple mush. That's not a bad way to make a push here right at the end. They're going to get another item box there. They're going to cut through the shortcut, steal the boo. Are they going to get a last item right at the end? Fire flower, probably not what they want. Oh, it did hit Westwood!
They got one.
Oh!
That was crazy. He was still in the ghost.
So, okay, the blue shell was going for Woodward, but the Westwood player used the horn because they got scared, and it ended up playing out because they accidentally caught the Waluigi in the horn play. Had the Waluigi not gotten hit, he would have stolen that spot. Wild opening track. Again, doing the post-game analysis, I didn't even look to see what the score was there.
Oh, me neither. Sunset Wilds next. That's another bagger.
Another bagging track, you bet. So, starting in those middle or back spots on Sunset Wilds is A-okay. So those players that are going to be starting near the back, they'll have a lot of opportunities to make up lost ground here. This is a great example of a track where it's really lap 3 that matters. You can say that about a lot of Mario Kart tracks. But this is a shining example of that. Looking at the scores here as we see them pop up, I think Woodward Granger decisively took that race, even with the Waluigi getting horned at the end.
Alright, so which team are we going to watch this one?
Westwood this time.
Righty. Starting at 6-7.
Yep. See if anybody takes your cut we were talking about earlier. Neither one of those players take it. It's intimidating, right? Because you have this little thin spot of track by the mud that you have to ride, and it's really satisfying to do it, but it can be tricky, especially to get bumped.
Yeah, it takes some practice. So.
Oh, Shy Guy right in the middle of the track. All 3 Shy Guys in this part of the track interfered with somebody.
Well, I guess good for them. That's probably what they're supposed to do.
Look, they're out there working hard. It's not their fault we're racing on the track. Oh, and then Inkling bumps against the shortcut there. Does still save some time.
Ooh, Ooh.
Oh,
Four
side
touch,
swipes with the
triple
star.
reds.
Really good job by this Peach player of cycling out those items, just holding them. Oh, the Shy Guy again! And a blue shell goes out. And a random green throws and hits a Woodward player. It's pure chaos up in here. Peach misses the double item box because they were drafting.
Yeah, that's definitely an example of when the drafting is not something you want.
Inkling tried to throw just 2 single fireballs to snipe the Woodward Granger team. It did not work out, so now they got to spam through their golden dash. This is actually not a bad track to have a golden dash on. A lot of off-road opportunities. They're going to go all the way up to 4th, up to 3rd.
Oh.
You can't bonk on the rope in the stake. That's good for them. Up to 2nd place. Going to steal this or grab this double item box. There's an opponent in 1st place. They're going to try to shroom up and steal it from them right at the end here.
Ooh,
No
not
bonk
enough.
this time. They're going to get 2nd.
Second's good. Next to the spot.
They're going to steal 6?
Yes.
Okay. So
Right.
Westwood is going to get 2, 6, 7, 8. So that's going to be a really powerful race for Woodward Granger. Although that being said, we've seen this Westwood Inkling do this multiple times. They do really well on the bagging tracks. They play really well from behind because they started 7 and they finished 2.
Yes. All right, 20-point lead for Woodward Granger. That's
Yeah,
kind of a lot.
if Westwood has an even middling race here, the math is going to get away from them. So they have to have a good Koopa Cape if they want to stand a chance of going to the 3rd place match. Third race here, we're going to be looking at Woodward Granger again up on the top. Starting in these middle spots on screen, this is actually fine for this track because there are a couple of mushroom shortcuts that you can take. And then once again, there's an end of lap water cut that we'll talk about if the teams make it. We did see some teams doing it earlier today.
And they both got a shroom to start, so that's good. They have some good opportunities for that. Empty in 4th, 3rd. That
Going-
banana was a great example of why the tight.
Why the pipe is dangerous, yeah.
yeah.
The track is so much more narrow there because of the sides of the tube, so you don't have a lot of options to go. Watch Waluigi. He is looking to take the water cut. He's a little bit scuffed, but he got a little bit of a boost, went through there. Yoshi's not going to take it. Waluigi getting hit by an open red they couldn't protect. What do they pick up here in 2nd? They pick up a red of their own? Are they open? They were. All they had was a coin.
Nice. Somebody else takes that spot.
Ooh, Westwood going ahead and hitting a Goomba. That's 3 Goomba counts all day for us today, if you've seen it. We also saw a player take a Goomba out earlier, which is pretty satisfying.
Fire Flower is going to be, I think, super helpful for the pipe again.
Right, this is one of the spots where like they're not going to be able to dodge in here, so they can throw this forward just like that. And there's a decent chance it's going to bounce around and hit them. It looks like they were just slightly too far ahead. The fireball dissipated before they caught up with Westwood. Oh, they kept a couple. Westwood should have protection there, yeah. So no red shell hit there. Going into lap 3, somehow takes first. Did Westwood fall off the track?
How did they manage that?
I
If
have
they did.
no idea. But all of a sudden, Waluigi dropping to 4, and then Yoshi on the right there in 8th place here. Has a mushroom, going to go up on the ramp. Tries to get an item box, but has a weird launch and does not get a box at all. Waluigi taking 2 boxes for quad shrooms. Are going to take a cut right here.
Okay. 8.
Having a clustered pack in the pipe like this is really terrifying here. This would be anybody's race right now.
Especially when there's people trailing. There's really, if it gets so close, there's nothing to do.
Waluigi navigates the chaos, getting all the way up into 1st place here. They're going to go ahead and take the cut and use the mushroom. They're going to get hit by a red right at the finish line. They lost it.
Oh, that was so close. 2nd is still a pretty high placement for them, though.
But Westwood did take first place here. They got 1st, 3rd, 4th, 7th.
See if that gives them a boost.
They should close the gap here just a little bit. So instead of a 20-point gap, it is now a 13-point gap.
Okay.
Westwood's still in it.
They are. One more
Because they went plus 17 that time. Because they were down. No, sorry. They were down 20. Now they're down. Uh-oh. They were down 20. Now they're down 13. So they went plus 7. Sorry.
Okay.
But they can still, if they have a good race here on Vancouver, they can still win. They can recover that plus 13 gap that they have.
Definitely possible.
It is going to come down to the last race in the match once again, which is going to be on Vancouver Velocity. We should have rehearsed our offensive Canadian accents and done that during the entire race, but we won't do that, especially because we have a Canadian coach on our roster. 2 of them.
Right. Running 2 and 8.
Oh, we saw a little bit of lag on our end there, but we should be good here for the players in the stream.
I think just spamming the green, I think it's kind of dangerous.
It's very dangerous, right? Like, there's just so many opportunities for it to sideswipe a teammate, bounce back in your face. Especially early race when the pack is so clustered. Like you said, you like the bridge area, but the bridge area is just full of tightly packed racers here.
Yeah, it's just like the pipe that we just saw on Whipcake.
It is. All right, Inkling going ahead and taking a double box here. They're going to have a boomerang that they throw immediately. They pop the mushroom while they're in midair rather than opting for the shortcut here. They end up hitting Woodward Granger with the boomerang, then immediately getting punished. Third hit barely misses Woodward Granger as it zooms off into the distance here. Peach with a mushroom on right side. See if they save it for the shortcut we mentioned in the last set. So watch Peach on the right here. They're drafting up. They're almost in first place. Are they going to go for the shortcut? They do not go for the shortcut. Let's see if Inkling Boy goes for the shortcut. They are not going to because they also use their mushroom.
Looks like first is just saving the mushroom for blue.
Yep. At first place does get hit with the mushroom and then, or sorry, with the shell and then recovers with their mushroom. Watch out for the Shy Guys down here. They've been, The Shy Guy got hit with the shell, popped up and landed on top of Peach there.
And then got hit with ran into a banana right after. Unfortunate, but down all the way to 6.
Going into lap 3, Westwood is playing from behind right now. They're down on points by 13, and they're sitting 5-7 on screen. Don't know where their teammates are at just yet. There is a chance for them to recover because that pack is still incredibly tight. No breakaway leads here. Westwood, if you want to go for third, you got to make a push right now. And look, Triple Reds might do it.
Up to third. Did they hit their teammate?
I think they hit their teammate with the trail. Because both of them bonked into the hedge. Here we go.
Banana,
coming up on the final turns here of Vancouver Velocity.
Oh, don't hit your teammate with the boomerang.
Very, very close there. It did pop up in frame. They're going to get third. No, they got hit. Are they going to lose third? There's fourth. There's fifth. Oh, they take 5th and 8th.
Oh, man.
Meanwhile, Woodward takes 2 and 7. So Woodward took 1, 2, 4, 7. That should close out the set in favor of Woodward Granger. Let's confirm those scores here. 90-66. So this set will be 2-1 in favor of Woodward Granger. That unfortunately means that the Westwood team has been eliminated from the tournament. Their road to the state championship or the third place match ends here. Woodward Granger in this very pod will be playing for third place in just a little bit here, so don't go too far away. Before we sign off for this one, just let's give a shout out to the Westwood team. We've got to cast them all day. Been a lot of fun watching this team. And as we've mentioned a few times now, they were out on our campus last night hanging out with us and playing some games. So anything you want to say about like the Westwood team from the matches today or hanging out with them last night?
Yeah, it was really fun to see them last night, hang out with them a little bit, get to know them, and I think that they did a really great job, and I'm, proud of them also.
There you go. Yep. Yeah, again, I know nobody likes to get knocked out of that tournament and have that road end earlier than they wanted it to, but there's a lot they did today to be proud of, like Tess was saying here. And so they also have a really long journey back home. So, the silver lining of this is, they're not going to be getting home at 11 o'clock tonight. So I'm sure they would rather make the sacrifice if it means getting a higher placement. But again, valiant stuff. Had a great time talking with Coach last night, learning a little bit about the team. This team works incredibly hard. They've made it to state. I think Coach was saying that they made it to state for Mario Kart this season, for Overwatch last season, and I think for Smash in the fall. So they're one of the schools that has made it to state for at least one game every season this year, which is pretty remarkable. That doesn't always happen here. And so being able to do that is impressive. And he also said, I believe, that most of his students are the same people. Like 60 to 70% of his rosters
Wow.
are all the same students. So these same students that just played Mario Kart today were his Overwatch team mostly in winter and his Smash team in the fall. So being able to play 3 different games at that high of a level is really commendable. So great job to Westwood, even though your road ends here. Woodward Granger is going to go play for third here in just a little bit. That match will be taking place, I believe. It's almost 3:30 now, and I thought it was going to be a 3:30 match, but somewhere between now and 4 o'clock, Woodward Granger will be going on. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to an ad and mute the stream, but don't go too far because within the next 20 minutes or so, we should be back on stream for that third place match. So thank you, and we're going to go ahead and tune it over to some ads.
YMCC? Competitive athletics. Affordable tuition. On-campus living. Online courses plus 2 campus locations. Unique programs. Career training. Small classes. Short-term hands-on training. Choose MCC.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Iowa High School Esports Association Spring State Showdown here in Marshalltown, Iowa. We are here for Class 1 Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for the third place match. I'm going to be one of your casters for this third place game. My name is Nate Rodemeyer, also known as Coach Roadblock from MCC. And in the driver's seat with me, I've got
Luis Valdez, also from MCC.
Awesome. We are here to bring you guys into the third place match. This is going to be one for the history books. This is going to be between Woodward, Granger, and Westwood. Tess and I have had the pleasure of casting both of these teams earlier today. They've definitely been duking it out to get here. If you are tuning in for the first time, maybe you're getting out of school, you're getting ready to get off of work, or you're tuning in to your school duking it out for third place, there's just a couple of things you guys can see on the screen that you may want to know. We're not going to go over the whole thing. But Luis, why don't you let them know about how they know if their team is winning or how their team's kind of having a good race?
So the best way to know that your team's getting a good race is the points. So like first place will get X amount of points, like I think it's 10 or something like that. You just gotta look down that final list that they show at the end, and they'll show a combined team number, and the higher point wins the match.
Yeah, absolutely here. So the other things to watch out for, there's some key moments in races, right? Mario Kart is all about the chaos. It's all about the items. And so one of the things you guys should be watching for are the use of what are called power items, right? So this would be a blue shell, potentially a bob-omb, a bullet bill, or things like a shock. These are items that can really change the momentum of a race. They can send you from the front of the pack to the back of the pack. So watch out for those. You will hear us get excited about those items when they come out. And then the other big thing to look for, of course, is the shortcuts, right? So if somebody goes off track and uses a mushroom, or goes off track and doesn't use a mushroom, then they're taking a shortcut to try to cut off valuable time on the race there. So that's some other things to be looking for. It's pretty easy to tell in this format when your team's up. Like you said, the game does the points for you. So as long as you guys are paying attention at the end of the races and see where those scores are at, you will know. It is also important to note, Luis, how many cups does a team have to win the match?
Two overall. It's a best of 3.
Okay.
So 2 to win. I've seen miracles happen today. Waterloo East, for example, against, I believe it was ADM. ADM took the first score, and then East just came back and won it all. So losing one doesn't mean it's over.
Definitely not. I've seen both of these teams come from behind today and make up lost ground, and so it's definitely possible. A lot of times going from Cup 1 to Cup 2, it's a completely different game as these teams keep duking it out here. Speaking of that, let's talk a little bit about how these teams choose which cups they're going to have. So during regular season, each week there were 3 cups that were on the table, and they had to race those 3 cups. So home team would pick one, away team would pick one, etc. Here at playoffs, they're basically given the list of the regular week schedule, and each team is taking turns banning out weeks from the set. So, right, so I don't want to play the week 1 tracks. I don't want to play the week 5 tracks. And then eventually that gets us down to there's only one week left, which is 3 cup options. And then the home team, the higher seed, which in this case is Woodward Granger, they can either choose to use a 4th ban, which will determine which week we play on, or they can give up their 4th ban and instead choose which cup they get to play on first after the other team picks it. So we don't know which team did what, but that is how we get narrowed down to the 3 cups that they can play. Anything else we need to let them know about before we get going?
Honestly, this is just going to be a hype matchup. These players deserve to be here. They've worked super hard all season long. It's not the championship. A 3rd place match is also a huge achievement for these guys. A lot of tough competition today.
Yeah, definitely. I talked about this a couple of matches ago when we had West Fork on stream for the first time. But West Fork actually was the state runner-up about 3 or 4 years ago, so they've made it this far in the tournament multiple times before. No, because we're going to be talking about items. Yep. We are just waiting here. It looks like both teams are in the lobby, so we'll flip over and let you guys see those beautiful Miis there on the screen. Have you seen any wild Miis today? Anything that really got you going?
Nothing really. Nothing like Lippers. Nothing
Lippers.
Nothing close to MCC's very own mascot, Lippers.
West Fork is rocking a Diddy Kong Mii and an Iron Man Mii, and I'm pretty sure the bald guy is their coach. I'm
Huh.
pretty sure that is Coach. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Oh, we're going mushroom.
I asked for this earlier today and I didn't get it. We're going back to OG, the first cup in all of Mario Kart 8, which is Mushroom Cup. We're already starting on Mario Kart Stadium.
Gotta love MKS. Very simple track to learn, very easy. So this is going to be really competitive, I can only assume.
Absolutely.
Oh, we're rocking Green Shy Guy on Biddy Buggy. That one is a unique pick. I have not seen that today. Waluigi Wiggler, Diddy Kong on Mr. Scooty, and Yoshi on Mr. Scooty, which is sadly not.
Sadly, I love Mr. Scooty.
Oh, but everybody uses Yoshi on Mr. Scooty. It's just being overused. I love to see, some Shy Guys.
That's true. And speaking of that, we see Woodward Granger rocking the Shy Guy in the top left. So we see a Waluigi Wiggler, so old meta, with Shy Guy there. Love to see it. Meanwhile, West Fork, we're rocking Diddy Kong Scooty and then Yoshi Scooty. So it looks like here, Woodward Granger, their players are kind of in the middle of the pack here. The West Fork players, we can see, are kind of in the back of the pack here. As we get to the end of lap 1, Diddy Kong going to take the mushroom shortcut through the pipes.
Huge for Diddy Kong. Gonna probably save some of those, and yep, go right through those pipes there. Oh, but he wasted another one. Probably could have tried to leave that out. Oh, but he went for the cut between the pipes, right there where it bends. Oh, but Diddy Kong gets hit by a fire flower. Yoshi goes through the double box, and he pulls out a coin. Oh, that's unfortunate. No protection in first place, but he can dodge a blue shell if one comes after him. Waluigi's throwing the banana forward, goes for the doubles. Oh, but Shy Guy misses doubles as well. Waluigi pulling out 2 shrooms.
Those 2 shrooms are going to allow him to recover lost ground in the pipe section here. Is he going to use the other one here? No, he's going to hold it. Probably going to be using it right here on this turn, getting set up for it. There's the mushroom. Pops all the way into first place with a red shell for protection. Going to look to hit this West Fork player with the red. They had protection there. Did not get what they wanted here. But that means they're open, and boom, there it is.
There we go. What a wonderful play by Waluigi for Woodward.
All right, going around this last corner here, going to pick up double item boxes, needs protection to try and secure this first place, but even a close opponent with a mushroom could steal this from him at the end. That pack is very close.
White Yoshi passes to take first!
And that's exactly what I was talking about there. So West Fork steals first place right at the end. So West Fork 1, Woodward Granger 2. It looks like West Fork took 1, 3, 7, and 8. This is actually going to be a really tight race. Are we looking at another 19-20?
We are. That's my second one today. That's
This
awesome.
is like the 5th 1920 that I've seen all day. Tess and I have had them all day. Folks, that means you guys are in for an excellent match.
Gotta love seeing those 1920 matchups. That just means these 2 teams are meant to fight each other for this 3rd place spot. And we're going to Water Park for the next pick here.
Luis, how do you feel about Water Park?
I'm not a huge fan of it, but honestly, it's a great map. Visually, like,
Yeah.
you got the big bend that shows like the water roller coaster idea they went with. It's a great map overall to learn.
It is. What we're going to look for here off the rip is 1, where are they going for item boxes, and 2, is anybody going to go left or right to pick up some early coins? Those are crucial. Let's see if it happens.
Ooh, Waluigi did not go for the coins.
But we did see White Yoshi for West Fork do pick up a couple coins there on the bend. Here, we're going to see if anybody holds their drift going into the water. I did not see anybody do it. That's okay.
Looks like White Yoshi does have the coin advantage, which is very helpful being on Mr. Scooty, considering Waluigi Wiggler, even though it's been nerfed, still has a way better top speed.
Yep, throws the boomerang forward, does not manage to connect with any Woodward Granger players, but they do have another shot in the chamber. That second one also misses.
Oh,
3rd one going out. Agent of
missed.
Chaos just bouncing around, gets nothing.
Gets another boomerang.
Crazy.
Throws it forward. Oh, he's got something coming after him. He doesn't notice it, though.
He instead of backing the boomerang to stop the red shell coming in, he got greedy and threw it forward and then ended up hitting the Woodward Granger player, but getting hit himself, going into lap 2.
Pulling out the triple shrooms might be helpful. Holding one out for maybe a shortcut here. Oh, he might burn the last one, though.
Meanwhile, Woodward Granger has a pretty significant lead. If you look at that mini-map, the Waluigi has probably about a second or so of a lead here on West Fork here. Gonna go ahead and keep the coin rather than cycling it. They're holding the coin so that a boo can't steal their protection.
Smart idea. The red shell's coming in, and there we go.
And he will pick up another item here. High chance of a coin, but they're looking for something else. A banana, a shell, anything. They get the green shell. That's very good luck there.
And it looks like the white Yoshi got hit by a fire flower from Woodward Granger. And the Shy Guy pulls out triple reds. That does some serious damage if anyone passes them.
And we can see Woodward Granger with 1, 2, and 3 on our screen, so he's really holding those reds for protection. An opponent did drive into him. We could be looking at Woodward Granger taking top 4 spots here at the end of race 2.
Oh, gets hit! Unfortunate.
Shy Guy does get hit. Teammate there pick up the slack, but that pack was so close that Shy Guy is now in dead last.
Just spamming those out, and unfortunately gets last. Westwood did get someone in 3rd place, the white Yoshi.
Woodward gets 1, 2, 4, 8. Again, I just want to reemphasize how close this match is. That Shy Guy was in, what, 3rd place?
Yeah.
And got hit in immediately 8th place. Like, just half a second.
It's a really tight pack today.
Did I just see a score of 44-34?
I think you did.
That's also like the 4th or 5th time I've seen second race end 44-34. History is repeating itself. Time is a flat circle, my friend. We're going to be going into Sweet Canyon next. Personally, I see this track a lot. I have a 6-year-old daughter, and she loves picking this track and Sky High Sunday. So I see Sweet Canyon all the time.
Sweet Canyon's great, but Sky High Sunday is the GOAT.
The GOAT. Some people might object with that take, but MCC, we just own real estate on Sky High. We've actually put a lot of time into that track because we know everybody else hates it.
Yeah, it's stupid simple.
And I will say, Mario Kart World Sky High Sunday looks pretty dope.
It looks amazing. All right, we're going into track number 3, which is Sweet Canyon. I hope you have a sweet tooth, Nate.
I do, man. It's a problem here. All right, here we go. Waluigi starting in 1st place. Gonna get a coin here to start. Has a 2-coin lead. Ooh, there was a red shell that popped up for a second, but it wasn't coming for the Waluigi. That would have been detrimental on the ramp. There it is.
There we go. Gonna pop the coin so get a little bit of a speed boost.
Meanwhile, Westwood sitting in 1 and 2 right now. That's very good for this team. Gonna give them the opportunity to come back that they need.
Diddy Kong has double protection with the reds.
Yeah, the only thing they're really worried about at this point, it would be a shock, which can't quite happen yet, or a blue shell, which also can't happen just yet. If we are hitting the point right about now where we can start to see the first blue shell or shock, and once again...
Ooh, throws the red, will it hit? Oh, it does, the boomerang right
boomerang.
there!
They do
but
cycle
it
them.
lands! Let's see, oh, now he's got the green shell for protection here.
West Fork sitting in 1 and 5 on our screen. Woodward Granger in 6 and 7. 5th place just throws their red and gets hit immediately afterwards. Unfortunate.
That's what we call karma.
Yeah, 1st place here sitting with a green shell for protection. Probably going to hold on to that for the remainder of the race or until it is stripped. 5th place has triple shrooms. Think they're going to use that on this cut right here. There's one.
Looks like, yes, he will.
And they got to go for the donut, right?
Gotta. You have to. It's like obligated. Oh, he might burn it here.
He
Yeah.
spammed it at box. He might get another mushroom here. Look at Waluigi. He's going to be taking
Oh, he's
the
got
donut
a blue
for
shell.
sure. Waluigi takes that here. Now, yeah, the red shell or the blue shell is going to be coming out here from West Fork here pretty soon. They're going to hold this thing and they're going to use it right there.
There we go. Will they have protection, though, in 1st place?
That's the question. I do not know. Let's watch the mini-map here. It does look like it blew up, but I think it missed. So they must have had either a mushroom or some way to get around it.
Oh, I didn't even notice. West Fork has 1 and 2. Wow, look at the lead on those guys.
Oh, yeah. They've got a breakaway here, and their teammates are in 3-7 right now. They may end up walking away with top 3 spots, which would be huge in terms of recovery for this West Fork team. They're going to lock down 1 and 2. It looks like Woodward is going to steal 3 and 4, so that's good for them. And then West Fork closing out with 8 here. So West Fork took 1, 2, 5, 8. Will that close the gap? I think it will just a little bit.
It's going to be a tight one, neck and neck.
57-60. We're going into
3
race
points.
4 on Thwomp Ruins with a 3-point gap. It will come down to race 4 for Cup 1.
Gotta love to see these type of matches when it's real close and real tight, because then nobody has to let off the gas.
Oh yeah, it's all gas, no brakes here. With this 3rd place match that we have going on here, they're immediately going to go into Thwomp Ruins. Thwomp Ruins is one of my favorite tracks. It was actually, fun fact, the first time trial that the Iowa High School Association ever ran in its history, and so that's why I kind of have a fondness for this track. I remember spending a lot of time doing the staff submissions for time trials, trying to get a good time on this track.
Well, I like time trialing this track, but I'm nowhere near my teammates' level. But this is such a fun track, so many things to do, so many obstacles to go around.
All right, here. Looks like West Fork starting with an early red shell. Not going to throw it because it is their teammate in first. There they go. They have 1-2 right now, both going up on the wall. I think they were both looking for coins there. And so they're both going to get a couple too close to the teammate to get the double. So the Diddy Kong is going to be empty there. We see Waluigi in the top getting hit while he's up on the wall. So we see Woodward Granger in 5 and 7 right now.
Westport does have 2 and 4 right now. I did see the White Yoshi try green shell snipe and sadly missed. Way too close for comfort. Doesn't go for that little cut there.
No, they opt to go for the safer path there. They do have first place protection. There is an opportunity where they can take this shortcut without a mushroom, but I don't think we're going to see it. But watch the Diddy. He is going to take it.
And he lands it.
Now he's in first place with the green shell. Teammates in third place. Woodward Granger is now actually in first place. So they have 2-3 while Woodward Granger has 1.
Ooh, Diddy Kong does have a horn. Oh, but he gets Fire Flower, and he gets the White Yoshi gets crushed by the Thwomp.
That's why you go in the water, friend. You never take that path with the Thwomps. You're never going to win that challenge.
Never. Oh, you hate to see it. Waluigi does have a boomerang back in 7th. Maybe we can see a play from there.
Diddy Kong goes for the pillar and misses. Going to spam this shroom when they land, and then probably save the other one for the upcoming shortcut they took last lap.
And White Yoshi spamming out the Fire Flower. Oh, want to save that for some protection, maybe.
Watch both of them take cut here. There's 1. There's 2. Oh,
no!
misses it!
He missed. White Yoshi does have a bomb in 2nd. He could use that for some trapping of the doubles. And he does. He opts for it.
We see Woodward Granger holding 4 and 5 on the wall together, throwing a boomerang, trying to hit West Fork with a significant lead right now. West Fork trying to back some fireballs at the Woodward Granger team. None of them are going to connect. The Waluigi has an opportunity here to take doubles here. Triple reds right here at the end. If they time these right, he will take third.
The White Yoshi hit the line first. He's going to take the race.
Oh, and they're going to hit. Oh, but they still crossed the finish line. That was huge for West Fork, taking that first place.
Wow, what a play. Throws the red shell at first.
West Fork takes
coming.
1, 5, 7, 8. I don't know, Louise. This is going to be razor thin.
Too close for comfort.
All right, it looks like Woodward Granger does finish with +6. So Woodward Granger is going to take Cup 1 of your third place match. What an intense game.
It really neck and neck. This is the closest match I have seen all day. I just have no words for that.
Yeah, it's the second closest one I've seen. I did see a tie happen earlier in the first game I ever casted of the day.
Wow, I wish I could have seen a tie. It's been blowouts on the upper class side, but I'm glad I'm down here watching these teams fight neck and neck.
All right, so we saw Mushroom Cup come out first. In your side, did you ever see a Mushroom Cup come out?
We saw one Mushroom Cup.
Do you know what the other cups were in that set? Do you remember? I know that's a tall order.
It was Rock Cup.
Rock? Ooh, I would love to see some Rock Cup action. And then that means there's also a third cup hiding in that set that we could potentially see here. But I would love to see some Rock Cup. There's a huge bagging opportunity in Rock Cup. You know, it's kind of a take it or leave it cup in some regards, but really exciting for us to watch.
I wish I could see some Leaf Cup today. See some Music Park.
Music Park. If we get Music Park, we will do the booms in honor of MCC.
We gotta get the booms.
Ooh, Lucky Cat. That was the third cup. So it must have been Lucky Cat and then Rock. We're going to be starting on Tokyo Blur. I'll be honest, not a huge fan of Tokyo Blur. There's a little shortcut that you can take through the ramp and you can actually nisk it. But other than that, especially like the end of the track on lap 3 is just the giant walls and chaos of items bouncing everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Tokyo Blur is a rough track. So whoever manages to squeak out on top on this, that will be significant.
I love Lucky Cat Cup. This is a great one, especially when you're running it like with MCC Blue Team. This is just a really fun map, a lot of great tracks, and very, very beautiful maps.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely gorgeous to look at here. And one of my favorites in the whole game in terms of aesthetics is Ninja Hideaway coming up here in a couple tracks here. So let's see how these first item boxes go. All 4 players that we can see manage to snag an item box. Waluigi getting hit almost immediately. Mario and the B-Dasher losing his item. West Fork has a mushroom and a banana.
I haven't seen a B-Dasher all day.
Yeah, this Mario's been rocking it a couple times, and in the last match, Westwood had an inkling that switched to B-Dasher at one point. So I've seen 2 or 3 of them today.
Gotta love seeing off-meta builds.
Yeah, you know, we're used to just seeing nothing but Yoshis and Birdos on Scooties and Teddy, so it is refreshing to see a lot of personality coming through as they play on other builds.
Looks like Diddy Kong does have a coin and Prod. He's gonna hold the coin in case the boot tries to steal. Smart play, maybe cycle. No, he's not gonna cycle items, so that's a smart move. White Yoshi in 6 right now with triple bananas. Throws one forward, way too much juice on it.
He does cycle, Diddy Kong does cycle at that set. He's going to have a green shell and a coin. That's fine. His teammate was in second, but I think now Woodward Granger is in second, third, and fourth place on the track. That's very good for Woodward Granger as a team. Actually, no, I'm sorry. West Fork is in second. West Fork's 1-2. Woodward's 3-4-5.
The Diddy Kong just running away with this, starting to build somewhat of a lead here. Let's hope he can pull out something to dodge a blue shell potentially.
And what I was talking about is this last set is totally chaotic. So if he does have a short lead, he could lose it instantly. Hopefully I'm not cursing the racer there, but narrowly dodges the green shell.
Oh, again!
Twice! It's going to bounce one more time, but it does not hit. He has a bob on for protection, but does not want to hit a teammate. They should hold it rather than throwing it. They throw it anyway.
Good lead by them. It looks like they're going to take one, maybe two.
They did hit their teammate, but I think teammate had already passed the finish line. So West Fork takes 1, 2, 4, 6, meaning West Fork is going to go up early in the set, which is a good opening move for them since they just lost the last one. They're plus 13.
Most of the teams I've seen today that have won have dominated in that first race to set the tempo for the rest of the cup.
Yep. And I'm excited because West Fork winning race 1 sets us up for a potential second cup West Fork win, which means we'll be going into game 3. I've been seeing game 3s all day. And again, if you're here at the state championship, if you're playing for third, you want to have those exciting matches. Maybe you guys want your teams to go 2-0, but we as the casters love seeing it go into game 3, especially for the teams that have traveled so long to be here. Let's give them some more Mario Kart.
Oh yeah, definitely. You got to make the time worth it.
All right, we're going into Shroom Ridge here. What are some things we should know about Shroom Ridge? Because it's kind of an interesting course.
There's two major shroom cuts that you can do. One on the grass and one where you cut across a gap and you land on a pipe, and that pushes you up in the air. It's smarter to take the pipe because it's a lot faster. It's more worth your time.
Definitely. We also, just like a map like Toad's Turnpike, we got to watch out for the cars. We just saw a player getting hit by a car right off rip there. And then a lot of times there are a couple set of moving item boxes on the track, and so you got to watch where those are at. You can actually snake doubles by getting 2 single item boxes in a row if you're paying attention, just like this.
There we go. White Yoshi, what are we pulling out today? It's going to be a red shell and a banana. But the Diddy Kong does have shrooms. Will we see him go for the cut?
We do see Waluigi in first place with a red shell for protection. Like you said, Diddy Kong took the cut, going all the way up to 4th place here. It looks like Woodward Granger has first place and second place right now, as well as 7th on screen.
Diddy Kong trying to fight into Woodward Granger's territory. It's him alone almost. Oh, the Black Yoshi for Westward does get hit. You can see on the mini-map. Oh, red shell coming in. Good protection.
The Mario on Woodward Granger doing a beautiful job of spacing out the reds, trying to make sure that every single one of them connects. See if this one does any damage. It does. He's going to be able to take this mushroom over the shortcut that we talked about. Going for it right here. That should get them into second. So Woodward Granger's now 1-2 even after the bonk.
Bonk and misses all.
Oh!
Oh my!
The red went for him and the boost stole it.
That's evil. I've seen that happen only one other time. The red hits the Mario. Diddy Kong is up in 4th.
Looks like Woodward Granger doesn't really care that he got hit by the red here because he did have a significant enough lead that he is going to maintain first, pop the coin for 10, and then still have the bomb on for protection. But a blue shell is coming. Which team is it coming for? It's going for West Fork.
Oh, he was going to go for the dodge, but he missed just narrowly.
I haven't seen a mushroom dodge yet happen on stream today.
I've seen one, but it was almost not beneficial at all.
All right, we are in lap 3. Waluigi on the final bend is going to lock down first here. Mario goes for the cut and falls way off there. Let's see. West Fork getting hit right at the end.
Oh, he
stole it at the line.
Wow, what a play.
And then Mario's keeping 7 here. So Woodward gets 1, 2, 3, 7 punching back. I think that will put them slightly ahead.
Ooh, here's the hoping.
Oh! After race 2, we're tied 39-39.
Will we see another tie today? Let's hope.
Man, I hope so. All right, going into Sky Garden here. Sky Garden is a great example of, I think this is technically a shroomer track. There's a big shortcut you can take at the end with or without a mushroom. Other than that, this track is pretty straightforward in terms of driving.
I love Sky Garden. It's like a really easy shroomer, especially if you're starting in lower spots. It makes it a lot easier to pick up those mushrooms and take the cut easily.
And starting in those lower spots means that West Fork, even though they had a kind of a bad set last time, is actually going to start in some good spots here to get those mushrooms and make their way back up to the front.
This gives them a really good shot of bringing this back and punching Woodland Granger back into second place.
All right, Woodward Granger starting here in first place here on the Waluigi. Going to go for the leaf.
Oh, the leaf is not optimal.
No, it looks like it's faster because you cut around the thing, but the airtime you get from bouncing off the leaves is sometimes a problem here. Green Shell coming out almost hits Woodward Granger, but they narrowly dodge it. Meanwhile, we see West Fork in 2, 3, and 4.
Waluigi going for the doubles, gets it. This guy is leading every single race. Oh no! Double reds, it looked like got him.
Yep, meaning that he cannot take the shortcut, instantly drops to 8th place, still close with the pack, but going to be looking to shroom back up here. So we see Woodward Granger on screen in 7-8. We see West Fork in 3-6.
Looks like the white Yoshi did pull a boomerang. He's in range. Oh, Diddy Kong almost fell off the track.
Yeah, he got bumped midair and almost fell off the track. Close save there. Gonna pull quad shrooms, gonna pop one here, and narrowly gets almost bumped off the track again.
Oh, save one shroom, save one.
Save it for cut right here. Watch Diddy Kong, gonna be taking shortcut right here. There it is. Woodward Granger
Beautiful.
also takes cut. This brings Diddy Kong up into second place with a teammate in first, but they have no protection. First place does have a rang.
Let's see if Diddy Kong gets protection here right now. Oh, he does. Oh, but he's going for the leaf again. Almost fell off last time, but he stays on. Has the boomerang in first. Throws it back, gets the red shell. Ooh, it's going to be a close one here, folks. The bomb barely missing.
West Fork is 1-2 right now, but anything can happen with this last turn. Neither one of them is going to be able to take the shortcut here. Is anybody going to snake through?
Waluigi hits the bomb.
It looks like West Fork is going to retain their 1-2, so they're going to punch back once again. And there comes a blue shell, but it was too late to matter.
What a phenomenal race by West Fork.
So 1-2, 6-8 for West Fork, but 3-4, 5-6. This is still going to be very, very tight. West Fork should have a slight lead.
Ooh.
61-56. It's all going to come down once again to race 4. Now, we saw Woodward Granger win Cup 1. If West Fork wins Cup 2 here by having a good Ninja Hideaway, we are going to be going into Game 3.
If you're a Woodward fan, you know you're hoping that this one goes really well. I mean, you have the Nisk on this track. You also have the shroom cut. You can do a Nisk or shroom, so you're kind of in good spots to get those mushrooms early on.
And it is West Fork up 5 right now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, no burnouts, no burnouts. Good. All right, let's see if everybody gets an item box off rip. It looks like the Mario did not get an item there, and the Waluigi used their mushroom immediately here. West Fork sitting in 2 and 5 right now. Woodward Granger in 4-5.
White Yoshi did throw the green shell forward, but just barely missed someone.
Got trailed by a dropped banana there. Doesn't have any time to react to it. Woodward Granger sitting 3-6 on screen. Meanwhile, West Fork in 2 and 5.
Diddy Kong is tying up with first right now. Let's hope he can get something good out of this double over here. Oh, he got up top, but he couldn't get a double. Waluigi was right there taking, but he red shells him out of first.
All right, coming at the end of lap 1 here, West Fork does have 1 and 2. If they maintain that, they will win Cup 2, forcing us into Game 3.
Staying on the gliders just a little slower, a little unfortunate. Diddy Kong does fall down to 3, but he has triple bananas, so this could be helpful for him for prop.
First place wants to get protection here. Meanwhile, Woodward Granger looking to sneak their way up. The Waluigi all the way up in 3rd place now with a red shell and a fire flower. There is an opportunity for them to sneak their way back up here. This one is going to be close, folks.
Ooh, and the white Yoshi just barely getting hit. He did use the bomb out to dodge a red shell, but there was a second one coming right after him. Let's see here. Waluigi backing the fire flower in first. What? Ooh, the boost stole the triple greens. Maybe that will come into play here. Waluigi does have a shroom. Will he save in case there's a blue shell? It looks like he might.
Woodward Granger does have first, but other than that, they've got 4th and then the back spots here. And so I don't know if that alone is going to be enough for them to do it here. West Fork does have a 5-point lead here, even though we can see them in 3-6 on our screen right now. Overall, their team's sitting in a better spot.
Ooh, Diddy Kong does bonk into the wall, slowing him down and getting into 8th place.
That is going to be tough if they end up staying in 8th, but they are up to 7th now. They got a shroom here taking them up to 6th.
Waluigi got doubles. He's got a green for protection.
Waluigi, I thought he had first on lock, but he was in second for just a second there. He finishes first. That's going to be a good bit of insurance for the Woodward Granger team, but that alone is not going to be enough. Westfork takes 2. Star dodges that, taking 5 for Westfork. Westfork gets 2, 3, 5, 7. I'm pretty sure Westfork's going to come out on top.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough, I think.
Let's see. 81-75. So Westfork is going to win game 2, meaning we are going into game 3, which you said should be Rock, right?
If I'm correct, I might be wrong. It's been a long day.
We'll see. We'll see. All right, let's go ahead and see. These racers are definitely going to go right into it. Again, love seeing that we got this. All right, here we go. Going into the last cup. Again, Luis, you love to see it. You know, both of these teams have fought so hard to be here. They're full of gas. Let's see if you were right. Uh-oh. Triforce, let's go! Tess and I were asking for Triforce Cup all day, and I finally get to see it.
I do remember us getting a Triforce once, but I just didn't remember which series.
Oh, this is going to be some good stuff here. The only thing I'm worried about with Wario Goldmine is those stupid Swoobats Pokemon. Those stupid bats at the beginning, right? You know, we talked about them earlier in Choco Mountain when I was with Tess, and so, but I feel like they're a lot more of a pain on this specific track. Other than that, though, this is pretty much a straight front runner track. My favorite thing about this track is cutting the corners on the rails at the beginning.
It's super fun, especially when you land it just right. But it is Mario Kart. Anything can happen.
All right, we do see Woodward Granger taking an early 1. Well, they had a 1-2. Now we see 2 on the West Fork team. West Fork is drafting up. They're not able to take the cut, but Woodward kind of does. There's the bat.
There's a bonk, but doesn't affect him much. At 10 coins already.
And gets double prot while they were in first place.
Ooh, are we going to see a trap right here? No, we are not. He's going to keep that for protection. Smart play. Diddy Kong is in third.
Oh, he gets bumped off of the minecart. Unfortunate. Maybe they're going to drop the bomb here?
Ooh, maybe at the box.
No, they choose to keep it. Maybe they're going to look to snipe West Fork.
Throw it forward, but
does not connect.
No, doesn't connect at all.
And then they get hit while they were getting ready to set up for this cut here. That's really unfortunate. They get it anyway. Minimal time save.
Oh, shot! Wow, that was early.
That was like almost as early as you could possibly pull a shock. In fact, on this track, it was. That's crazy.
The Peach is starting to build a really good lead here for Woodward.
Yeah, and they have a blue shell in the chamber.
Wow, they're ready. They are locked and loaded.
They pulled a shock and a blue shell almost in back-to-back items.
Here comes the blue shell. Oh, but it hit.
We got the dodge!
The dodge, and it hit the teammate too.
That is
what a play.
Crazy.
Oh, but the green shell does connect.
This is just like pure Mario Kart chaos going on right now.
Pulls the golden dash out. Gonna spam it. Make sure the boo can't have it.
We do see Woodward Granger's players both having 10 coins. That's going to be big, but we got to see some last-minute pushes here as we go into lap 3. Second with a red is a good set to have, especially with the mushrooms. West Fork, meanwhile, they got to burn through their shrooms. They're too far back in the pack.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Diddy Kong falls off the track there. Not what they wanted.
White Yoshi isn't focusing on coins, so they're going a lot slower compared to the rest of the pack. This is allowing that Peach to get further and further down the course.
All right, looking at the mini-map here, I'm seeing a lot of blue racers from Woodward Granger taking those top spots. Looks like they have 1 and 2 on lock.
Oh, but the bill hits the White Yoshi off!
Oh, that's rough. All right, Woodward Granger should secure 1 and 2 here. Waluigi having a gutsy play of backing the red.
Oh, throws the blue shot. It's not going to do much, but there's the bill. Hits his teammate Diddy Kong. Oh, no! Oh, that's going to be the race.
So much fire in general, friendly fire, whether it's CBC. Woodward taking 1, 2, 3, 7, though. That's going to be a really strong opening race for Woodward, despite the chaos. Once again, 26-13. That's how the last cup went.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, this Woodward Granger team is not playing around. They are here for it all.
Ooh, one of my favorite tracks in all of Mario Kart, SNES Rainbow Road.
This is such a front runner, and the best spot to be in is the top 4 spots, which Woodward Granger has 3 of them.
I really, really want to see players taking that cut in the middle of the lap. It's a beautiful cut. It is a little bit risky, but it's so cool to watch people land that shortcut.
Especially in the high school league. Seeing stuff like that just shows true skill.
Absolutely. I've seen more technical skill on display at the high school championships this time than I have ever seen. It gets better and better every single year here.
Love to see it. All right, race number 2. Let's see who takes it home. All right, let's go. Waluigi, starting in 3rd place, gets the protection. And we got White Yoshi and the Diddy Kong Wish Shrooms along with the Green Yoshi for Woodward. Oh, but the Green Yoshi falls off early. Unfortunate. We got White Yoshi.
Waluigi took the cut.
Oh, I didn't catch it. No. Waluigi holding on to that Nana. Is he going to try for a Nana Sniper, or is he just going to use that for prot?
Sitting in the middle of the pack, those aren't really going to do much for you unless your teammates are 1-2. But right now, it looks like West Fork is 2. Goes for the banana snipe and it misses, and I don't know. First place is also West Fork, so he opts to get rid of those items, which is smart. Shroom's not really what he wants here, but he is going to zoom up here. Hopefully pick up another coin or 2. No, they're getting stolen by West Fork. West Fork comfortably sitting in 1-2 right now.
The White Yoshi in first has 10 coins.
Oh! Waluigi goes for cut and misses. I respect the attempt.
I respect the hustle. But White Yoshi does have 10 coins and protection. Oh, but Diddy Kong has the horn. This can protect his teammate if there's a blue shell coming right after him. And then the Green Yoshi has triple reds. Let's see if that makes a factor. Whoa, what?
Waluigi did not see the banana that was on the starting line, ran right into it there. West Fork looking to make a statement here. They're comfortably sitting in 1-2 with the horn for protection. Gonna pop the horn for the red shell instead.
Let's hope there's no blues coming.
I don't see one on the mini-map here. They're almost at the point where if it goes out, it won't hit them. You're going to go for the shroomless version of the
he got it!
That is wild. What a gutsy play there because they wanted to secure 2 and they got it. You got to respect that. That could have gone terribly.
There's a shock.
The shot comes out after most of the West Fork players have finished here. They're going to lock down 1 and 2, but they are going to drop 6-8 there. Overall, I think that's a slight win for West Fork. We will see.
Might be, but they're still winning a decent amount of their matchups overall.
Gap of +8 for Woodward Granger right now. So definitely within striking distance still. We've seen West Fork have, in the last set, a really dominant back half of the cup here. And we might be seeing that with Ice and then Hyrule Circuit.
Gotta love to see some Ice Outposts. I have been grinding this track for so long, and it, by far, is one of my favorites right now.
One of the things I love most about Ice Outpost is because the tracks weave in there, you can actually dodge shells and other items coming your way by switching tracks at the right time if you're able to do so. So maybe we'll see the players pulling that out of their pocket here. Also, a couple really tricky shortcuts that we might see the players attempt.
Especially those ice ones. I mean, I've been practicing trying to get all of them, and it is so complicated to get every single one. I have to bail out. So I hope I can see one of these high school athletes pull something off that amazing.
I believe we'll see it here. Both of these teams are all gassed up, ready to go here. And here we go. No burnouts on the starting line. Let's see how the first item boxes go. Waluigi and Yoshi both get an item here.
Ooh.
White Yoshi and Diddy also get items. Everybody picks up a box.
Waluigi did pick up a coin just like White Yoshi did. And in 7th place right now is Green Yoshi. Oh, Waluigi gets hit.
By a teammate, backing a banana into them on accident there.
Unfortunate. Oh, only one person I saw went for it, and it looked like it was just a Waluigi.
Waluigi in 6 with the red, throws it immediately. Does not hit West Fork.
Yo, gets doubles. Let's see what Waluigi pulls. Oh, he pulls out double reds. Watch out, this man's dangerous.
Although I think the person he just hit does have Fire Flower, so he does have to watch out as he takes the lead. Going to be looking for the shortcut here.
And he's going to get it, though. He gets it.
Goes into first place there. I think the other person missed the cut there. Going to go ahead. Are they going to get a coin out of box?
Oh,
they are. 70% chance of that coin there. Will it be enough for them to maintain lead until they get to the next item set? If they pop it, they will be sitting at 10
Oh, it
coins.
looks
They're
like
gonna go for
Waluigi's gonna
shortcuts
go for
again.
the ice. He's gonna go for the ice.
And he misses it.
misses.
Oh, he's gonna sacrifice that lead. Does land on an item box. Gets back up to 7, but only has a banana in 3, 5.
He wanted to risk it for the biscuit.
West Fork sitting at 4 and 7 on your screens here. White Yoshi with a boomerang does
hits
manage to hit the Waluigi player from Woodward Granger.
Waluigi does pull out a boomerang as well. Hits the White Yoshi. White Yoshi's bouncing all over the place. Hits the banana. Unfortunate.
Going all the way to the back of this very tight pack.
He has one more charge on his boomerang and he just throws it backwards.
White Yoshi does hit the cut there at the end of lap here. Diddy Kong looking to recover some ground here. Only gets a banana in the mid pack. That is not what you want. Goes for the snipe and misses and gets hit by a ring.
Waluigi backfires his teammate. Now their teammate fell down to 7th because he threw that boomerang backwards. But he does have the boombox. Boombox can help out a lot, especially if a blue shell comes his way. But he wastes it on the red. Smart move. Long-term gain, short-term loss.
Yep. Probably looking here to get rid of these fire flower the flames here. Actually, instead choosing to hold on to it until the end of the race. Doesn't want to hit any teammates here. Has second on lockdown, and I think it was a West Fork in first. So West Fork takes 1, Woodward takes 2. Let's see how this one played out. So West Fork takes 1, 5, 6, and 8. Woodward Granger taking 2, 3, 4, 7. That's very good for
now they have
Woodward
1-2
Granger.
overall. What a great game by Woodward Granger.
Woodward Granger is up by 11 points. It is going to come down to race 4. West Fork is not out of the match yet. They can easily recover 11 points in a single race, but they're basically going to need to take 2 or 3 of the top spots for it to happen. If they know the Hyrule Circuit NISC, then they are going to be just fine. Let's see if either team is going to attempt to take that shortcut here.
Oh, Hyrule Circuit. That's a really difficult disc to learn. I mean, I'm struggling with that currently.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time with that one out at MCC, and I think we're getting there with a lot of people being consistent. But you're right, it is fairly difficult to do, especially as you go to do it near the back half of the race, because the Deku plant will pop up and try to eat you when you take the shortcut.
Exactly. Let's see what these top spots do. What path are they going to take? How aggressive are they going to get early?
All right, it's all on the line here, folks. This will be the race that determines your third place winner here in Class 1 of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
We see White Yoshi does have a shroom in 4. Diddy Kong's empty. Waluigi is empty in 6. And Green Yoshi has a shroom. Let's see what we can get here. Oh!
White Yoshi does miss the double item box.
Waluigi does have triple the bananas. And Diddy Kong pulls a shroom out. This could be helpful. He doesn't even take this.
Right. Let's be watching him to see if anybody takes a shortcut. Yoshi takes another shortcut that's going to give him items instead. That's smart. I did not notice if anybody took it.
I didn't see anyone take it.
Unfortunate. We'll see if anybody takes it. You can also take it with a mushroom, so we'll see if anybody takes it lap 3 or lap 2 here. Diddy Kong should be taking a shortcut here off cut. There we go.
Yep.
And then going here as well. That's a huge time save. Very well played by Diddy Kong.
Oh, but that red shell's going to hit him just in time.
Good thing they hit him before the glider.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to get hit mid-glider and fall down. That wastes so much time.
But we do see West Fork sitting 7 and 8. If they want a chance at getting third place, they have to climb back up the pack. They do not want to be sitting down there right now. Let's see Woodward Granger sitting in 2nd. There is a West Fork player in 1st right now.
Ooh, but Waluigi wastes the horn. Ooh, I don't know. That could have been a long-term tool right there.
I didn't see anybody take this, but I think Black Yoshi on West Fork did, because that lead is massive.
And the boot did steal Waluigi's red, it looked like. Looks like Green Yoshi just got hit. Falls down to 8th place. Does take a cut.
Diddy Kong did take the same mushroom shortcuts they did in lap 2, going all the way up to 5th place now. That Yoshi just stuck there. That is rough. Now, the silver lining here is they could get a shock or a power item now that they are way in the back of the pack. Master shortcut is open again. Waluigi does have 2 mushrooms. They may be looking to finally take the shortcut here. They're going to use 1 on grass. Take a shorter version of the shortcut and dodge the Deku. Really smart play there.
Ooh, and they have 1st place too. Can they finish this in 1st?
Woodward Granger's going to take 1st. That's going to make it really, really hard for West Fork to clutch up 3rd here.
Oh, there we go. Diddy Kong does take 3rd place away. Oh, this is going to be a really tight one.
West Fork takes 3, 4, 5, 8, and I think that is going to seal the deal for Woodward Granger. Let's go ahead and see what this final score shakes up to be. 87-69, Woodward Granger, congratulations. You are taking home the hardware for 3rd place. for your school. Congratulations on that here in Class 1. Before we talk about the Woodward Granger team for a little bit longer here, let's go ahead and talk about West Fork for just a minute, right? As I said at the start of the cast, West Fork has been a perennial contender. They've won state runner-up before, and they've been at this tournament darn near every single time that it has existed. So really impressive stuff for them to be here. Obviously not the outcome that they wanted, but the West Fork team should be incredibly proud of the races that they ran here today. If we take a quick look at the bracket, we can talk about the journey that they took to get here. And so if we take a look at our screen now, we can kind of see what that looked like here. And so at the beginning of the day, West Fork played against Sheldon. They did lose 1-2. I was casting that match. Very good game. But then once they got down into the consolation bracket, they 2-0'd North Fayette. They 2-1 Dyke New Hartford. And then they lost here right against Woodward Granger here. Okay, but congratulations to West Fork on 4th place overall. Now, if we take a look at Woodward Granger, they're going home with a 3rd place hardware, and let's take a look at their journey they went through the bracket today, right? So they came in as the 2nd seed. They beat North Fayette Valley in their first match. Then they went over as the 2nd seed against the 6th seed, and there was a bit of an upset there. Sheldon, the 6th seed, 2-1's Woodward Granger, sending Woodward down into the consolation bracket. Their Woodward Granger goes against the 8th seed in Westwood, who Tess and I have been casting all day. They beat Westwood 2-1, and then they beat West Fork 2-1. What a journey these teams have had today.
Absolutely amazing. Definitely a really hard bracket and a lot of effort put forth by these two teams.
And one of the things that I just want to say as we get ready to close off this one here is, we talked a lot about how it was really refreshing to see the off meta. I don't know as a coach if I love that, but like seeing it as a spectator, as a caster is always a lot of fun. So seeing Woodward Granger pop off the way they did with Waluigi Wiggler, which is old meta, and Shy Guy Bitty Buggy, or for a while Mario B-Dasher, what? That was some crazy stuff.
It's really refreshing to see that too, because Mario Kart's about showing off that personality a bit with your card combinations. It's really refreshing, as you said, to see off meta, and they did a phenomenal job, especially running off meta.
Yep, congratulations to you, Woodward Granger. Enjoy the celebration, enjoy the hardware, get a good meal while you're in Marshalltown. Luis, if you were going to suggest a restaurant for them to hit on the way out of town, do you have any ones that come to mind? You'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, man, as Marshalltown native, I love my boys at La Carreta. Best Mexican food around.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So with that being said, we are going to go ahead and send things over to a couple ads, and then shortly the Class 1 State Championship match will be happening on this very, very same stream, and those two teams, I believe, will be Esterville Lincoln versus Sheldon. So don't go too far. That match will be taking place here in just a little bit. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to go ahead and pay the bills here by running a couple ads.
YMCC, competitive athletics, affordable tuition, on-campus living, online courses plus 2 campus locations, unique programs, career training, small classes, short-term hands-on training. Choose MCC.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Iowa High School Esports Association Spring State Showdown Class 1 Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the state championship match. I'm going to be one of your hosts for this final race. I am Nate Rodemeyer, also known as Coach Roadblock from Marshalltown Community College.
And over here we have Tess Pax, also known as Boba11. So excited.
Absolutely, this is going to be one for the ages. We're going to have Estherville Lincoln Central, who's the first match we streamed earlier today, going against Sheldon. This is going to be a battle of the Titans. And as these teams are getting introduced here in the black box right now, let's go ahead and update everybody on this bracket and where it is sitting for Class 1. So, if we take a look here, let's talk about Estherville Lincoln first. So Estherville Lincoln came in this morning in round 1 and 2-0'd Westwood in the first stream that we had. Then they went over to face Dyke New Hartford, where they also beat them 2-0. If you look at this bracket, there's an awful lot of 2-1s today, right? There's an awful lot of a team wins one and then loses one and then clutches up at the end. Estherville has 2-0'd both times. So I promise you, Tess, they're going to be looking to close out the state championship by going for another 2-0.
Definitely. They've pretty much been bulldozing the competition now, but I think Sheldon may give them a run for their money.
I think so too. Brilliant transition. Let's look at where they were at. So they started today playing against West Fork, who Luis and I just commentated for, and they won that one 2-1. Then they went into a match against with Woodward Granger, who was the other third place competitors, beat them 2-1, and now they're sitting at the end getting ready to go against Estherville. So they have had a couple of 2-1s. And so obviously they would love to turn around and 2-0 Estherville here, but keep in mind it is a best of 3, so I really don't know how likely it is that we're going to see a 2-0 come out from either team. Both of these teams are absolutely incredible.
Definitely. I think they're both ready to fight to the death here. They're ready to scrap it out no matter what.
You bet. The other thing to keep in mind, Tess, is both of these teams, because they won and then they won again, they've been sitting around waiting to play Mario Kart since like 2 o'clock this afternoon. So they've been sitting around for like 3 hours just like waiting for this moment to come. And so that's good and bad. One, they might be a little bit cold, but they also haven't been duking it out all afternoon, and so they've had time to rest, kind of decompress a little bit, recharge the batteries, play some other games or hang out or listen to their music or just chill. So that's not a bad thing.
For sure. I bet they're raring to go now. And I'm sure they probably were practicing. I don't know if
I would
you get
imagine
here and you don't practice.
I would
a little
imagine they were
bit.
doing a little bit of practicing. I did see some
Definitely.
warm up happening earlier in the afternoon here, as soon as the last games ended here. So before we actually get into that match, which they're getting set up for us right now, I wanted us to go ahead and take a look at this viewer guide to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, because if you are watching this championship game between these two teams, there's a pretty high likelihood that you're just getting off work, you're getting out of school for the day. This might be the first and only Mario Kart match you watch all day. So let's make sure you guys have the context real quick before they get going here. So number one, this is a 4v4 situation. So there are 4 people on each team. They are playing best of 3 cups. So it's the first team to win 2 cups, and each individual cup has 4 races. Now, Tess, how are these guys going to know if their team is winning?
It's pretty easy to tell. The teams are separated into a blue team and a red team, and you'll be able to tell by if you see a player that you recognize, they'll have a flag on the back of their cart, and then whichever team has the higher score, that's who's winning, pretty much. And another way to tell is if you see a name you recognize and they have a higher placement individually, then that's also good for your team. So it's pretty easy. Higher number equals, good.
Yeah, definitely. Higher number, faster placement equals good. Some other things we want you guys to watch out for. Mario Kart is full of chaos, but there is some beauty in the chaos. There are some things that you can specifically watch for while they are playing. Those are these key moments over on the right-hand side of the screen. So power items, these would be blue shells, these would be shocks, these would be bullet bills, these would be red shells. Items that can really be game changers here in this match. Even a boo can be a game changer. So look for those items. You will definitely hear us getting excited, so we'll help you understand those ones. The other thing would be the shortcuts. So there are a lot of shortcuts they can take, some with a mushroom, some without a mushroom, but they're going to be taking shortcuts to try and get ahead of the game here. And so watch for those as well. And with that being said, they're getting ready right now, which is perfect timing. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started here. They're getting the final teams set up here right now. So let's go ahead and get our full screen so we can see the action that's taking place here. Esterville Lincoln Central is going to be the top screen that you guys are watching, and then the bottom screen should be Sheldon here.
All right, let's see what cup they're gonna go for.
Star. We've seen
Interesting.
Star earlier today. I think we watched Sheldon play Star, if I'm remembering correctly. I might be wrong there, but we saw a team play Star.
Definitely. So if it was Sheldon, they've practiced on these before, so they're probably ready. They've been practicing these all day.
And it looks like Esterville is going to be your red team, and then Sheldon on the bottom is going to be your blue team. So you can keep that in mind as well. All right, here we go. Sunshine Airport. This is mostly a running track. There are some slight shortcut opportunities at the end, but not a lot.
Not a lot at all. Let's see how well they do at the beginning. You really want to make sure you get an item at the beginning, and a first item box is so important.
And all of the players we can see, 3 of them got one. Our right side, Orange Yoshi for Sheldon, did not get an item. That is unfortunate here. Ooh, and they bonk on the airplane. Tough. Esterville is currently sitting in first with no items. That's scary going on this glider ramp. They could easily get hit by a banana, which was tried there, or a shell.
Yeah, but he made sure he got his coins, and that's really important to keep his coins up, so he seems pretty prepared.
And he did get double item box there. So he has a coin in first, which he's probably going to hold so a boo can't steal. Although that pack is so close, I don't think we're going to see a boo just yet.
Yeah, he might have to hold that green on his butt just to be
All
safe.
the chaos on the baggage line there was huge. You can see basically every player in the lobby is clustered up in the same spot, which is exactly what you want to see with a match of this caliber here. White Yoshi for ELC holding first with the green shell, has a little bit of a lead now, but not enough to be super comfortable. They do have 10 coins.
And a coin in pocket.
Ooh, we saw Orange Yoshi take the little mini shortcut.
That's super interesting. That cut is a little bit wonky sometimes, but that was pretty clean from Sheldon, so.
Oh, throwing! Did they hit? Did it hit?
I
think it
think
missed.
So. Missed him.
Had that hit, that would have been a huge fireball play there because it would have knocked him into the water.
Yeah, and that would have been a huge time loss for the other team. So unfortunately, he missed that. But we see another fire flower from his teammate. See if they can do anything with that.
It does look like Esterville is kind of bookending this match. We see 1 and 7 on our screen here. Meanwhile, Sheldon has a lot of the middle spots right now. So you see if anything changes here as we're halfway through lap 3 on race 1.
We see Esterville
Ooh,
still in first.
Peach using the fireballs to block an incoming red shell. That would have been detrimental because they would have fallen into the gap. So that was a big, big play from Sheldon there.
And now they have a star going into the third lap. They're going to get doubles going through 2 bananas.
Esterville's probably going to take first here because the Boos stole their coin and they took 1. Esterville's also going to take second. Sheldon takes 3 and 4.
They had a little bit of a comeback there. That was pretty exciting.
So ELC getting 1 and 2 is big, but Sheldon takes the middle 3 spots and 8, so it's going to be close. 23-16.
So that's about a 7 point?
7 points.
Lead for Esterville?
I was hoping for Esterville's up by 7. I was honestly hoping for another 19-20. The number of 19-20s you've seen today is crazy.
We have seen so many, but
in the third place match, it was 19-20 and then 44-34 again. We've seen those numbers all day.
Yeah, very common. All of the teams have been so close, but Esterville is seemingly very determined.
Yeah, they got a little bit of a breakaway, but 7 points is nothing in a game like this one. So going into Dolphin Shoals here. Water track here, so you're going to see nobody switched to a Streetle, it doesn't look like. But what you're going to be watching for is players taking the right side path when they go into the middle part of the course. And then we're going to be looking for a lot of tricks on top of the eel.
Definitely, the tricks on the eel are very important. And again, the single item box at the beginning.
Neither one of the Esterville players gets an item box. That's tough. Meanwhile, both the Sheldon players do. Peach just got a coin and used it already.
Ooh, and Yoshi just used the red.
So Orange Yoshi is going to take right side path, as is White Yoshi for Eldon. The other players are going to go in the middle here. Peach barely getting that double place item box, and I think bumping their teammate out of the way to get it. Getting about 4 tricks off the back of the eel here. First place with a red.
Now he's trailing the banana, the Orange Yoshi, and the red. A lot of trails going on. That can be pretty dangerous if you're around your teamates, but seemed to work out for them.
Yeah, when the
Ooh.
pack's this close, you really have to be careful putting those items behind you here. Going at the end of lap 1, Sheldon sitting in 1-3, which is really good for them. And I think second place is also a Sheldon racer.
Yes, Peach just got an item. Let's see what they get. Anything useful? A
Mushroom.
shroom. Okay. One cut at the end. I'm not sure that can be
Um,
best.
Esterville was sitting 5 there, gets bumped down. They're sitting 7 and 8 with a red shell. Nobody really going for right side path. Black Yoshi tries and goes into the void there, getting a bunch of tricks from Peach on the back of the eel there.
Definitely a big lead for 1 and 2 for Sheldon. This could be big for them.
Huge.
If Esterville can't catch up.
They both have protection, and second place has double protection. So they're really just worried about a shock, which could happen, or a blue shell, because neither one of them has a horn.
Yeah, they really want to do whatever they can to hold these 2 spots. Esterville's still kind of in the back spots, so Sheldon may do something here.
And it looks like
Third lap.
Sheldon may have 1, 2, 4 right now. Esterville kind of taking third right now.
Triple shrooms for both of them. But again, I don't think shrooms are the most helpful on this track, are they?
No, at the very end on the shortcut, it could be, but right here in the middle, no, especially when they're already getting trick boosts off of the eel. But look to see if Esterville saves those mushrooms for the end shortcut here.
Ooh, they didn't, but...
I bet
Looks
White
like
Yoshi is saving one
is.
right here. But it looks like Sheldon is going to take 1, 2 pretty comfortably here, which is going to be a big punch back in the direction. And they're going to take 3.
Like Yoshi hits a wall. Did he use his spot?
Ooh, Sheldon takes 1, 2, 3, 5. That's a huge swing. So they were down 7, but take a look at the scoreboard now.
Wow. And...
Now they're plus 10. There's 44, 34 again. There it is.
Definitely, that was a big jump for them. They really needed that after the first map. But still anything but over for either team.
Yeah, I was talking on stream about how I thought this might be the most hype match we would see all day, just because we've got to see both of these teams and they're so good. And so far they have not disappointed, right? A 7-point swing went to a plus 10 swing in the other direction. That is massive. All right, Electrodrum, one of the things they got to look for, there's a pink path, there's a green path. Pink is faster, green is safer, and with how clustered all these racers are, it might not be a bad idea to take green. Also, at the end of the lap, there's a shortcut that the players can take if they have a mushroom or a star.
Yeah, and that shortcut can be a big jump up for some people, so, you know, a small bag might not be horrible for a player.
No, but it looks like Sheldon is going to elect to try to front run right out of the gate here. We have Sheldon in 1 and Iahsea in 2. Orange Yoshi falls off the track.
That's why drafts are super dangerous. They can give you a boost at just the wrong time.
Just the wrong time. I feel like a lot of times drafts are more detrimental than they are helpful.
Definitely, they find a way to screw you up sometimes.
They sure do. They sure do. So Sheldon holding on. When they drop the bomb, they back it and get 2 and 3. Nice. That is huge.
That was huge. Ooh, and now they have a horn pocket, so that's perfect for if a blue comes. They are pretty much set up.
Right, pocket means it's your second item, right? So if the blue comes, he's going to steal your coin. You get to keep your horn.
Orange Yoshi taking the big cut at the end we were talking about, so that's good.
Yeah, recovering nicely from that early fall. They were down in 7 or 8. Now they're up in 4 with a mushroom and a star here. They're going to pop it probably. No, they're going to keep it. Meanwhile, Iahsea we see in 6 and 7. They have a couple racers that are further up in the pack. Meanwhile, Sheldon getting hit with a fire flower here.
Throwing it backwards, so I don't think they hit any of their teammates. That's good.
Peach,
double item.
Peach still maintaining their items, the coin pocket horn.
That's definitely a smart decision, I think. Ooh, Orange Yoshi gets redded. Another empty.
There it is. The boost stole the coin, which means they still have the horn. That is massive here.
Definitely a good play to keep the coin, for sure. Wouldn't want to lose that horn.
Meanwhile, Esterville does have a crazy 8 in 5th place. They basically spam all the items and take the end of lap shortcut here. We see a blooper come out, which are pretty rare in these matches, but it was part of the crazy 8. It is going to obscure, but these players know the track's well enough that it's not a huge thing. We see Orange Yoshi fall off the track again for Sheldon.
In like the same place, too. I think Peach still going strong with that horn and a pocket banana, so 2 protection up there.
And look at the mini-map there. Look at the lead that Sheldon's Peach has. They have probably a 3-second lead, and they have a teammate in 2nd place.
Yeah, they are feeling good right now. Ooh, Boo takes horn.
But the second protection means the banana stops the red shell. Sheldon's comfortably taken 1.
Yes.
Meanwhile, though, Esterville snaking up here. They're going to take 2.
Oh. And the other Sheldon teammate in 8th.
and then
Esterville
ELC in
fifth.
5.
Okay.
So Sheldon takes 1, 4, 7, 8, but Esterville gets a lot of the mid pack. So I think we're going to still see a Sheldon plus gap, but I think it might close a little bit. 7 instead of 10.
Ooh,
All
they
right.
are keeping it close.
7-point spread going into Mount Wario. Now, Mount Wario is a very hard front-running track. Let's see. Sheldon got first, but Esterville got second. So they both have some front-running players here. One of the things you guys need to watch for on this track is as soon as they drop out of the airplane and land on top of the mountain, there's a stretch of like 5 or 6 coins. The front runner should be gunning for those immediately because that's a huge advantage. You want to steal those coins from the other team.
Yes, you definitely need to get those on this course. It's so important. If you get behind, you're kind of behind for the rest of it. It's really hard to catch up on this course. So
yeah, there's like one shortcut that you can take, and you don't even need a mushroom to do it, so it's not a huge time save.
Yeah, so as many coins as possible is good. Anything that'll help you get ahead.
So watch for the peach here from Sheldon to take these coins here right out of the gate. They're gonna get the first box. There's 1, 2. They got all 3 coins. They steal those from ELC.
Very smooth coin line. That was very satisfying.
So if you look, we have 4 and 3 for Sheldon, and then 5 actually for ELC, and then their white Yoshi player has 1. Although they're going to pick up 4 more here, getting up to 5.
Now they have a red. I wonder if they're going to red someone on the cut.
Maybe.
Ooh.
Both Sheldon players did take the cut. They're sitting comfortably in 1-2, but not a big lead right now. 2 has double protection, which is huge, and they don't bonk on the rock. They're going to use red shell to protect here. They're going to have a bomb in pocket here. Really scary to drop that just because the pack's so close. There's a high chance they hit a teammate. Going to go wide here so they don't get trailed by their teammates. Green.
Very smart move. Always want to communicate that with your teammates.
They're choosing to keep the bob bomb onto it. They might drop it here before they go off this part. They're looking. No back.
Ooh.
Okay.
Could be a good move to hold that. I'm not sure. Ooh.
They drop it there and use the mushroom.
Okay.
And then they do hit both of them with the bomb. That was a huge
Ooh.
bomb. That's the second time we've seen Sheldon assassinate the other team with a well-placed bob bomb.
That was really good. Those tight spaces are the best place to drop a bomb, and we've seen them capitalize on that a couple times now,
Multiple times. They're getting a really good cycle there to stop the red there from the orange Yoshi. We see Sheldon in 1 and 3. Meanwhile, ELC does have somebody who's up in second place.
Not much of a lead for the orange Yoshi, though. There's the whole pack is still really tight looking.
If Sheldon manages to hold on to 1 and 3, they should come ahead because they have a spread of +7 right now.
Yeah. Well, if they...
Right, and Sheldon should be fine because they just pulled a star here. Then they're going to cycle that into the doubles. They have protection unless there's another red shell coming, which I don't
Doesn't
see.
look like it.
Sheldon takes 1.
One on lock.
Esterville gets taken.
Oh!
Sheldon's going to take 2 as
Oh
well.
my gosh.
Are they?
No.
Are they? They don't.
Oh my god, that was so close.
Esterville Lincoln Central takes second place, but I don't think it's going to be enough, although they overall win most of their matchups. What is this score going to be? 83-73.
Oh,
Sheldon
man.
takes game 1 in this best of 3. Remember, Esterville Lincoln Central has 2-0'd everybody today.
Not looking like that's going to be the case this time. Oh, 10-point deficit.
This Sheldon team is fired up and ready to go, and I am loving watching these games. As a caster, I do want to see this go into game 3, so I'm sorry, Sheldon. That's not anything against you. That was amazing racing. But, you know, when you get this far into the set, as a spectator, you want to see the best games possible. And for me, if they keep trading blows back and forth, that's the best thing we could hope for. Again, that one ended with a +10 spread, which is very tight.
That is so close, and Esterville is, I'm sure that they are ready to go next time. Another thing about Sheldon, as you mentioned before, is that they practiced that cup before in a previous game, I think. So,
I'm pretty sure that was the team.
yeah. So that definitely could have been a factor. We'll see how they do on the next cup. Sure, Esterville is raring to take back the lead.
Absolutely. And because we saw Star come out, the other cups that were in that set are the other cups. So if
Yes.
Sheldon did have that practice earlier in the day, which again, I might be crossing streams now, which you're not supposed to do. But I'm pretty darn sure that is this team. And so they're going to have a little bit of warm-up time on all these. Now, to be fair, Esterville Lincoln Central definitely has played a lot of Star Cup, right? It's not like today's their first day playing Mario Kart. So I'm sure that they've practiced that cup many, many, many times here. So we will go ahead and see what Cup 2 is going to be. I'll be honest, we've done so many matches at this point, I have no idea what the other cups were that are in this set. So we'll be just as surprised as the viewers at home are with whatever cup comes out next. You know, earlier today I made the bold prediction we were going to see Lightning Cup. I'm going to go ahead and say that we're going to see Turnip.
Turnip.
Yep.
What was Turnip?
I think Turnip was a later set. I don't think we can see
Yeah.
Turnip. But I'm going to rock with Turnip. I'm going to say it.
I'll go Shell.
Ooh. Oh, I thought we were going to get...
Oh, it's
Oh!
fruit cup. Cherry cup again. Wait.
What?
A little bit of mixed signals here.
Yeah, is it cherry? Is it fruit? Are they looking for... What? I think they're looking for fruit cup. There it was.
There we go.
I think they saw the cherry and went, hey, cherry's fruit, right?
Yeah, that happens a lot. There's a little bit of overlap there.
So fruit cup, which opens... Is this
Okay.
Amsterdam Drift?
Yes,
This is the third time today we've seen Amsterdam Drift.
Yeah, well, I'm not complaining. It's a nice
Look, they
track.
just wanted to make sure you got to see the tulips one more time.
Yeah, I mean, it's springtime, so it's definitely the time for it.
That's true. That's true.
Right. Sure, Esterville knows their way around these. Well as Sheldon.
They sure do, because we watched Esterville play Fruit Cup at the opening track because they absolutely dominated on
Yes.
DK Summit Cut. So this is the cup where Esterville will potentially make a comeback.
Definitely, this is the cup for them.
Oh, Esterville, though, does get dunked into the water with an early red shell. Not what they wanted.
That's always unfortunate. You never want to fall off the course like that.
Meanwhile, Sheldon does pick a double item box and has protection in first place. Sixth place has double shrooms. They might use one right up here. No, not quite.
We didn't see Sheldon hold the coin like Esterville was doing. Wait.
No, that green shell rockets for it. Oh my gosh, did you see that?
No, I didn't.
It
What was
bounced off the subway in like 90 degrees and smacked the Sheldon player out of nowhere. You cannot tell me these green shells don't track players.
They are actually horrible. I don't like green shells.
Oh, and then Esterville does get hit with a stray boomerang coming in there.
Triple shrooms in 8th place. I'm not sure there's many places to shroom up on this course, though.
Not really
A
anymore.
few at the end, but it's going to be a while till then.
We see ELC bookending this race in 1st and 8th place right now. Meanwhile, Sheldon holding the mid pack.
4 and 5. Ooh, triple shrooms again. See, like, there's a cut right here, but there, they took a little bit of one. Ooh, and a red in 6th.
Esterville choosing not to cycle out at the doubles, instead just keeping their one protection item in the banana. I think that's a smart play. The only way they're in trouble is if a booze steals it, which could happen. They are sitting at 10 coins, though, which is very, very good. They're the only player we can see right now that actually has 10. In fact, Sheldon's Peach has 0. That's not great.
Definitely not what they want. And now they got Blooper. Blooper isn't the most helpful.
So he had a banana behind him in first and still got hit by the red.
Oh.
I don't know what happened there, but ended up taking 2nd and 4th place. Does that mean that Sheldon stole first? No! Oh my
top for
goodness.
Esterville.
I told you if this was the cup for Esterville to come back, it would be. They got a perfect first race, 29-10.
Wow, that is huge for them. Sheldon's gonna have a heck of a time trying to keep up with that.
Absolutely. And that confirms something I was thinking earlier. You know, all these matches I was talking about what the point swing is. If you get a perfect race, it's plus 19. So if the gap gets greater than 19 at race 4, it's impossible to come back.
All right. And next we see Riverside Park again.
Okay, now here's the counterpoint. ELC took top 4 spots, but they're going into one of the hardest bagging tracks in the game, which means that Sheldon's in a really good spot because they can use all those power items from the back to mushroom up and try to take those spots. So
Yeah.
Sheldon, even though they had a really rough Amsterdam Drift, they're sitting in really good positions for Riverside Park.
Yeah, I definitely think they can make this work in their favor if they play their cards right, and I hope that they do. Okay, get going.
Everybody getting boxes? Yep, everybody we can see got a box.
Definitely important. 8th got a shroom, 4th got a red, and 2nd of Esterville got a shroom. They're shrooming up right away, which is definitely a choice. I wouldn't feel the safest being that far up in
Not on a bagging track like this. You know,
first lap.
if you look at the mini map, they do have Esterville does have a hard bagger, which is something you guys should be watching for, which means they had a player intentionally start way, way, way behind. It's actually the white Yoshi player, and they're looking to star and shroom up later because nobody's going to hit them back here. And worst case scenario, they may actually end up pulling something like a shock for their team because they're going to have this gap. But see, they still have triple shrooms and another star, and we might see them start to push right here and try to make their way back up into the middle.
Yeah, ooh.
They got horned by Sheldon, not on purpose. They just ended up cutting into it.
We could definitely see this swing Esterville's way.
Yeah, going from 8th all the way up to 3rd, although they are going into lap 3. That's still a whole other lap for the other team to do the same thing back to them. They go for the green shell snipe, barely miss it there. Although he cheered, Yoshi somebody got hit with the random ricochet green shell.
That's so and then he got hit with one.
But he does have shrooms to recover there, so he uses 2 on that cut. It's going to use a 3rd one here. Going to take them over a second. They hit the piranha
plant thingy.
Yeah, I don't remember what that one's called. It's not called a piranha plant, but whatever. It's piranha plant.
Ooh,
oh, and then
got
just
a green
getting
shell in 4th. Ooh.
chewed up in the chaos. Meanwhile, look at Sheldon. 1, 2. And they have horn.
Yep. Okay, walk 1, 2 for Sheldon. That's definitely what they needed after that top 4 for Esterville last race.
1, 2, 5, 6. So not quite the perfect race that Esterville had, but that is going to help them close the gap here a little bit. So take a look at this. Swing of plus 19 now becomes a swing of 8.
Okay, yeah, every point counts here for Sheldon, I think. So
really good race from Sheldon. They cut that lead that Esterville had in half, actually over in half. So now though, okay, we saw this earlier today. Esterville knows the DK Summit double gap. So if Sheldon doesn't, this could be a really deadly race.
Yeah, it's very important that they nail this shortcut, or Esterville can take it away again from them.
But we haven't seen Sheldon race this cut. It's also possible they know the cut as well.
Yeah, I think it's their win condition, as we say.
Definitely. Definitely. The win condition on DK Summit is if your team can do the gap cut and the other one can't, you're probably going to win. Because outside of the gap cut, this is a pretty straightforward runner track for the most part. There's actually, I think it's technically a shroomer because there's some good shrooming spots through the snow. But that cut is huge, and we will call it out as the players are approaching it.
Yes, we're gonna get started here. There's another single box up here that they're all gonna want to try and get. There's more options on this course though, I think.
Yep. We actually see Esterville bagging, which I think they did last time too, and it's because this white Yoshi player is very confident in their ability to cut. Something happened here with orange Yoshi on Sheldon's side. I don't know if he got hit by an item, but they fell in Lackey 2, which is not great. Meanwhile, Esterville has a star and 3 shrooms already.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to...
Peach is coming up on the gap cut. They're going to go for it. No, they're not. No. They're going to go straight. Watch the Esterville team. See if they take it. Black Yoshi's going for it. Black Yoshi nails it.
Wow.
White Yoshi also nails it. That is what we are talking about. That is the win condition on this track. Now, look, they're still sitting in 3-5, but second place is also an Esterville player. It looks like Sheldon's in first, so they either had a big lead or, yeah, they also just had a big lead because we watched the Peach not take the cut.
Yeah, it was very clean from both players, so if I was that Peach, I think I'd be shaking in my boots right about now.
Yeah, Sheldon's got to be sweating because if Esterville keeps doing that, they are going to close the gap.
Yeah, that Peach maybe should just make a last-ditch effort at this cut.
And I don't think Peach is going to take the cut again. I think they're just going to play it safe. But watch most of the Esterville players. Watch this. White Yoshi, 1. Oh! He might land it, though. He does. He did that earlier today. He had the scuff landing, and Black Yoshi's going to... Oh!
Oh, man. That's a long time loss.
But just like that, White Yoshi does have the lead. It's a tight lead. That Peach is right behind him. But if he can do it again on lap 3, unless he has no protection, he will win the race.
And he smuggled that star up to first, so that's pretty good for him, too.
Oh, no, their controller's got low battery. Oh, and a blue shell is coming.
Blue shell for Peach. It hit Peach.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
It was an Esterville blue shell. That's huge for Esterville here. All right, watch White Yoshi once again. Oh, they had a really bad setup off ramp. They're gonna go for it anyway.
That seems good.
They landed it.
Yep. Ooh, and this Black Yoshi can use his bullet to do the same thing. The bullet will take him across cut without any worries.
Yep, watch this. Right like that.
Boom.
Makes that free.
Beautiful.
Going from 8 up to 4 instantly. They are going to hit the Sheldon player on the half pipe. Sheldon does take 3rd. I didn't see... Oh, and...
Second, 3rd. So 1-4 for Esterville. 2-3 for Sheldon.
Considering that Sheldon wasn't going for the gap cut, that's really impressive.
That is impressive. They must really be practicing this as well.
53 for Esterville. 64 for Sheldon. Sheldon's up, and they already won the first cup. Sheldon has gone 2-1 all day. Meanwhile, Esterville has gone 2-0 all day. We are on the cusp of Sheldon winning the state championship 2-0.
Yeah, Esterville really needs to make a comeback right now. This is the map to do it, or else they are a little bit cut off.
Yep. An 11-point spread, as we talked about, is recoverable because the maximum plus you can go is 19. That does give them a little bit of wiggle room, but not a lot. They basically have to take the top 3 spots and then something else.
Yeah, they're going to have to pull it out the bag right now. Or...
Come on, Esterville, pull it out the bag. I want to see game 3.
Game 3 would be so cool to see. It's so cool to see them all neck and neck like this. Definitely got to make sure you get a box again.
Everybody we can see did get a box.
Triple bananas for the orange Yoshi, which is not always the best at the start because you can hit your teammates really easily on accident.
Yeah, and you can't choose to not pull out the triples. They always come out. So he
do.
does get a single box there rather than a double. That's
He gets a
unfortunate.
shroom. Ooh,
Peach gets
for a
hit.
red?
Drops right to the mid pack. Esterville sitting 1-4, 1-3, 1-2-3. In fact, I think Esterville's got clean top 4.
Really?
Ooh, really weird bounce there. Remember, they opened this cup with a perfect race.
Oh, they did. They're gonna have to. Oh, they got the cut. That's super important too.
Yep.
Orange Yoshi for Sheldon sitting with a star and triple mushrooms. I'm not sure there's much leeway anywhere to use that.
Not
very
really.
well. But
Remember, folks, the win con for Esterville is top 3, and they have it right now. First place has double protection. That's fantastic. The only thing they're worried about is a shock or a blue shell because they have no way to stop that with a horn.
Orange Yoshi missed the box there. Peach not going for cut there either.
Yeah, that's like the cut spot on this map, so it's interesting to watch players all day not taking the shortcut there.
Yeah, it is a little wonky sometimes. It can be a little bit risky to run in the
Esterville
wall.
gets a double item box in 3rd place, a red shell and a boo.
Ooh.
They narrowly missed the shortcut. I don't see it get
Nope,
opened up
that's
at
it.
all.
Ooh, if nobody, that's a good cut there. If nobody gets the red bridge.
Esterville
Definitely.
is 1-3-5 right now, so they've dropped a little bit. Hitting the banana is rough there. They were trying to rear view and didn't really pay attention to the track in front of them. Esterville, you can do it, but you got to clean up here right at the end here if you're going to take it to game 3.
They're definitely gonna have to try for a comeback right about now.
They're pushing right now. They're 1-3-4.
Triple shoom.
They're taking the cut we were talking about.
Yep.
No protection in 4th place, though. That's a little bit scary. You do have one set of items coming up here at the end. First place has one item. Are they going to get second prot? They do. They get double prot. They narrowly miss shortcut. They're going to block the first red shell.
They missed the cut again, but ooh.
Shortcut's
they used
open
the
now, but they couldn't
shrooms.
take advantage of it. We see Esterville getting stuck on the cut there. They do take 1 and 2.
Okay, is that enough? I don't know.
Oh, it's going to be close. 1, 2, 4, 5. I think they did it.
You think
I
Esterville
think they
did
did.
it?
They almost had a perfect race.
Ooh. That is so close. Oh my gosh. They do.
Esterville wins 90 to
Oh,
66.
man.
What a
And
swing.
That means game 3.
Game 3. We asked for it. We got it.
We did ask for it. Oh boy, I'm excited though. It's so good to see that they're so even. I think that makes it way more exciting than when it's just one person or one team coming out way ahead of the other.
It really does. It really does. You know, Mario Kart's a fast-paced game. These teams have traveled a long way to get here today. Obviously, they've been playing a lot of Mario Kart today, but still, the more games they can get in, the better here before they make that journey back home. You know, both of these teams are duking it out for the hardware. One's going to walk away with the second place trophy. One's going to walk away with first. I think they're checking the batteries on that controller because they do not want their controller to die in this
Definitely.
next cup.
That would be detrimental.
I think they were looking at it and they made the judgment call that it's probably fine. That's the first time we've seen the low battery notification pop up, and usually Switch controllers still have about 4 or 5 hours of battery life once that
Yeah.
pops up for the first time.
They last a really long time, so
They do.
I think they'll
The
be
joke
fine.
we make at MCC is, oh no, my battery's blinking. I have 40 hours left.
Mhm. Anyways, it's obvious that neither team is ready to let this go so easily.
Man, I'm all hyped up. I've had way too many energy drinks today. Day 3 of the state tournament, you know, running on really low sleep. You know, we were here setting up until almost 1 a.m. last night, getting things flipped over from the PC games to the Switch titles for today. you know, I'm really biased in this, but Mario Kart Day is my favorite day, probably yours as well, but that's because I'm a Mario Kart coach, you're a Mario Kart player, and just watching these races is so much fun. But in order to stop from keeling over in the chair, I've got way too much caffeine in my system right now.
Well, when you stay up till 1, I'm sure that that's necessary.
Yeah, it was
stay
stay up
awake.
till 1 and then wake up by 6. It was a good time.
Mario Kart's exciting, but I don't know if it's that exciting to keep you awake.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't have much of a choice, but you know what? Those are the sacrifices we make so that you guys can have a wonderful experience here at the tournament here. You know, they're getting ready to go into Cup 3. Both teams taking a little bit of regroup time because this is do or die unless, and this would be pretty hype, it ends in a tie,
That would be so exciting. Oh my
which would
gosh.
force us into a 4th Cup.
I think I'm not sure. I think the last cup that they have is Flower Cup. I think that's what
I
they went to.
think, yes,
They
it
went
is
fruit,
Flower
and
Cup
then
because
they
our
went
first
flower.
match this morning was Fruit
Fruit
Cup
and
and
then
then Flower.
flower.
So it's
So-
got to be Flower Cup, which means
Flower
we're
Cup.
starting on Mario
Mario
Circuit,
Circuit.
and then Toad Harbor, and then Twisted Mansion, and then Shy Guy Falls. Is that this one?
That's the run up, yeah.
Shy Guy Falls for us on stream all day today. Every team that's made it, or every match that's made it to Shy Guy Falls, the match has already been decided before Shy Guy Falls happens. The mathematical gap has been too big. I don't think that's going to happen this time.
I don't think so, and I hope not. I want it to be close to the last number. I want it to be so tight. I don't know why. It's just the drama.
The drama,
The
the
drama.
excitement, the high octane energy, the pedal to the metal. How many other racing cliches can we throw out there? All gas, no brakes.
Definitely. I think we all want it to be as close as possible.
Yep. And as we're waiting for this race to start, just want to shout out before we, because after this we'll be doing celebrations for the teams and the players. But you guys can see all the sponsor scrolls that are going through here. There's a lot of people that came together to make this event happen and make these events happen all year. Obviously, here at Marshalltown Community College, we're the official event operations partner, so we do a lot of work with the streaming and the setup and the teardown. Of course, the volunteers and the teams and the exec team members of Iahsea, like we wouldn't be here without them, so that's incredible. And then we have other sponsors, Bytespeed we rented PCs from, and which you can see on the screen right now. We have all the colleges that are down there in the college room. We have Minuteman, who's a local business that does banners and trophies, but has also been doing all of the merch, the pop-up merch store, which is super cool. I totally didn't get 2 shirts from the merch store this week. You know, all sorts of cool things like that. But I don't have time to plug any more sponsors because they're getting ready to go.
They are. Get them on. They didn't go on the right teams. They didn't do the right teams,
They didn't? Are they not?
didn't they?
I thought Esterville was all red. They didn't back out, so
Okay, maybe I'm crazy.
Maybe.
I just saw that they were separated, and normally they're not separated. I feel.
I think we're good. We'll see.
All right.
If they end
Should
up
be.
backing out the second the race starts, then they did it wrong.
I think maybe I'm just.
Maybe.
My eyes are on me now.
Yep, we're good. We're
Okay,
good.
yeah. I just saw
Esterville
the
Lincoln Central's the
teams.
red team.
I just saw them separated, and I was like, oh
They should be together.
no. Yeah. They should be next to each other. They're friends.
All right, this is going to be a track that it's a Schumer track. There's going to be a couple of shortcuts they can take where they cut it really close to the edge of the track and go around the piranha plants. Also some early coins here, which I didn't see anybody scoop up. I think maybe that first place Esterville player is taking some of those right there. Yep.
Orange went wide for the coins as well. I'm not sure he got any though. And now he has triple bananas. Ooh, narrowly misses his own banana.
Esterville currently 1, 2, 4 with Sheldon in 3rd place.
Double streams in second is a nice thing to have. Ooh, they use one. No, both.
They use both. Yeah, they use both.
Ooh. Right. Ooh, Orange Yoshi on Sheldon team streamed up. And
Yep.
Peach doing it now too.
Yep, it's
They
going
have
from
shroom and a star.
ooh, oh, and they bumped him. They should have popped it just half a second earlier, and they would have clobbered the
Yeah.
ELC player with the star. They're gonna try to do it right there.
Yep.
They take out the greens and hit him, and then we see Orange Yoshi get bombed by the first place ELC player.
Very exciting. Esterville's got a boo in 8th, if that takes anything.
Ooh,
Got a blue
there's a
shell.
blue shell on the table.
Okay, looks like that would probably go for the peach.
Yeah, it's gonna go for the peach player here. So they're gonna hold their shrooms and probably take this cut. 1, 2. They might take the beginning of lap cut with the 3rd shroom and then launch the blue shell. Yep. Well, they didn't even take the cup. They just shroomed. And then blue shell, maybe? There it is.
Yep.
Oh, and they hit one of the other players. Was that a teammate or was that Sheldon?
I think it was.
Oh, we saw the star. They were right there. That's how close this pack is. If you do look at the mini map, the top two racers kind of have a bit of a breakaway. Esterville has a huge first place lead. And then Peach from Sheldon is kind of in the middle of the pack by themselves, although the gap is quickly closing.
They have got two shrooms, using them to come up.
Fourth place with the Piranha Plant's rough because they have triple reds hiding behind it.
That is unfortunate. A bit too late to use them, but it's okay.
So
Esterville takes 3-4.
Esterville takes 1, 3, 4, 6.
Ooh.
Sheldon takes 2, 5, 7, 8. That's going to be a win or a positive for Esterville. 24-15, so a gap of 9.
Okay, but as we know, that's not that many. That's definitely not too many.
That's right. Going into race 2. Is race 2 Twisted Man? No, race 2 is Toad Harbor.
Okay, and Toad Harbor is...
Tess, I need to see players do the thing where they jump off the boat and take both item boxes. Esterville didn't do it earlier today. We haven't seen Sheldon on Toad Harbor. I really just want a player to do it.
Yeah, that would be really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, what we're talking about is normally there's not a double item box at the beginning of Toad Harbor, but if you go left off the boat and you cut right, you can jump over the bridge and land back on the track and take a second item box. It's risky, especially on lap 1, because if you get bumped, you're going in the water. But let's see if anybody does it on any of these laps.
Let's hope so. Don't think so, though.
Nope.
No.
Nobody did it.
And Orange Yoshi didn't get an item.
Unfortunate.
Ooh. Esterville has got triple bananas, and they get the peach. Yeah, like I said, triple bananas are scary for everybody.
Unfortunately, I think Esterville did trail one of their own teammates with their triple bananas.
Yeah.
But that white Yoshi does have double reds.
Which they can use, but the person in front of them had... Oh, that was their own teammate.
That was their own teammate, yep.
Okay.
Can't see what Sheldon has. Oh, their red shells hit each other.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, if you use them too closely, I guess they...
No, it's because they both try... when you throw the shell, before it locks on and hits somebody, it tries to go to the center of the track. And so it kind of went out, and then they smacked each other as they both tried going to the middle.
Oh. Yeah, I would not be happy if that...
Ooh, White Yoshi gets pegged with a boomerang and then tries to respond with a red shell, and I think the post from the awning blocked it.
Ooh. Alright, we see Sheldon with a boomerang. See if they can hit somebody with that.
I believe in the snipes here. They're lining up here. They're looking back. They're looking forward here. Probably looking to take out Iahsea as they round this bend here coming up at the end of lap 2. They throw it to cycle it out because they don't want the Piranha Plant. Piranha Plant is almost useless in 4v4, unfortunately. You really just want to get rid of that sucker. Tries to cut in for an item box and almost smacks the tram. Sheldon sitting in 3-4 on our screen. Esterville in 2-5, and they also on the minimap you can see them in 1. Ooh.
Oh, we see Peach fall off. I think they were just a little bit indecisive about which direction to go. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, those are some hard decisions to make sometimes. I think they're worried about getting bumped and ended up driving into the water instead.
They got some shrooms. Hopefully they can use those to catch up.
Iahsea in 1 and 2. The second place has a bomb, which they're going to drop here for protection. They don't drop it in time and get blown up instead. Then they get hit again. Meanwhile, White Yoshi shrooming up here. They are going to recover second for the team. So Iahsea is sitting in 1 with a massive lead. 1 just finished the race right now. And then 4-5.
If they take the cut... They took this last time and they passed somebody.
I think Esterville took 1, 3, 4, 5.
And
no, they took top 4! Oh my!
That's crazy. Sheldon is worried right about now, I'm sure.
53-25. That's a massive gap. Now, there are 2 races left. We have Twisted Mansion and Shy Guy Falls. It is possible to recover. I may have cursed the stream because I said Shy Guy Falls hasn't mattered all day because it's over by the time we get there. If Sheldon does not have an excellent Twisted Mansion, then once again, Shy Guy Falls will be a moot point because the math will just be in Esterville's favor. So if you are a Sheldon fan, give them your love right now. They need a good Twisted Mansion.
Definitely, they are dependent on this race right now. They are sweating. Esterville has them in a really tough position right now. See how they start. Twisted Mansion is a Schumer?
It is a Schumer, and it's because of this early shortcut that we're about to see with the bookshelves.
Definitely. Starting in 5-8 for Sheldon.
Ooh, Orange Yoshi pops the mushroom right away instead of going for the bookshelf. Peach is going to take the bookshelf.
Ooh, and then he drafts up. Oh, but he gets off first.
Esterville takes the double item box from them, so they're going to zoom into first with absolutely nothing. That's really scary because Esterville's going to have some kind of item to throw at them. They miss a couple of coins there, but they're sitting in 1 and 8 right now.
Neither of them have any items. That's unfortunate. They really need to make sure they get some up here. Ooh, narrowly misses the banana on the turn.
Watch White Yoshi here. See if they're going to go ahead and take this cut at the end of the lap. They're looking to set up for it. There's one shroom. There's the second one. Beautiful
Ooh.
shortcut. Esterville sitting in 1 and 2. Second place is empty.
First has a horn, though, so if there's a blue shell, he doesn't have to worry about that.
And it's pocketed because he has coin there. Well, that's huge. Peach
Ooh.
going for bookshelf once again.
Orange Yoshi got his shroom stolen from Boo. Oh, and he runs into a banana. Fortunate. Peach is empty again. Not seeing a lot of great shroom usage from Sheldon, I don't think.
No, I think they're a little bit rattled right now. I think the nerves are getting them a little bit. Guys and girls, it's okay. Like, you guys can do this. Just hang with them, right? You got another lap ahead of you. This is a great track where you have opportunities to come back, especially with quad mushrooms. Both of these players have quad mushrooms. Watch them take the shortcut. There's one. There's two.
Ooh, that was clean. Okay.
Beautiful. That's what they needed.
Yeah, if they do that one more time, I think maybe they can get some good spots up there.
They do need to shake up what's happening at the front of the race, though, because Esterville Lincoln Central is holding on to first and now 4th place.
Definitely.
I see 1, 2, and 3 from Esterville right now. There has to be a blue shell or something big, but unfortunately, first place has a horn to protect them against the blue shell. Really, the saving grace that Sheldon needs now, they need a shock.
Really, they do. Do they have anybody back there who can do it?
The pack's too tight. I don't think we're going to see one.
Yeah. Quadrans again from Orange Yoshi. Hopefully they can get another spot with...
And triple reds from Esterville there. They're going to hit that. They're going to hit this shortcut. They're going to take 1, 2, and 3, I think. 1, 2, 3, and 7.
That's rough.
Again, the biggest swing you can get is plus 19. I'm 100% sure that Esterville just sealed the deal, right? 79 to 38. There is unfortunately no way that Sheldon can come back. So this is test the 3rd time every single time today. By the time Shy Guy Falls pops up on the map, one team has already won the cup.
Yeah, I guess we really jinxed that.
We really did. It's crazy that it happened every single time that this set came up today. Obviously, we want Sheldon to have a really good last race, right? Go out strong, be incredibly proud of the work that you guys have done, and thank you guys for being good sports. It is etiquette to play out the set, even if mathematically it does not matter. I can see in this situation the nerves getting to you, or if you're a little bit disappointed because not wanting to do this race. They probably, with everything in their bodies, don't want to do this race right now. But they know that it's part of playing the game, it's part of being good sports, and so I really hope they have a fantastic last race here.
And for what it's worth, again, this is the first team that Esterville hasn't 2-0'd. So Sheldon really made a valiant effort there.
And Esterville accidentally drops off the course right away there. They go left, hit grass, and then aren't able to hop back and recover, so they completely fall off the track. Esterville right now bookending the race with 1-8.
Right, and no items for... Oh, Orange Yoshi just got some items.
Yep.
Green and a red and 2 shrooms for Peach. Red could be really good if he... Ooh, now they had a protection in front of him.
They
Peach
almost fell in the
off.
gap.
Yep.
So Esterville sitting in 1-7. They choose to back the green. What happened to Orange Yoshi there?
He got backed by the green.
Oh!
Yep. Yeah, that's tough for Orange Yoshi. They're empty now.
Sheldon
Boomerang
looking
for
to line
Peach.
up a boomerang shot there. Barely misses.
Some more shroom spamming, but maybe that's best on this course.
We can see
Really
Sheldon
good.
lining up another shot. The Peach is looking to hit somebody with the boomerang. Maybe gets one!
Oh, nice. Okay. And can you get this last one?
Gonna hit him a second time? Nope, their boomerang is
No.
gone.
Shoot. Almost got the...
They did bump White Yoshi into the side of the track, though, gaining a little bit of a lead there. So we see White Yoshi dropping all the way to 7th place. Meanwhile, teammate sitting fairly comfortably in first with another Esterville teammate in 2nd place.
All right, that's good. Orange Yoshi empty again.
Yeah, Sheldon sitting in 3-4 right now, so they're firmly holding the middle of the pack here. See if they can cut up just a little bit.
Yeah, see what they can do with these triple shrooms here.
We see Sheldon sitting 2, 3, 4, so that's pretty good here.
Triple greens that they back. Maybe would have saved those triple greens for protection just in case. But it may have been safe.
May have been safe, may have been safe. Orange Yoshi going to go for left double boxes here. What do they pull? They're going to get a triple bananas and a mush.
Definitely want to make sure they communicate the backed bananas to their team.
Esterville got first place double protection. Unless something crazy happens right now, Esterville will lock down first place. Peach almost had second and then fell off the track. Although they're going to recover it. Something happened there.
Oh.
They take 3-4. Esterville takes 1-2. Let's see what this final score is to finish out the state championship match. We are going to have Iahsea taking overall top 4 for the set. They are going to finish with 102 to 54. Ladies and gentlemen, Esterville Lincoln Central is your Class 1 2024-2025 state champions for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and they go out with a bang, scoring triple digits against Sheldon here in the last cup.
Absolutely, they were not playing on the last course. They may have been a little bit wonky on the first two, but they came to play that third cup. They came to win, and they did. So congratulations to Esterville.
Yep, but like you said, before we kind of glaze Esterville for a second, Sheldon is the only team in the entire tournament to take a cup off of Esterville, and they did it really cleanly. It's not like they won by 2 points. They won pretty convincingly, and I'm still going to stand by it. The most exciting races we've seen all day have been this match right here, which is exactly what you want for a state championship match here. So let's take one more look at the bracket and talk about the journey that Sheldon went on today to get to this point. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look here. You guys can see this on your screen. Sheldon started this morning against West Fork, where they won 2-1, and then they went against Woodward Granger, where they also won 2-1, and then they just went 1-2 against your new state champions, Esterville Lincoln Central. Esterville, meanwhile, they went 2-0, 2-0, and then 2-1 to become your Class 1 state championship team here. So, beautiful play from the Sheldon team. They came in as the 6th seed, Tess. So out of all the racing teams that are in here, they come in as the 6th seed. They upset Woodward Granger as the 2nd seed and force Woodward Granger to fight it out for 3rd place. That in and of itself is an enormous accomplishment. And then they give Esterville, the number 1 seeded team, a run for their money. Again, the only team to make them sweat today in this championship match. So Sheldon, you guys have nothing to be ashamed of. That was incredibly impressive, and we will definitely be seeing you guys next year, I am sure. But with that said, let's give one more heartfelt congratulations to your your Division Class 1 state champions for Mario Kart, Esterville Lincoln Central. They have done it. They have run through the entire bracket today, and they are the champions. So congratulations to Esterville. And again, I'm sure we'll see you guys back next year. I was talking to their coach last night when they were out on campus, and they're a relatively new team, and they have just really come together in this Mario Kart season. I think last year in the spring, I think may have been their first season ever, and the first game they did play was Mario Kart. And so they're back with a dominant performance here today, which is really incredible to see. So congratulations, Iahsea, on your victory. As we close things out, I just want to give a huge thank you for allowing us to be your casters throughout the day. We've had a blast talking about all of these games, all these amazing races. I've had a lot of fun. Have you had some fun doing this today, Tess?
Definitely. I've had a lot of fun watching these players, and I'm so proud of everybody.
Yeah. And so as we go ahead and wind things down, let's go ahead and thank some of those sponsors that I was mentioning earlier here. Again, a lot of wonderful people that came together to support your high schoolers from across the state. We got a lot of colleges down there in the room. You can see Co-College being advertised right there on the screen right now. Kurt Kim and the Co program, a wonderful team. They always have been, have a pretty dominant Overwatch team, and they've got a lot of hardware sitting down there in that college room. We have Nick being shown here on the screen here as well. We talked about Minuteman a little bit. Obviously, we got to thank the Marshalltown Chamber of Commerce for helping to get a lot of local businesses on board and helping us out with this event, giving people things to do while they are here in Marshalltown. It was their idea to have the Mario Kart party at the MCC campus last night. So thank you guys for that. They also ran a gamers lounge down the street here just a little bit. We can see William Penn University on the screen recruiting for their games as well. And we've just had a lot of wonderful support. Like I said, the PCs for the tournament were rented from Bytespeed. The other half of the PCs were provided by the Marshalltown Community School District. Tess, I always have to shout out Marshalltown Community School District's IT team. You know, those guys and girls that come and help with this tournament, they're not getting paid extra to do it. They're doing all of their other job duties, right? And right now at the end of the school year is like the busiest time. They were doing graduation on Sunday and then had to come in and help set this up. And then they had a huge tech delivery last week where they're going to all the schools around the entire district, offloading these giant 75-inch screens, and they're still helping us out with this. And we absolutely could not do this without them. So thank you, Amy, and the rest of your team for making this possible. And I think with that, we are going to go ahead and wind things down. I'm going to play a video ad or two, and then we are going to close out for the night. But it has been an honor to be on the microphone with you guys. We're going to go ahead and sign off here. I have been Coach Roadblock, and this has been
Boba 11.
awesome. Thank you guys. Congratulations once again, and good night.
YMCC, competitive athletics, affordable tuition, on-campus living, online courses plus 2 campus locations, unique programs, career training, small classes, short-term hands-on training. Choose MCC.
Using this program, I had one top 500 player, 2 Grandmaster players, and 2 Masters players, one of them just getting out of Diamonds. So that was my rank. In addition, the average GPA of my students at the time was about a 3. So they had about a 3. I think it was actually 297, if I remember correctly. By the end of the semester, all of them were going to the gym 3 days a week. All of them were going to bed before midnight and waking up before 9 a.m. All of them, that semester, our GPA average across the team was a 3.3. And in addition to that, most of them reported better play, and it showed that in both their ranks and in the team as we made the playoffs, which is top 32 for Overwatch that year, and finished like 27th, I believe, in that semester as like a high Masters team. That's really, really good.